thing that came from Never Land with the singing of angels and the strumming of harps that came down from heaven and was given to people, and it's the answer to everything that people need, all their problems, everything. If everybody followed it, this would be a better world. Well, now, and there are several religions, many religions which say that. There is Judaism, which is predicated on, they say, the Bible. There's Christianity, which is predicated on the Bible. And to a large degree, Islam is predicated on, because they took the Old and New Testament and then put some other material that Prophet Muhammad put in and developed the Quran. Now, each one of these folk are saying, and you have in the Christian religion alone some 580 some different denominations, most of which say that theirs is the unadulterated truth, the only truth, and that the only way you can know God is to know them, and all have the interpretations of what is written in this book. So today it is not my objective to attack anybody's religious belief, and I'm not even approaching it from the point of religion. We're looking at this now as scientists, as from a historical point of view, from the aspect of historical reality. That is what we're dealing with when we're talking about amazing black facts of the Bible today. Now, there are several things here that I want to go. One of the reasons why I raised that is when we were doing one of these classes, a sister said to me, and I thought it was a very good question. She said, "What's the big deal about the Bible?" I thought that was a very good question, because the way it's been projected to us is that's the only possible way that you can get any spiritual knowledge, any knowledge about God. And to some people think it's the only book worth reading. You don't need to read anything else. I remember I was doing a radio interview in Durham, North Carolina, and a sister called up and said, a good elder, and I appreciate it. I understood where she was coming from. She said, "Look, y'all need to get rid of all that history and all that African stuff and just deal with the Bible. And when you deal with that, just deal with the New Testament." I said, "Now, my sister, what kind of work do you do?" She was a registered nurse. I said, "Now, when you went to study to be a registered nurse, did you have to read any other book other than the Bible to learn how to do that?" She said, "Yes." I said, "What did you have to read?" "Well, I had to read text on nursing. I had to learn the language and the nomenclature of this and the different medicines to dispense and how to give the needles and everything." I said, "Did you learn that from the Bible? When a man comes to fix your television in your house, does he go to the Bible to get instruction to fix that TV? Where does he go to get instruction?" So obviously you need to read something else beside the Bible just to make a living. Just the basic things of making a living. To fix your faucet, you need some knowledge that is not found in the Bible. Because if everything you need to know was found in the Bible, then you'd be able to fix everything, you'd be able to do everything you need to do. So that's not a sound argument. Also, we have to come to understand that the Bible is just one of, and we'll be studying that as we go on in this session, is just one of the many books that people consider to be sacred. Therefore, no one has the right to say to another people who has set aside a body of literature and said it was sacred that it is not, because it's not their literature. We don't have that's sheer arrogance. All right, I want you to understand that there are more ways of coming to an understanding of spiritual principles than the Bible itself. I have to establish that at the risk of Christians and other folk wanting to attack me on that. We're going to seek to, let's say, imagine we're in a court of law here. As we seek to cover 42 at least of the 60 documents, let me make sure everybody has a copy here of the documents. As we seek to cover at least 42 of those 60, these are some of the things we want to make clear. This is the case I'm trying to present. We will attempt to prove and answer the question, who wrote the Bible, first of all? Who wrote it? Some people believe it came down from God out of heaven, and that therefore it is infallible. Everything it is absolutely correct, and you cannot find any wrong in it, and there's no mistakes. It came from God. Other people will tell you, no, it was written by a man. Who did write it? What is the Bible, first of all? That doesn't seem to be very clear to people. Where was it originally written? Some folks seem to think it was written in Hollywood, but it's not. When was it originally written? Some folks seem to think it was done just the other day and every Sunday in the pulpit. What, according to historical documentation, or according to historical documentation, it is absolutely impossible that the white man created the Bible. Now that I'm sure we will prove beyond a doubt. But if I don't prove it, you don't have to agree with me. Why the Caucasian version of the Bible is so different from the original version of the Bible? There's a reason for that. And we've already discussed that the Bible is an ancient African history book. It is the history of a particular nation of people who were black people. The Israelites were black people originally before they were taken into captivity and mixed up like so many of us are mixed up. They were originally a jet black people who had come from the continent of Africa and settled in Palestine. We will be tracing that historically and documenting it. And then we will discuss the Bible as a textbook for understanding our history. And you see, for many of us, we would never have heard about Egypt or Ethiopia, proper names being Kemet and Cush. We'd never know anything about it if it hadn't been for what? The Bible. That was the first introduction that we had to it. Motion pictures that you saw Carlton Heston and everybody in opened the door to it. So therefore, the book can be, because there are some folk who go to another extreme. There are some folks who think the Bible is the answer to everything, and that's all you need. And there's other people that go to another extreme that say, well, we don't need it at all. Let's just throw it in the trash. Now, obviously, that's not the thing to do. Because Nat Turner found a way to use it, Harriet Tubman found a way to use it, and we have Dr. King found a way to use it, Brother Malcolm found a way to use it, Elijah Muhammad. We have found ways of using it, and we should use it because it's originally our book, and you don't take something that somebody has taken from you and messed up and throw it away. If somebody take your house away from you and rearrange it, when you get your house back, if it's a sturdy house, what you gonna do? You gonna throw the house away and burn it down, or what are you gonna do? You gonna put it back like it should be, because it was what? It was yours in the first place. So that's how it is when we're dealing with the Bible. Now let's go into lesson 1, the African origin of the Bible. And we're going to be taking breaks along the way, and we're going to have time for question and answers. Are you ready? Let me make sure I'm ready. I don't need this microphone, do I? No, okay. I'm sure everyone in here can hear me. The first document, document 1. The question is asked, who wrote the Bible? That's the question we want to deal with, first of all. Okay, let me get one other thing here to make sure I'm completely ready, so once we get started, I don't have to stop. All right. The first document is taken from 100 Amazing Black Facts About the Negro. That was the term used back in the 1920s. Page 9, number 49, by the prolific scholar, historian, and writer, Joel A. Rogers. And this is what the document says. The Bible really originated in ancient where? Egypt. We're going to break it down. We're going to read it first and then we'll break it down. Where the population, according to Herodotus and Aristotle, was. Here, the Jews received almost all of their early culture. Professor Breasted, leading Egyptologist, says the right social and moral development of mankind in the Nile Valley, which is 3,000 years what? Than that of the Hebrews, contributed essentially to the formation of Hebrew literature. Our moral heritage, therefore, derives from a wider human path, enormously older than the Hebrew, and has come to us rather through the Hebrews than from them. Now, those are some key words in there we want to deal with. Some key words we want to deal with. First of all, we're told that where the Bible originated was in Egypt. The proper term for, first of all, I want to find out something for you. Where is Egypt? Okay, you sure about that? You sure it's not in the Middle East or Hollywood or someplace? Asia, in Asia somewhere. No, you can see very clearly, there it is. That's the African continent. It looked like it to me. Of course, you know the proper name for it is Ishakamusa, the oldest name. The African continent, that's where it is. It's not in the Middle East. Huh? Ishakamusa. That is the oldest name known so far that we have been able, and we owe that to Dr. Ben, who, by the way, we're dedicating this session to today, and of course to the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, born August the 17th, one of the greatest teachers, one of the greatest leaders and motivators of men the world has ever known. Our Cable Land is the proper name for what is misnomed Africa. Africa is a Latin term that was given by the Romans there. We use it merely out of convenience on occasion. But Akhebu land, land of the blacks, is what it means, is the proper term. Now, therefore, let's deal with the right term for Egypt as well. Dr. Ben tells us, Dr. Williams, Dr. Ben tells us in, see, I won't be able to read all these to you, but I can tell you where to find them. In Black Man of the Nile and His Family, page 3, Dr. Yusuf Benjo-Channon, and Dr. Williams, page 68 of The Destruction of Black Civilization. They go into detail on this. The proper word for Egypt is Kemet. Kemet. Now, you can spell it several ways. I usually use the short form, Kemet. Dr. Williams goes into detail to show that it comes from Kemi, but we didn't use C's, we used K's. But when the Greeks began to translate our language, they didn't have the K sound, so they had to use what came easy to them, which was the C and the CH. But look at this word Kemet, or Kemi, and what do you see? What do you see? The root for chemistry. Chemistry. Therefore, no black student should ever have a problem with the subject of chemistry. Why not? Because the very word itself is descriptive of his ancient homeland, place in his ancient homeland. Chemistry, the land that produced him, the black soil that produced you. The soil that we came from, the soil that nourished us was called Kemet, from which we get the word chemistry, for the study of chemistry. The study of the soil and things that came from the soil began back perhaps 18,000 years ago in Akhebu land, what they call Africa, there in the Nile Valley. Chemistry. Just that one word has a lot of power in it. That one word reveals something to black people about themselves that opens up a whole door to us. That one word, chemistry. So from now on in this class, we will no longer use the term Egypt, which is from the Greek hikupata, H-I-kupa, hikupata, city of Ta. We will never have the god Ta, which represented uranium back there. All those gods and goddesses of the ancient times were actually scientific symbols. White man didn't know what he was looking at, so they say they worship all these gods and all these. They represented forces of nature. I cover them very carefully in this book, African Genesis. Very carefully, I explain what those gods and goddesses are. That's what they were. It was a complex science, which white folk could not understand when they first encountered it. So all they could do, or all the so-called Egyptologists could do, was say, well, they just got all these gods and goddesses. But even Budge says that they only had one God, one divine creator. And God is not a good term because it is the word, what? Dog spelled backwards. You can see it very carefully. Because one of the first symbols that the European used to represent the force of power of the great deity of the universe on earth was that of a dog. What we usually say is the creator or the divine intelligence. The divine intelligence means that throughout the whole universe, in every leaf on the tree, every blade of grass, every atom, there is intelligence. And that divine intelligence, all collectively, is what is known as, and misnomered, God. It's not something you can put your hands on, or something in one place. You look up here, you look out there. Or the thing I think that is most arrogant is that everybody claims that you can only find this divine intelligence, which keeps the whole planet together, which is in every grain of sand, which is everywhere all over the earth. You can only find it in their church, in their synagogue, in their temple. Now that's the arrogance. But even worse, they have taken it and put it between the pages of a book, between the covers of a book, and you can only find it in there. All this power. The power which cannot be understood. For 1,000 lifetimes, people have it now crushed in between the covers of a book, and you have to come either on Sunday morning or Saturday or Friday or whatever the day of worship, and that's where you have to meet that power, because that's the only place you can meet it. It's everywhere in the universe, but the only place you can meet it is in their place. That shows you how ridiculous it is for black people to ever allow themselves to be pitted against one another on the basis of their what? Their religious difference. We therefore should by sheer intelligence be what? Tolerant of one another's religious expression. Other than that, you're not spiritual, you're religious. What's the difference between spiritual and religious? Spiritual means that you are aware and of your connection with the total cosmic scheme. What does that mean? The whole universe around you, and with all life forms in the universe. You are aware that there's a divine intelligence which governs that, and you seek to come more into understanding and in oneness with that intelligence. Right? That was the object, as Dr. George G.M. James tells us, of all learning, was to bring us in harmony with the one. The one, for whom there was no house built. You can't build a house to contain the one. Right? Now, that's spirituality. Religion is the path that you choose to set you in a disciplinary road to be in harmony with that one. Just like when you come into New York, you can either come across the George Washington Bridge, you can either come through, you got 2-3 tunnels to come in through here, you got several roads to come in here. You'd be a fool to stand there at the Lincoln Tunnel and say, anybody not coming in through the Lincoln Tunnel is not into the truth. They will not make it to New York. You'd be a fool. And whenever we do that with our religious ideologies, with our religious institutions, we are not worshiping the Creator. We are getting off on our egos. We are intellectually masturbating, is what we're doing. We're getting our egos off because we got a carte blanche on God. We got a hold on God, and nobody else got this hold but me. And the church I go to, or the sect of Islam I'm into. Now, there's some folk will get angry with me about that. However, in order for us to be liberated and get on the high level, and we can whip this white man. We can whip it. It's no doubt about it in my mind. Not him holding us up in that regard. I mean, he's doing everything he can, but even with all he does, he couldn't do it. He couldn't hold us up if it wasn't for one thing, or one of the things, because there are many complex things there, and that is us constantly struggling with each other over these little petty differences. And in our high culture civilizations, the Moors went into Spain and conquered it. Even though they were Muslims, they were tolerant of Christians, Jews, and everybody else, because they knew all of these were just various expressions of God. Now, in Mecca, where they didn't know nothing in the first place, and they finally got them a religion that they could hold on to, their thing was, accept Islam or die. There's only one way. There's only one God, Allah, and if you don't accept that, there ain't nothing. But the African, once he got hold of Islam, he did what he does with every other religion. What's that? You see how I can apply it to the situation. That's it. Okay, I didn't mean to get all off up into that. Let me come back now. Hikupata, house of the god Ptah, and that's a Greek term. That's what the Greeks called it. Actually, it's Kemetan language, but the Greeks called it that, and they couldn't say Hikupata, so they said Egypt. So they were very tongue-tied. They couldn't speak well. When they supposed to call Ethiopia Kush, they couldn't say Kush, so they say Ethiopia. That's it. They did the best they could. The Greeks will tell you that themselves. They didn't even know how to speak before they met the African, but I'm running ahead of myself. Y'all all right? You with me? Okay, let me get back. We're still on that first document, aren't we? We have established where he says where the Bible originated in ancient Kemet. On the continent of Leaen, the land of the blacks is where it began. And that he goes on to say another thing in there, that it's 3,000 years older. 3,000 years older than the Hebrews. We will be discussing the Hebrews as we go on further, because the father of the Hebrews doesn't come on the scene until 1675 before the Common Era. And we don't say before Christ, because when you say before Christ, it's you're assuming that everybody in the world has accepted Christ as, or Jesus as they call him, as the pivotal point of history. And other people do not reckon time that way. Many other people, Buddhists do not, Muslims do not, Hebrews do not. A lot of people don't do that, so you cannot arrogantly assume that everybody does that. So what Dr. Ben did, and we owe him so much, what he did was say before the Common Era, because so many people do use that as a dating factor, simply because what? Europeans went around the world, what? Colonizing other people and brought their corrupt brand of Christianity with them as they went, because Christianity wasn't originally a European religion, but that's another topic. And BCE, before the Common Era, and instead of AD, which they say in the Christian world, Anno Domino, in the year of our Lord, it's CE of the Common Era. So that's the reference we'll be making here. That also clears up a lot of stuff for us as well, because the way you reckon time also impacts upon you that which is important to you. We reckon time by those events that what? Mean something to us, that we hold of great value. If you keep calling it before Christ or Anno Domino, then you're saying that you hold of greatest value of all things that you know, the European concept of Jesus. And that everyone else must as well. So that's why that was one of the liberating factors there of changing our reference to time. Dr. Williams tells us also the most important is language and names, because one of the ways that they take you away from yourself is to change your name and the names about everything else that is familiar and important to you, and put their names and what is important and familiar to them. Therefore, you have the image of white supremacy implanted on everything, and we therefore duplicate that image, which is self-destructive to us mentally and spiritually and retards our growth as a people. That's why I take the time to get into the language. Linguistics is a very important study, and into date references and things like that nature. So in 1675, before the Common Era, we have a cat named Abraham we'll be talking about a little later, who comes on the scene. This is the first Hebrew, the first one to cross the water. Now, what was going on in the world before that? What were people doing before that? What did people have as a moral standard before that? What did they have as a holy text before that? They had among the many, because they had them in India, they had them over here in what they call Middle America, which wasn't called America then, over here in the Western Hemisphere. They had them in the islands of the sea. They had them everywhere you could go. You found different texts. And one of the major texts that most all of them had come from, because these people had traveled around the world, was the text developed by the ancient Cushites, who we'll be dealing with a little more as we go on, called the Book of the Coming Forth by Day and by Night. Misnomered by the European again because of his tunnel vision. He's the original Cyclops. He has one eye when he looks at things. He cannot see things clearly in a balanced fashion. He called it the Egyptian Book of the Dead because he thought it was about death. Not understanding it was about life continued on, that we didn't have any concept of any death in Africa. There's no concept of death with the original African. No such thing exists. You just go through cycles of constant development in life. So that book was served as the basis for all of the others, and we'll be coming back to that in a minute. So that book has been around. Rogers is saying at least 3,000. It says 3,000 or more years. Yes, we know this. that the Kemetan, the beginnings of the Kemetan Empire and the Kemetan nation can be traced back somewhere between 18,000, listen to this, brothers and sisters, 18,000 to 17,500 years BCE. That's almost 20,000 years ago. Now, the reason why I'm putting emphasis on that, I hope y'all don't mind my going into so much detail here. I don't know how many documents we get through, but we will get a lot of information. The reason why I'm going into that is because, first of all, we tend to think of African history, black people's history, as going only as far back as what? 1619, when they brought 20 of us over here, 21 of us over here on a slave ship. Here, but we know our history goes beyond that. We say, okay, maybe in West Africa you can go back 500, 600, 700 years ago or something like that. We had empires. But to think in terms of 18,000 years? And this was just one nation coming out of an older nation that had been around we don't know how long. But let's just focus on this. Why do I put it at 18,000 years when most historians and Egyptologists, with the exception of a few of us, and those are usually African-centered ones, put it at around 3,500 BCE or 3,100. Now, 3,100 BCE is a favorite with Europeans because they do not like to think of any nation being so far antecedent to Greece. And how far, even when you put it at 3,100, how far in advance of ancient Greece is that, which is the foundation of Western society? And they say the foundation of all learning and science, which we'll deal with in a minute. How far ahead is that? The Greeks didn't even come on the scene with any degree of as a nation until 331. 331 BCE. Look at the difference between 3,100 and 331. This is a black nation in the Nile Valley, which we're going to deal with that a little more in a minute, that precedes the first white nation. Dr. John G. Jackson tells us these were the first civilized white folk on earth, the Greeks. The first. 331. Now look at the space of time. Some of them, like Breasted and others, will say 3,500, but they won't go that far. Why do I say 18,000? Look at the difference in time between 3,500 and 18,000. Because the founding of ancient Kemet, through which, where the Bible, what? Originated. Yeah, y'all got to stay with me now, because I'm not going to do all the talk. We together. Where it originated in ancient Kemet, Misnam, Egypt, is where it originated, right? We're now talking about how old is this place where it originated. And Rogers has said it existed at least 3,000 years before there was any Hebrew. So the Hebrews couldn't have written it because it was around before they got here, before there was any. But he said 3,000 years. I'm taking it back some now. We said that the first Hebrew was in 1670, developing a moral code, developing a moral system, developing what came to be known as a Bible. And we'll deal with that word Bible later. But then let me get back to this 18,000. I want you to focus on this 18,000. Because I want you to start getting some idea of how long we have been in the process of doing this. This white man can only look at a civilization that goes back to 331 when he begins to be civilized. Begins the process of civilization, and we're talking about 18,000 years. He admits 3,100 or 3,500, so he admits we have preceded him by 3,000 years. Breasted, a white Egyptologist, said, admits that we were civilized, had a moral code, had a Bible, had a system of beliefs 3,000 years before him. He has to admit that because it's inevitable. You cannot get around that. That's what the historical documents say. It's written in stone. You can't get around that. However, I'm at 18,000. Shaka, why are you there? Because according to the tradition, and I'm hooking up tradition, that's mythology, with history. Because mythology, as Rogers tells us, is a kind of shadowy history. Mythology is a way of telling history. But like they didn't have televisions and movies and things back then, so they used mythology to spice the story up. They used imagery. Because imagery enables people to do what? To do what? To see, to comprehend, and also to what? Understand and to retain. Maintain and remember through imagery is how you do it. White boy use it every day on us, imagery. Imagery is always important. So it's been using it for years. The story says that all set, misnomer Isis by the Greeks, all set. Do you have this information up here? Okay, I can erase the board then and start all over again. And keep that figure 18,000 in mind. All set, Greeks called Isis, Asa, the Greeks called him what? Okay, y'all gotta move fast. Osiris, proper name, how you doing, is Osset and Asa. And I put Osset first because she was the one who planted the first seeds in that land. They went in to the Nile Valley from Cush. At that time, Cush was all over the world. We're going to deal with Cush later, so table that, we're going to come back to it. They went in and planted the first seed, started the science of agriculture. He started the science, and Asa started the science of husbandry and of beer making and wine making. And that's what the tradition says. That's what the history of ancient Kemet says. That's what most scholars are agreed upon, that the beginning of ancient Kemet starts with the foundation of the science of agriculture in that land, and also the bringing of the alphabet and reading and writing, which was brought by Osset. Now, I cover that in this book, African Woman, the Original Guardian Angel. I also deal with that, they're coming into the Nile Valley there, and how they became gods and goddesses, and what that really means in terms of scientific symbology in African Genesis. Now, that's all the story says. How do I come up with the date 18,000? In science, Blacks in Science, Ancient and Modern Times, edited by one of my colleagues, Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, and there's so many wonderful scholarly papers in there. One of the things that is made very clear, that the beginning of agriculture, as people had believed some time ago, did not start in the so-called Middle East over here in the land between the two rivers, which was about 7,000 years before the Common Era. But actually it was 10,000 years older that they had domesticated and developed the seed for 7 crops. I believe it was wheat, rice, barley, and about 4 or 5 others. I can't remember all of them. Agriculture is the foundation of any development towards civilization. It takes one from the hunter-gatherer nomadic stage, makes one sedentary so you can sit your behind down and think about something else other than how to feed your stomach. That's what agriculture does. And the black woman created agriculture. The black man created husbandry and other things, but she created the basic thing that made him able to sit down and contemplate something other than chasing food, which was the hunt. Now, we owe that to the black woman. That's the basis for all civilization, among other things. We owe that to her. I document that in this in African Woman. When was that? Between 18,000 and 17,500 BCE. Which was the founding of agriculture. And about 3,000 to 5,000 years later was husbandry. That husbandry is the domestication of animals. Now, think of how long that is. But 18,000 years ago, the black woman came up with a much more efficient way to feed the human race, which minimized the danger for survival, because to hunt was a chancy thing. You might get your groceries or you might become groceries. I mean, that was always the case there. Those options existed there. So she came up with a way for more efficient food production between 18,000 and 17,500 years ago. That was the beginning of the Kemetan, what was to become the Kemetan World Empire, when Asa and Osset left from Cush and went there into the Nile Valley in what was Lower Egypt. Now, the way this map is incorrect, and I meant to hang the other one up here correctly. This map is upside down. That's right, because the first maps, am I confusing y'all? If I do, let me know. The first maps, we're still dealing with where the Bible originated. We haven't even gotten out of that yet. Y'all with me while I'm going into all this? The first maps were developed and created by the first people to create and develop books and a alphabet and writing, pictographic writing, and what they call the hieroglyphics, which means holy writing, is what it means. Hero means holy, Greek for holy. The holy writings, and then other types of writings. The first people to do this, there were no Europeans on earth doing this at all. And when they went in the Nile Valley to develop agriculture there, coming from Kush now, obviously already having this knowledge, when they went there to develop it, they took with them the alphabet and writing because, as Drusilla Houston and others tells us, and in her book, The Wonderful Ethiopians of the Ancient Kushite Empire, that it was the Kushites who first knew how to write and passed that on to the Kemetans. They first knew that. So the knowledge existed prior to the time they went in the Nile Valley. Am I right in making that deduction? And they went into the Nile Valley about between 18,000 and 17,500. How long did the knowledge exist before that? Perhaps we'll get to answer that question as we go on. If I don't, bring it up in the question and answer session. Therefore, they took this knowledge with them already when they founded agriculture there in the Nile Valley. They didn't stop in the Nile Valley. They traveled on over. I better use this larger map. It was just a hop, skip, and a jump to Palestine, there through Arabia, on up into Persia, and all over into India. And that's why all of those civilizations in their mythology, and I do cover it in African Genesis, in their mythologies of the creation of the world, speak about this black man and woman coming to the land and establishing civilization. Because these same people, whether it was Set and Asar or their descendants, because I doubt if they lived that long, their descendants, but they were still carrying their name because they were carrying their what? Tradition. And what? And culture. Tradition and culture. They were carrying their Asar, Set, tradition, and culture with them wherever they went. So that's in India, anywhere you go in those lands. The Mayas over here also spoke of them, but as I say, I document it carefully. I can't read all those documents today because I'm trying to cover a lot of territory. So not only did the Bible originate in Kemet, which is where? Okay, y'all be with me now. Okay. Not only did it originate there, and not only, as Roger said, it was 3,000 years older than the Hebrews, who didn't come in the land until about what? You're writing it down, 1675 BCE. But it is much older than 3,000 years older because the foundation of civilization in the Nile Valley, and the word for Nile should be Hapi. That's what they called it, the Hapi River. It was a happy river indeed because it was the provided the bread basket of the world then. The Hapi River, it was named after one of their deities which represented a scientific principle, but that's another story. Now, when they came into the Nile Valley there, 18,000 years ago, the knowledge upon which the Bible was based was already in existence. Already in existence. All right, let's deal with that document some more. You still there? Now, we found that we're still on document 1 now. So the Bible really originated in ancient Egypt, which should be Kemet, or Africa, let's put it that way, where the population, according to Herodotus and Aristotle. Now, for those who may not know, we need to find out who is this person, these persons he's quoting, Herodotus and Aristotle. Herodotus is reputed to have been the father of history. But he was recording history between 484 and 425 BCE. 484 and 425 BCE. And that's a circa date, circa meaning around about. Now, if he was recording, this is a Greek, if he is recording history there, what about this history that's been going on for at least 18,000 years before he gets on the scene? Or at least 17,000 years before he arrives on the scene? Who was recording history prior to that? So he therefore could not be the what? Father of history. He's the father of what history? European history. For the European, because they trace all of their development back to the Greeks. Everything in their society today is Greek. The fraternities and the sororities are, because that's where they trace it, because the Greeks, according to Dr. John G. Jackson, were the first civilized white folks. Let's make it clear. Not the first civilization. But you got it, you got part of it right. The first civilized white folks. Right, he compiled what was already in existence. Right, thank you. Because he wasn't creating anything. He went, and he says that in his book, The Histories. He said, the Egyptians told me this, and the Ethiopians told me this, and in India they told me this, and the Chaldeans told me this. That's how he wrote it. So he was taking down other people's stuff and compiling it. That's what he was doing, and editing. So, he got the credit for who was given the credit. If we were passing out the Academy Awards, who would be getting them? What would be the best picture of the year? Daughters of the Dust. I mean, it's unquestionable. There's no question what the best picture of the year or any year for a long time has been. Daughters of the Dust. If we were passing out the so he gets the credit because who's giving the credit? Right now in this room and in our culture, and as we liberate our minds and selves, we give the credit where credit is due. So history was, of course, was not recorded by him. But I wanted to bring that out because he is used as an authority by not only Rogers, but Dr. Ben, Dr. Van Serma, but all of us, all of the African-centered scholars, because he was a first-hand witness. He was there on the scene to see it for himself. And we'll be discussing him some more. Now, who is this Aristotle cat? It's important that we deal with this Aristotle dude. Who is he?
Intellectual.
A Greek scholar, a Greek intellectual, that's right. And he was on the scene between 384 and 322. 384, 322. I want you to be taking these notes down, and there's a place back here in the back. There was, I left the space, I hope they did in the repair. Yeah, there's a couple of sheets for the notes and glossary and all that for you to have that information back there. Now, he traveled with Alexander Mesnamed the Great. Yeah, Alexandria is what it should have been called. But anyway, that's another story. And he had, having been given the clue by Herodotus, who visited the land where all the knowledge was, Greek scholars now began to do what? Go to Africa to get their learning. Because that was the only place to get an education, a complete education. And the Greeks didn't have an institution that could give them an education in Greece. Dr. George G.M. James makes that very clear in The Stolen Legacy. They did not have it. It did not exist at that time. It was only after they came in contact with the African. They conquered the African, as Dr. Asa Hilliard III tells us. They eventually conquered the African militarily, but the African in turn conquered them culturally, because they did not have the culture. So their culture came from Africa. So even though they might have conquered the body, they didn't conquer the soul. We had the soul. They had to get the soul from us. And that's something you must always remember. So when they keep telling our children to be Greek this and the Greek that and the Greeks didn't create any of this knowledge. It came from the African. However, as Brother Malcolm taught us, of all our studies, what? History is best qualified to reward all research. That's why it's important to understand your history there. Now, this Aristotle, the reason why I wanted to focus on him a minute is because when he went into Africa with Alexander now, Mesnamed the Great, who defeated, finally, after many years, they defeated the Kemetans, who had become weak in it was about 331, I believe, somewhere in there when they went into Kemet and defeated it. Now, Kemet had existed for 18,000 years prior, or 17,000 some odd years prior to that. No empire lasts forever. All of them come down at some time. But there is no empire on earth that can compare with that. Rome cannot. Rome didn't make it quite 1,000 years. Certainly the Greek states didn't last that long. There is no empire that can compare with the longevity of this African empire. None. And as we talk about later, Kush, which was probably far older than that, we will deal with. Now, when they went in, Alexander was one of those conquerors of the many people who came in and invaded and conquered our land. Alexander was one of those conquerors. We're dealing with document 1 here. Now, one of those conquerors who had received enough enlightenment to appreciate the fact that his people could not grow and become great unless they had the benefit of this knowledge that was already existing on the mother continent of our Kebu land in Kemet. So what was the first thing they began to do? Raid the library. They set up what was called research centers and began to steal. Raid the libraries under Aristotle. Now, we're talking about Herodotus and Aristotle, who Rogers says and others said that these people in ancient Kemet were black. They saw them. It wasn't something somebody told them. They saw it for themselves. And that these were the people who created and originated the Bible. That's what they said. They were there. They saw it for themselves. This Aristotle goes in and they start to steal. And after they stole all that they could kind of understand and put their names on it and plagiarize it and call it Greek philosophy, which does not exist. It is a non-existent body of knowledge. There is no such thing as Greek philosophy. It is African theology transmogrified and corrupted into Greek philosophy. The Greeks said that themselves, said that the Africans taught them everything they knew. Herodotus, the man we just talked about in history, said all of the gods came from Africa. We got all our knowledge from Africa. That's exactly what they said. They said they got it from Egypt. That was their word, which is Kemet. And as I said, we just looked on the map to find out where Egypt was, to make sure now where it is. Because they keep telling us in all these different places. And I want to make sure where it was. And it's still there on the African continent even today. So that's where they got their knowledge. In Kebu land, which is the proper name for Africa, is where these Greeks got their knowledge. Now, after they got all that they could, they turned around and they burned up a library that possessed some 700,000 books. 700,000. 700,000. Let me put the figure up here. I want you to look at it. 700,000. Folk run around here talking about all you need is the Bible. That's the greatest knowledge. That's the first knowledge. That's the only knowledge. That's God knowledge. There was 700,000 books before the Hebrew Bible was completed. Before the Hebrew Bible was completed, Africans had at least, this is 700,000 they burn up. Now that's not talking about what they took out, what was kept, what was taken off into the desert or other place to keep with them. That's 700,000 volumes. That was only in books. Knowledge. Knowledge that the world is still trying to get back to. And while I'm on that subject, that's not the only time. Every time they hit us, they went for our libraries. Because the one way to cripple a people and keep them from rising again is to hit what? Their source of knowledge, their source of science. And every time they hit us, they would hit them libraries and burn them up. The Romans, another 700,000, and Carthage, which they call Carthage, in the land of Hannibal, another 700,000. Another time, the Persians hit 500,000 and then hauled off about 1 million manuscripts that were scattered all over everywhere, Dr. Williams tells us. When the Semitic Arabs hit the original Cushite Arabs in Arabia. In Arabia, the Cushites who had been there before the Semitics got there. When the jet black, broad-nosed, thick-lipped, kinky-haired, big-butt Cushite Arabians who had been there for thousands of years before the Semitics got there, they burnt up so many books. Drusilla Houston tells us that it took 6 months for the fire to burn out. I know you've heard me say this before, but I'm going to keep saying it because I can't imagine any worse Holocaust than that. It's one thing to kill my body, which is bad, but when you take all of my knowledge, so now you not only killed me, you killed what? All my generations to come. And there's not one of us in here who wouldn't be willing to give their life for their children, their grandchildren, for future generations. It's just in our nature to do that. When it comes to a decision between your child's life or your grandchildren, your life, it's no question who goes. So when they took that, they took the life of your posterity. So what's a worse Holocaust than that? I can't think of anything. That is the Holocaust. Now they talking about, the Jews talking about patenting the word. If anybody could patent the word, there's only one race on earth that could do it. Could be us. Close to 200 million lost in the Middle Passage alone. But let me not get on that. And then tore up all my knowledge. At least the Jews knew they were Jews when they got finished with them. They burned a bunch of them up, 5 million of them in the oven. The rest of them knew they were Jews. They killed close to 200 million of us just bringing us over here. And then we confused about who we are. What's a greater Holocaust than that? When you confront, that's a lobotomy. You can perform surgery on somebody like that. So, why I haven't even gotten out of the first document yet, y'all. But this man, Aristotle, this despicable creature, with Alexander, was responsible for the beginning of the destruction of black civilization in terms of the destruction of our literature and science, which was the basis upon which the Bible and all other holy books and all other things is predicated. So let's go back to the document and get back in focus. Y'all all right? Let me read it again to make sure we got it in focus now. The Bible really originated in Kemet, thank you, which is where? Okay, where the population, according to Herodotus and Aristotle, who we were just discussing, was black. It's no question. Wasn't colored. Wasn't Asian, wasn't, what?
Big butt, big lip.
Big lip, big butt, thick, the broad nose, kinky hair, black. The people who were there and saw it. We're dealing with document one, trying to answer the question, who wrote the Bible? It's taking us this long trying to answer that one question. But that one question, and answering that one question, we get into a whole lot of our own history. There's not a thing you can study on this earth that if you give your time and attention to it, won't take you into great dimensions about our history. There was a white man who wrote that, in Anacalypsis. What was his name? Sir Godfrey Higgins. He said, every time I go to study the origin of anything, I always end up at what? Something black. So you can't study nothing without studying black folk. So we have gotten a lot of information out of this one document. You think are we through with it now? Okay. Let me make sure. Yeah, I think I've covered enough with it now. Now, let's move on to the second document. We have to use 2 documents to answer this question, who wrote the Bible? And I'm going to let you answer it for me when we finish these documents, all right? Document 2, we read. It's right there in your source paper. Document 2. The entire Psalms and Hebrew Torah, in parentheses, Christian and Old Testament, are reeked with direct copies of works written, what? Word from the, in parentheses, Egyptian, Nubian, Cushite, Ethiopian, sayings and teachings. This should not be surprising to anybody, since Moses and most of the earliest Hebrews in Genesis and Exodus were all Africans. They were born in Egypt and Ethiopia. Even the theory of monotheism, the belief of one God above all others, was taught in Egypt before the birth of Moses. Now, Doc Ben just gave us a lot to deal with there, didn't he? Now, you know what we just went through trying to get through Rogers. And Doc Ben is better than Rogers. So well, you know we're going to have to go through something to get through him there. Black Man on the Nile, page 72 is where that's from. Good old Doc Ben, my main man there. Okay, I'm at document 2, and let's work with it. Now, much of the Old Testament as it appears in today's Bible, the very Bible that most black people have in their homes, was copied directly from ancient Cushite and Kemetic scrolls. We don't use the word Egypt. I just went over that in the last document. We don't use the word Ethiopia. And we'll discuss that why as we go on. We use the word Cush, is what the people call themselves, and Kemet, which is what the Egyptians call themselves. Says it was copied directly. That's what Ben said. Ben don't pull no punches. He says copied directly. Directly means what?
Word for word.
Straight from what they say, the horse's mouth. Word for word from ancient Cushite scrolls, which is ancient African scrolls. From the artwork and inscriptions of ancient Kemetic temples, every story that you find in the book of Genesis, whether it is Adam and Eve's story, and I go into that in detail in this book, African Genesis, and where it came from, whether it's the story of Cain and Abel, Noah and the flood, all of them are painted on the ancient temples in Africa and were there long before there was a Hebrew. Those stories existed with different names of different people, the same story. So Doc Ben says they were copied word for word. They just changed the name to fit the particular cultural and historical experience of the people who were doing the copying. The Hebrews were just another branch of Africans that had their own particular, just like you can go on the continent now and find over 2,000 different languages and traditions of how the world began and how creation came about. The Hebrews were just one of those traditions. The reason why they seem to be so important to us is because of all of our great literature. It was one of the few things that survived that we can now reclaim as our own, that the white man called his own for so many years. And one of the few of our historical documents that he let us have any access to, because he thought he had done such a thorough job of putting the image of white supremacy there and whitewashing it, that we could in no way possibly be able to go into this book he had rearranged now and find our history. Yet Nat Turner, an unlettered slave on a plantation, when they would taught him to do some reading out of this book, he went in there and found his history. And then as we began to grow, we went in there and found it, because our early scholars here, Rogers and many of the others, began to go to the Bible first. Ethiopia shall stretch forth her hand to, about Egypt and all those things. And they said, wait a minute, this is about us as a people. So he had no idea that we would now be able to take this book and get back to our history through it. That's why, that's the value that the book has to us. Now, it may have a value to you in terms of religion. That's up to you. I don't argue that. I'm talking about history today. That's the real value. That's why we shouldn't be arguing over different parts of it, because the book is confusing in its present state. There's no way in the world you can make sense out of it in its present state unless you have an understanding of our history and the original languages it was written in. All right? So he said it was copied word for word. They just changed the name and so forth. But the stories and all those things existed before they were written in the Bible. So when you hear them in Sunday school, you're hearing your history again, but you've been made to think, because on the Sunday school cards and all that, they got white people. They're shortly in the movies, they got white people, so you think you're studying white people's history when you're actually studying your own history. You know, isn't that something to do to a people? They're looking at their own history. But no, here was the thing, though. They will take the pictures and the statues and put them in the museums, as they have them all over the world, and will say, these are Mediterranean Caucasians. And here you will have a man with the nose all the way around here, lips big, blowed up, everything, and say, this is a Mediterranean Caucasian. You're looking in a mirror at a picture of yourself, and they say, but that's not you. That's really me. That's not you. But the worst part about it is we say, oh, okay, that's true. That's the part about it. So when you're looking in the Bible, you're looking at a picture of yourself all this time. Abraham had to go to Egypt to get permission to settle in Palestine. Ethiopia had to come and save Israel's butt from being whipped by the Assyrians 2 or 3 times. So you're looking at your own history in there. And the children of Ham were the children of Mizraim and Put and Canaan and all that. We'll deal with that as we go on. All of them. Black land, Canaanites, black people, all these black people, as Dr. Justice used to say, to make it plain and simple when we were in the seminary, say all them ites that you, anytime you read ite in the Bible, the black folks. All them ites in there is black folks. Plain and simple. Isn't that something? All the time you're looking at your history, but somebody has confused us so much that we think we're looking at somebody else's history. So that's one of the, and that's one of the joys of this. You can take this one book that you find in any hotel. That's where I got this one from. Any hotel and teach your history out of it. Now we got to get these chicken-eating, mealy-mouthed preachers aware of that. And they can teach the history right out of here. Right out of here, pork chop. That's right, pork chop eating preachers. Chicken eating ones, all right. The pork chop eating. That is something. Now some of them sit, but they figure, and they go to the seminary to study 4 years to get the BA. Because see, I went through the process, 2 years to get the master, another 2 years to become a doctor of divinity, DD. Just to learn and all that about this one little book here. One little book they're supposed to be learning about. Of course, they learn about Shakespeare and some other stuff too, but just all that. And never get to know the book, they never get the history of the book. But there are some ministers that are, though, and you'll be surprised. A lot of them think they're on to that. But let me get back to this now. Let me get back to this document, man. I'm still trying to ask this question, who wrote the Bible? Maybe y'all will be able to tell me when I get finished. Anyway. When we study the historical background of the Bible, its languages, and the geography of the lands from which it originated. See, one of the key things here is geography, the study of geography. You got to, because we tend to think that because when we came in contact with this Bible, when they brought us into slavery, when they brought us into captivity, we came in contact with it through the Portuguese, the Spanish, the English, the French or somebody. So we figured, and all them pictures they had in there, these Dutch people and all that in the Bible, and them family picture Bibles with all these big Dutch people and everything, we figured that must be where it is, up here in Europe somewhere. But the incidents are taking place over here. Thousands of miles away there. So when you look at the geography, you automatically see you're dealing with the land. This little strip of land is attached to Africa. You can see very clearly it was attached to Africa. It wasn't until the split, it's still physically attached to it. It just depends upon who's in power, whether the Asian or the African, as to whether they're going to call it an Asian land or an African land. But it was attached to our Gaipu land and still is. Just like Arabia, you can see where it fit right down there, just right neat before there was a split in the earth, some 50 million years or so ago. So you can see that. So you're looking at, when you just look at the geography, it starts to get your mind straight, first of all. But then we used to say, well, you know, even them people over there ain't white, but them people over there now are not the original people. Unless you go further south. Any of y'all been on the trip know that the further south you go down the Nile, or up the Nile. That's why I told you this map is turned upside down. Because all maps, and I got off track there, didn't I? All maps were created in ancient Akabu land, and the particular nation of Kemet was the first maps, and they went according to the longest river, the mother of all rivers in the world, and which runs 4,160 some odd miles. The Hapi River, which they call the Nile River. And it runs south-north, not north-south. So therefore they said the gods came from and the founders of their land came from the south. And whenever they needed rejuvenation, and whenever they needed a revolution to take the land back from the Asians that was here in the Delta, because they never did penetrate in ancient times or past that first cataract. They always had to go south to get the armies to come out of there to drive them out and get the land back to the blacks. That's covered in the destruction of black civilization so thoroughly well. I don't think anyone has ever covered it as well as Dr. Williams did in this book, The Destruction of Black Civilization. Now, if that's the case, then the maps were, then what was on top then was that which related to the south, and what was on the bottom was the north. But when white folks got in power and started making the maps, where'd they come from? They came from the where? From the north. So who they gonna put on top? The north. So the map, actually, I got it turned upside down. Right side up is the way it's supposed to be, according to the running of the Nile. Even the map. And it took Van Sertima walked in the, they tell me, Van Sertima walked in the Kemerton Institute in Chicago, looked at the map the way they had the map right, stood there and looked at it, and he turned to Dr. Jacob Carruthers and Dr. Yusuf Ben Levi, and he said, what is this? They say, it's the proper way the map should be. Van Sertima looked at it and said, I'm already working on something. I can't deal with this right now. I walked right back out. It was because we saw, the thing about it, you know, he came back and dealt with it, but the way he would take you out. Just something as simple as the map of the world. Putting it right. Put your history right. But I have to put it this way because I'm going to have trouble reading it. You're going to have trouble reading it. We have to make sure that our children, actually I had planned to, but I didn't see the space in here because I brought another map so I could put the right map up. Maybe I'll do that during break, put it up the right way. So when you put this map up to teach from so that the children can get familiar, you got to have another one with it up the right way. Y'all all right?
Yeah, all right.
Okay, that's dealing with just the geography of it now, all right? He says here that and we'll be dealing with that a little later on, that all of the Psalms were written from the sayings, teachings, the Psalms, all of the stuff you find in Genesis and Exodus, all of that. He said it came from Africans, and they were born in Kemet, in Africa. That's where they all came from. Now, he says the Christian Old Testament. We'll deal with the word Torah later on. There's several terminologies. I never like to raise a terminology without dealing with it. And there's several terminologies I want to deal with here. One is the word testament. Now that word testament, as we see it, and we start hearing angels sing, and they be fighting over, they can't even get right. This is supposed to be the unadulterated word of God with no mistakes in it, and the most holiest of all things ever written. And if you follow this, you can answer all your problems, yet they be fighting over which is the best in there, the Old or New Testament. Do they or do they not? Okay. If it is a unified body of belief, why do you have 580-something different Christian denominations alone? Alone. Again, I got to state that each one of them saying they got the only truth. So now Africans cannot go that route. I don't care what you believe. I'm not attacking your belief system. Believe what you want to. But you cannot be arrogant in your belief. And you cannot impose your belief on other people. If you have to impose it on somebody else and make them accept it, then it's not what it's made out to be. If it's all that good, what happens? When something good, what? You can't keep people away from it. If it's gold, you can't keep people away from trying to get something. But if you got to force it on them, then you have to rethink it. You have to rethink it. You can't think anything like that. It comes from the Greek word diatheke. Hope you can get my writing isn't the best. The Greek word diatheke, testament. This is where that word comes from. And what does it mean? It means a covenant, contract, or agreement. The Old Testament was supposed to be the old agreement between God and the chosen people, quote, unquote. And you're arrogant to say that you're one little, they were so insignificant. This little insignificant nation sitting down in the bottom part of Palestine going to be the chosen of God. But then everybody said that about themselves. But see, we have accepted them selling us that idea. Even when they were Africans, they were arrogant to say that, but then it was common for all people. Anywhere you went in the world, then each nation you went to would have said, God came here first. It was just natural for human beings because it demonstrated their personal what? Relationship with God, or the Creator, that they felt. So that there was no big thing. We're the ones that make it into a very serious thing now. They're the chosen people of God. So now the white ones who have taken power from the black ones, no matter what they do, it's all right. They can kill up a whole bunch of babies or anything there in Palestine and mistreat the Palestinians, but they're chosen people of God. So they can do everything. They've been persecuted, so they can persecute from now on. See? That's something else. But it means contract or agreement is the Old Testament, and the New Testament is supposed to be a new contract or a new agreement brought in by Jesus, which is another story. Now, these words were first used in connection with what came to be known as the Bible, and we're going to find out what the Bible really is as we go on in these studies. These words were first used not by white folks even, but by black folks were the first to refer to them as the Old and New Testament. The very first people. Who were these black folk? The first one's name was T-E-R-T-U-L-L-I-A-N. We're going to take a break in a little bit. Y'all all right? But no, I get to teaching. I'm like the rabbit in the briar patch now. You know, when you can't hang, let me know. Church of Leaen, both of Carharttas, which once again, not being able to pronounce our language, they called it Carharttas, the new city, the new founding in northern Alkebu land. They called it Carthage, because they couldn't say Carharttas. So you have to realize the Greeks could not speak well. They could not speak. I'm going to quote a white man for you after a while to really validate it. Now, I know y'all don't need that, but some people might need that validation, see, who says they couldn't speak. Carharttas. Tertullian, let me give you the date for him, 155 to 230 of the Common Era, because we don't say AD, we say Common Era, because not everybody's a Christian, not everybody predicates the date off of the birth of Jesus, which is off by 4 to 10 years anyway, but that's another story. 185 to 254 CE. These were both CE, Common Era. Oh, O-R-I-G-E-N. Okay. Origin. These were both bishops in the church, the first church, ecclesia, place of meeting. The first church was a African church. Wasn't the Roman, wasn't Greek, or the Church of England, or anything. It was African. Christianity was spread in Africa first. It was only natural. It was the place in Jerusalem where the followers of Jesus started. Was there in Africa. So it went to Africa. When they were persecuted, they went into Africa. They couldn't get to nowhere else. They couldn't get to Rome. They went into Africa. That was the first Christian church, and it was a different type of Christianity than we know about today, but then that's another subject. It was these men, it was Tertullian and Origen, who first began to use the word Testament, diatheke, from the Greek. And they used the Latin term because they were the ones who made Latin the language of the early Christian church. When the Europeans took it over and became the Roman church, when the Romans took it by force of arms, how did I say? By force of arms, by force of military power. When they took it by force of military power, the Latin language had been established as the language of the church at that time, and therefore in Europe, which had no scholarship prior to that, it became the language of scholars. Latin. What was the Latin language? The Latin language was a derivative from the Punic language. What was the Punic language? The Punic language was the language of Carharttas. It was the language used by Hannibal and the Africans from Carharttas. It was therefore an African language. So Latin came out of an African language, the Punic language. And I talk about that in my book, Holidays, African People, European Holidays, and Genocide, book 2. So even the language that Christianity and the first Bibles were translated in other than Greek. Greek was first, and then they went to Latin. The language was developed by Africans and instituted by an African bishop, Tertullian. And the idea of it being broken down into an Old and New Testament was developed by 2 African bishops. You can't get around it. No matter where you go, you're going to run into the African. African was in everything, everywhere. We didn't need anybody to come teach us about God. We didn't need anybody to come teach us about Jesus. We didn't need anybody to come teach us about anything. We already knew everything. Now, I know that sounds arrogant, but I have to say it that way because the rest of the world said they had to come teach us unlettered, unlearned savages. And that in order, and to pay for this education, we had to serve them. Slavery. But even though you went through all that slavery, look all you learned, look all we taught you. You ain't teach me nothing. I already know it. I know every religion in the world. That's why yours didn't faze me. They'd seen Christianity before. There was no big thing with them. We convert them to Christianity, which means we therefore have civilized them. They knew these principles before you call them that. They just saw you would call them by another name. Okay, if that's what it takes to get along with you white folks and to trade with you, we'll call them that name then. Islam came in. Those cats in the Sudan and those great empires and golden empire, we were the richest black folk in the world. Rich, just black. With no more gold nowhere in the world than in Africa. Everything you needed to make you rich was in Africa, in our cable land, in Western, where we came from. Say, in order to do trade with them, because they got the trade routes tied up here in the north and other places, Islam say I accept there's no God but Allah and Muhammad is his prophet, Rasulullah, Muhammad, fine. If that's what it takes to do business. Well, I still believe in the ancient traditions. It's just another way of calling it something. And here they came, it was a big deal. We've Islamized all of Africa. They did not. Because the African had a different concept of Islam than the Eurasians and so-called Semitics that brought it in. Okay, so nobody taught us nothing. Nobody taught us nothing about God, and I've got to emphasize that. I know I don't have to emphasize it to you because most of y'all seem to be learned in these things, but we have to re-emphasize that to other black folks and to our children especially. Because see, that black folks argue you down about this Bible thing. And I mean, they get caught in that one dimension and you can't get their mind to expand beyond it. Because that's all they know. If they come through it as a Jehovah's Witness, that's the truth. There ain't no other truth. There ain't nothing else, can't be nothing. Because that's all they know. If they're Seventh-day Adventists, which I was, this is the truth, the last truth that is ever going to be taught. That's it. You got to get the whole world to accept this, then Jesus will come. Only. Islam, same thing. If you don't accept this, this is the only truth. That's one-dimensional. One-dimensional. There ain't no only truth. If there was one only truth, there would only be one kind of tree, one kind of food, one kind of river, one kind of thinking. If there's an only truth, everything in nature is an expression and a revelation of what? Truth. What is the word truth? From the Greek, aletheia, as we use in today's language, according to the facts. That's what the truth is. And the facts are what? Relative to a given time and situation. If there was only one set of facts, you wouldn't need a court of law. In the court of law, they claim, well, in our courts of law, the object was to get at the truth. That was according to the truth. If there was only one truth, you wouldn't need the darn court of law. It would just be obvious. So there must be many truths when you got to go to court and argue the situation back and forth like that and work it out till you get to that particular truth. Now, if I don't clear up anything else or help to clear up anything, because Dr. Beninoff has been trailblazing this for so long enough, if I don't help to clear up anything else in my lifetime, this one thing I want to clear up with black folk about this whole thing of the truth. And this whole thing of only one way to God. And this whole thing, you either got to be Christian, this type of Christian, or this type of Muslim, or this type of Hebrew, or this type of this, or this type of that. You can be all of it. Because with the African, it's not either or. Why not all? It's a part of a total whole. The one. When you hear about the goddess this and the god that and all that, they were manifestations of the one. There was only one God to the African. You got to understand that. Is that clear? I couldn't overemphasize that enough, because that keeps so much destruction going on among us. So much. And we be putting energies into stuff that we don't need to be putting energies into. Okay, I'm trying to just teach, but you know I'm a preacher and I get caught into that too. Now, let me get, where's that document now? Let me get to finish with the teaching here. The other word I want to deal with here was monotheism in this document. Let's read the document again to put us back on track. Y'all, help me with it. Somebody read it for me, please. Okay. Thank you very much. Since we're going to deal with those Hebrews being out of Egypt and Ethiopia as we go on. And we are going to take a break after this one, okay? Let me read from Dr. Williams on this thing about one God. Well, I got to take time on this because we have been taught that we were running around bowing down, worshiping any and everything, and it wasn't until a white man came with his elevated concept of the one God that Moses taught the world. That he came and gave this idea of the one God that we were now brought out of our abject heathenism and cannibalism to now be upright worshipers of the one true God, which everybody says they know better than the other. All right. Monotheism, the idea of one, from the Greek theist, theos, meaning God. Theos, meaning God. And I told you I don't use the term God only as convenience because it's the word dog spelled backwards. We usually say creator or divine intelligence. Theos, mono, Latin, one. Monotheism, one Godism is what it is. And did nobody have this before the Hebrews? And the Hebrews didn't understand until the white folks came along and taught them. All right, if you let the white man tell the story, and he's been telling the story for too damn long, if you get my drift. Time for us to tell the story. Tell me the story, Dr. Williams. Dr. Chancellor Williams, after 16 years of field studies in Africa, that's why he's blind today, studying with no lights, everything, 16 intensive years. Make sure he got the record right. This is a monumental work. You have to read The Destruction of Black Civilization, not once, every year of your life. If you live from now on, and you live 20 more years, and I hope you get more than that, you should have read the book 20 times. That book has to be read over and over. It is one of the most precious books ever written in the history of literature. And I'm not trying to sell you on no religion, not trying to sell you on no one person. However, I have to recognize the value of something for what it is. Dr. Ben's books are precious and must be read. All of them have to be read, and several times. However, this one has to be read at least once a year. At least once a year. And I'm going to read to him now about this one God concept that nobody had. Somebody had to come somewhere and teach the Africans. And because they brought us this great knowledge of the one God, we had to pay them back with pain, suffering, and slavery. We had to pay for this knowledge they brought us that we did not possess. Or did we? Let's read Dr. Williams now, page 94. Read here. Thebes and the role of religion. The proper word for Thebes, that Greeks call the city of Thebes, the stronghold of the blacks down around the first cataract, first water rapids. In ancient Kemet, the proper word is Wose, the orb, because it was an orb which symbolized the sun that had ostrich feathers on it that the great kings carried and was passed on to that line, and all of the pharaohs who were crowned in Thebes, all of the kings of Egypt or Kemet crowned in Thebes, had to also not only have the crook and the flail, they also had to have the orb with the wings on it. And in the Bible it says so beautifully that the Son of Righteousness, S-U-N, not S-O-N, will arise with healing in his wings. And we'll discuss that a little later as we go on. That's about that orb. O-R-B. It symbolized the sun, and that we were the people of the sun. We didn't worship the sun, we reverenced the sun. Naturally, you would reverence the sun. First of all, the sun gave you your beautiful color. Secondly, the sun germinated the soil, which brought forth the food. A sunny day sure beats the hell out of a rainy day, and we experienced in the Nile Valley sunshine all the time. So the sun was of great value to us. So we saw the provision of Almighty God, the divine intelligence, providing for us through the what? The sun. So we had great reverence for the sun because we were people of the sun. Very simple. Very simple. That's what that orb represented. Okay, and with the wings on it, we'll deal with it. That science that we had was so heavy and so complex. You and I could be 2-3 lifetimes, and we would only have just begun to understand it. So just in what we know today, look what it has done for us. We spent a lifetime of the pursuit of knowledge. We passed that torchlight on to our children and their children. Do you think he can go on in power much longer with that? Because just that knowledge alone will eradicate him eventually. Even if you never lifted a finger, and you have to, you got to do something, that knowledge alone would eradicate him from the earth, because he couldn't stand up under it. Couldn't stand up under it. I mean, not just having it, using it. If you apply that knowledge, he couldn't stand up under it. He wouldn't be able to handle it. Now, the role of religion in ancient Wosei, David said. Wosei was the mother of cities. It's the oldest city that we know of so far in the world. We don't know exactly when it was built. He said it's built so long ago that it's back in the shadowy mist of history. We don't know the date. It is older than Rome. We can date the city of Rome. We can date the city of Athens in Greek. We can date London, certainly. Paris. But we cannot date Wosei, the mother of cities. Where was the mother of cities? Huh? Kemet? And where was Kemet? Don't be afraid to speak up. Our cable land, which is misnomered Africa. I just want to make sure where this mother of cities was. And why is it important that we're talking about it now? And it was called, as it was called, was one of the chief centers of religion. Of what? In Africa. And I'm going to deal with that word religion in a minute. I'm going to deal with that as we go on to explain what that word really means. The blacks were a very religious people. This is before any white folk came in. We were already that way. So we didn't need anybody to bring us any knowledge of the Creator. We were already a very religious people. Already. And I can't overemphasize that. Already. Columbus had to come to teach you that, and we had to go to Africa and get you up. We were already that way. We didn't need anything you had to bring us. Absolutely nothing at all. Because many of us have it in our heads. I used to think that way. All right, so we went through slavery and everything, but then I wouldn't have known about Jesus Christ, our Lord. And I wouldn't have known about these things I know today and have been able to study in college had they not brought me here. You see. They knew nothing, absolutely nothing that the white man had to offer. Now some scholars will not agree with me. Van Sherman would fall out over that something because he'd be saying, yeah, I say, as Dr. Bernard, they brought nothing. Nothing. We didn't need anything they had to offer. And if they had something we didn't have, it, they'd have left us alone. We'd have found it anyway. We found everything else. We didn't need it. And not at them prices. Too high a price to pay. Even if I needed it, I didn't need it at that price. The blacks were very religious people, and quite a number of religious cities, each one under the special patronage of a god or goddess. And as I mentioned, these gods or goddesses were scientific symbols to explain the phenomena of nature. But I can't go into that now. I do cover that in detail in African Genesis there. Or any number of deities. The gods and goddesses of Wosei were among the most important because the city was so, what? Important. Because religion to the Africans, dig this, was far more than ritual reflecting beliefs, but a reality. A what? Reflected in the actual way of life. Oh, I got to stop on that one. Oh, that is so beautiful. This man came, this creature came. I'm going to talk about it because I don't stop apologizing. I got to speak out if nobody else speak out. The white man is the worst creature that was ever on earth. His history says that. Now, you may have some who try to do right, and I give them credit for that and all that. However, them some are not going to make up for all the rest. as far as I'm concerned. And I don't care what people say, hatred versus, I'm talking history. I ain't saying nothing about hatred. I'm talking reality. And another thing is I'm exhausted. I'm speaking collectively. We're exhausted. Look at all the energy we need to give each other just to redeem us from what we're into. Now, if you give up all that love, what you going to have left for somebody else? But I'm certainly not going to give it to him first before I give it to him. I ain't giving up nothing. I gave it. I paid dues I wasn't even supposed to pay. So I'm going to clear that up, all right? I'm getting old now. Like Dr. Ben said, my mouth don't know no Sunday. I'm going to talk the way I see it. Y'all may not come out and hear me no more. I just have to take that chance. But this preacher came here with a false sense of Christianity, false sense of religion, in the name of the creator of the universe, destroyed the most beautiful paradise. It was paradise when he got here. It was literally paradise when he arrived here. He destroyed it. The people then went to our land with its high culture civilization, destroyed God, and captured us and brought us here, all in the name of a religion. As the scripture says, a religion that professes but denies the power thereof. It was therefore not a true religion. It was certainly not a spiritual religion, because a spiritual religion will not allow you to mistreat another human being. And I'm going to talk about Islam too. Those who profess to be Muslims and could go to Africa and other places and could enslave and sell the bodies of African people or any people, you tell me you got no religion. You have nothing from the Creator. Because the one thing I know, if I don't know nothing else about the Creator, is that all things were created on the planet Earth to be free and to function within the context of their special and unique place on the earth. And that not one thing was to impose upon another. Granted, for the ecological balance, one animal preys upon another animal. But that is done in balance, and that is limited. It is not done in the name that one animal is inferior to another's, that I need you to eat so I can continue to live. Now, if he said we came as predators, which they did, the only way that we could survive as a race was to bring you up under us, be honest. Not that I'm going to accept that, but we would at least fight him harder. But he didn't come that way. He said he came in the name of religion, which for us was a what? What did Dr. Clark say? A way of life. It was how you lived, how you treated one another. The oldest statement that we can find written in stone all over the temples of Africa, up and down the Nile, long before there was a Jesus, long before there was a Moses, long before there was any of those people, is the statement emblazoned in stone, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. All over Africa. That is the basis for religion. If you don't practice that, it ain't no religion. I don't care what kind of book you got. I don't care what you got. It means nothing if you do not treat other people the way you would want to be treated. It's as simple as that. When people run up in your face, but you got to have this, the Bible says here in the 2 Timothy, the word says, and you got to, and they get all up in your face with that. Ask them, say, let's close the book a minute. How do you feel about me as your brother, your sister? The Quran says that we got to do that, and you get to speaking in the Arabic. I got to speak it in the Arabic because only holy if I speak it in Arabic. Okay, when you start speaking Arabic, close the book. How do you feel about me as a brother and sister? That's the final analysis of what kind of religion you got. That's the determining factor. Nothing else. The rest of it is philosophy. Live it if you want to, if you don't want to. It ain't worth fighting about. It may be what you need to carry you through. Fine, and you do it, and I'll fight for your right to practice the philosophy. But the only thing that I am really ultimately concerned about is how you're going to treat me, how you're going to treat other African people. That's all. It's as simple as that. Other than that, it ain't good religion. It's nothing. It has no power. It has no weight. Okay, y'all, let me get back to the teaching now, all right? Lord, this moving between preaching and teaching is hard. You don't know when one gonna come and the other gonna leave. Because religion to the African was far more than ritual reflecting belief, but a reality reflected in their actual way of life, religion from the earliest times became the dynamic force. The what? In the development of all the major aspects of black civilization. Why could they build something that nobody else can build today? The Pyramid of Giza, which cannot be duplicated by anybody in the world with all their laser technology. Nobody can duplicate it. You, black man and woman, built something on the Nile that nobody can duplicate. Nowhere in the world. Nowhere. You look at a black child and you tell them, your ancestors built something that can't nobody else build. Because they be talking, the white man is great. The white man got rocket ships. The white man got this. The white man got that. The white man can do anything. The white man got all this. He cannot build a pyramid. He cannot do it. Couldn't do it. The greatest of all the technicians is they could not do it. He cannot do it. Therefore, if your ancestors built something that he cannot build, there is something in you that you can do that he cannot do, which means you can beat him. That's simple. The Pyramid of Giza was built at least 2900 BCE. The first Hebrew, and let me write the date up there again, was Abraham, and we'll be discussing that, 1675 BCE. How much time difference is it between 2900 and 1675 BCE? And that wasn't the first pyramid, that was the Pyramid of Giza. The pyramid, the step pyramid of Saqqara built by Imhotep was built about 5700. This people man, talking about a gleam in the eye. Say, I knew you before you were gleaming in your father's eye. It wasn't even a gleam in the eye. There's no comparison there. No, those Hebrews didn't, but we'll get to that as we go on about this Hebrew slavery thing. But let me finish with this thing. I'm trying to finish this thing on this one, on monotheism, and close out this first question and take a break. Okay, you with me? Whew, all right. It was a dynamic force where it made them build big stuff. These people built, some of those Kemetans were little. The Nubians were big, but the later Kemetans were little. They were always building this big stuff. The Ramesseum, 65 feet tall, granite. I know you've heard me talk about it before, but that's amazing. That's the hardest rock on the earth. They went up in there and chipped that out. They didn't just chip out a crude looking thing. They made all the delicate features and everything. 65 feet high. All over the Nile. Great big statue, all this big stuff. And to be ordered to build big, you have to do what? What made them think big? Dr. Ben said their religion was their dynamic force, their special relationship to the Creator. They had a special connection with, there's nobody built nothing like that. Even with the Empire State Building, everything is one building going up. Nobody has built a 65-foot anything in so-called modern times and made it look that good and chopped out all them little delicate things. And nobody has done that. Because they didn't have the spiritual force, the spiritual dynamic, the sense of the connection with the source of all light and knowledge in the universe, the divine intelligence, to do it. Okay, I'm coming down there. You with me? You all right? Okay, on page 95. Here scholars from foreign lands came to study. What are they talking about here? They're talking about in Kemet. And from here, religious ideas and architectural design spread abroad. They spread from Kemet to other places. They weren't brought to Kemet. They were sent forth from Kemet. They were exported, not imported. The early Greeks and Romans eagerly, they did what? Copied from both, reshaped them, and made them integral parts of quote-unquote original Western culture. During periods of decline or conquest, Europe and Asia seized and transported from Africa as much of the artifacts of its civilizations as they could. Cambyses, for example, that was in Persia, as early as the 6th century BC, hauled away over $1 million of precious historical materials from Wose alone. $1 million was a lot of money. $1 million was like 100 million back in them days, or like 100 million today, worth of materials. This one nation, Persia, when they invaded us, hauled off from one city over $1 million worth of materials, artifacts, knowledge, books from out of Africa. Cambyses was also one of the countless thousands, how many? Who invaded the tomb repositories of black history during each of the many periods of foreign invasion and foreign rule. Page 97, and we'll be finished with this one. Religion was not only, oh, here it is, the ancient religion that gave birth to science and learning, art, engineering, architecture, the resources for a national economy and political control. That same African religion was the mother of history, of writing, of music, the healing art, the song, and the dance. And he goes on to say on page 120, which I will not read now, that every time they would invade Africa and burn up these books and tear up these artifacts and tear up these temples, and got all the plunder they could and hauled off with all the plunder and slaves they could, they would go away. They come back 100 years later, they had rebuilt the civilization better than it was when they first got there. This kept reoccurring. They asked themselves the questions, the Asians did. Why and how can they continue to rebuild these great civilizations like this every time they get torn up? And Dr. Williams said they found out what their secret was, their religion. And that's good that our religion made us do that today. And it did. It helped us get through, as off base as we were and some of that, helped us through slavery and a lot of things. It was a religion that inspired Nat Turner and Harriet Tubman and Malcolm and King and others. But just think of that. And so what did they say? Well, the only way now to make sure that they can't build those institutes, build those civilizations up again, and that we can get in and get some power and rule them, is to become what? Priests in their religion. And once we get into their religion, we are legitimized in their culture. Once we're legitimized in their culture, we can take it over. It took them years to do it, but they did it. That's why you go sitting up in some church with some white man preaching to you, and your pastor, and your reverend, and your bishop, and your so forth and so on. That's the same thing they did in Egypt to take control. But then, they don't even have to have, they can have a black pork chop eating preacher standing up there, but they got the image of that white man behind him, which is his backup and his source of power that he keeps pointing to and referring to. The way they took over the civilization and weakened us was to take over the religion. Remember that, brothers and sisters. Let's close this out now. Answering the question, who wrote the Bible? Based on the two documents we have been discussing for this period of time and all of the history we have covered in this period of time, in answering the question, who wrote the Bible, what would be the logical answer? Okay, can you prove that? Are you sure? All right, because that's why I've been going through all this detail to make sure that we can not only say it, but prove it. Now, we're going to cover other points in here today. I know we won't get to the 42 documents today. However, if we didn't cover any other point, I think that one is of supreme importance. That one, who wrote the Bible, and the fact that you can prove who did it, will help in a great deal in liberating the minds of black people. My brother, what your point was now, you were saying, I wanted to get that on tape.
Okay, I was basically saying is that I tell a lot of my religious friends that as far as different denominations are concerned, we are basically all wrong because God gave a law. He didn't give a religion or a temple. so to speak. He gave a law. Man has turned that law, that culture, into a church, a synagogue, and capitalized on the people and say, this is the only way to God.
One of the things I like about what it says in this particular scripture, there are many scriptures, this particular scripture in the Old Testament Bible is that I will write my law upon their hearts and in their inner parts. So what it is supposed to be something that is indelibly impressed upon your spirit and your brain, your concept of living in harmony with the universe, with the cosmos, and with the people around you. That's what a law is for. So that if you're living by yourself, you don't need a law, because you don't have to get along with anybody else. But if you're living with other people, you have to have something to govern that. So that's what a law means. Now, in terms of with people taking these different religions and making it a law unto itself, is this thing that human beings try to take the inexplicable, the vastness, the awesomeness of the creative divine intelligence in the universe and put it in a crucible that they can therefore understand it, which is all right. But once you view that in a way you can understand it, you have to move beyond it. But what happens with so many of us is once we get it to where we can begin to comprehend it, we don't go beyond that level. And we therefore try to confine the Creator to this particular thing that we understand rather than expand our consciousness beyond that. That's what happened. Now, you had a question, Miss.
Yeah, I can understand when we talk about the religion that all religion is relevant. And I can understand that all these different religions, we must understand all the things. That just like the ocean, there are different waves in the ocean, but we are still a part of the whole to the ocean. No problem with that. But what I have a big problem with, and that is just living, that when you talk about reality, right, and we have to understand reality, how can you go through this life dealing with reality and not hate? Because hate is a lot of baggage to carry around with you. It can be very consuming. And I have yet to really learn how to deal with something when people are mistreating, stabbing our people, committing genocide on our people, and still not hate those people.
I think we need a definition of what hate is. I mean, hate is another thing. It's relative. It would be, you wouldn't be human if you could tolerate injustice, see injustice done and the horrors of injustice, and not have an ill feeling towards the people or persons perpetrating that injustice. That's not human. And the Bible doesn't even tell you. The Bible even says, I hate those that hate thee, O Lord. I hate them with a perfect hatred. Now, there's a perfection of hatred. So what does that mean? It means any force, anyone or anything that could disturb the balance of the planet, that could wreak destruction on others, is a hateful creature. You say you hate the devil. Now, all religions say it's all right to hate the devil, right? Do they not? Whether it's Islam or Christian, it's all right to hate the devil. What is the word devil? It comes from, as we use in today's language, diabolos. And it means simply one who disturbs others, one who does evil and inflicts harm and pain on others. That's what the word devil means. But what they have done is got us centered on some mythological concept of that, so that you can hate this non-existent thing. It's all right to hate this non-existent creature, this devil who is supposed to be at the root and basis of all evil on earth, but it's not all right to hate the people who do the evil. If you can hate the thing that inspires the evil, why is it not all right to hate the instrument that is used by that thing? Now,
How do you feel about when you hate people? I thought that it was always when I see
not for me.
When I see you, I don't want to look at you, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel there are some people I don't want to be bothered with, I don't want around me, because first of all, what it takes to be around them is you have to acquiesce. You have to in some way submerge yourself into what they want you to be just to get along with them. So I don't want to be around that. That's not a question of hatred. It's a question of I want to choose what I do with my life that God has given me, that the Creator has given me. And also I want to be comfortable with my life. I am uncomfortable around white folks. I'm going to be honest with you. I am. Well, that's because you're afraid of him. In some way I am. Not afraid of him to the event that I won't stand up to him. But I'm afraid of what he will do, because every time you relax with him, it's his nature, it's his nature, his history says that. Now, I'm looking at the history of a thing. And the history of a wild dog tells me that a wild dog will tear your behind apart if he gets to you. So I know to stay away from that wild dog. It has nothing to do with the hatred, but I certainly hate what that wild dog will do to me. So what we get confused when we talk about hatred, to feel an aversion to something that is not healthy and that is not good. I mean, you feel an aversion to the idea of cancer. You hate it when you have the flu. Is it wrong to feel that way about it? You hate the flu. You hate it, and you want to get it out of your body. So the same way you feel about that, anything that will hurt, harm you, you have the right to hate it. Any animal that is being pursued by a hunter hates that hunter at that time, because that hunter's trying to take his life. It's right for that animal to do that. It's natural. See, we've been allowing people to put this guilt trip on us. Now, here's the thing about hatred that you have to be careful of. That's if you allow it to. It doesn't have to.
That's the thing that I have difficulty with.
Okay.
Especially when you're a minority in the society that we are in. And we do, in many instances, we have to be involved with these people.
Well, then, knowing that you have to do that. Now, I understand what you're saying. And knowing that you have to do that just for survival reasons, just in the daily trade of doing business in life, you have to determine what you are going to be inside. See, no matter how you deal with them, right, no matter how you have to deal with them, as long as you're at peace within. Do you know you can cut a person's head off and still be at peace? I mean, literally chop it off with a machete. Be at peace. Right. Be at peace within. That's the thing. You must not allow anything to consume you. Whether it be hatred or even love cannot consume you. Because anything that consumes you has taken you over. It's the kind of love that we hear about all the time. I'm not talking about the eternal thing where you feel love for yourself, the creator in the universe, but I'm talking about love for another person should not consume you, because that's taking from you. So no, it should not consume. So here's the thing. It used to be hard, Brother Nchusi can tell you, man, it used to be hard for me to keep from snapping crackers every time I walked up on one. Especially because they got this arrogant thing, and I can't stand that. They get arrogant, and I'm was ready to go to war in my younger days. Today, I can absolutely ignore them. You know why I can ignore them? For first of all, and tell them like one Muslim brother said one time, they arrested him. This is way back, oh man, many years. I was about 13 years old. And the Nation of Islam was just beginning to be known to people. And they arrested one brother, stopped him for speeding or something, and he looked at the cop and he said, "You can't arrest me because I'm your daddy." You know. And even though that may sound a bit irrational, he was right. I'm looking at him, not that I'm proud of it, but everything that you say you are or that you hold dear, I created that. And I did it better, and I can still do it better than you when I get in the power to do it. So you are nothing to me. First of all, when I look at a white male especially, I'm not letting white females off the hook. I'm not, by no means. But when it's the white male that's usually the most aggressive because of the estrogen and all that, you know, the testosterone and all that. He's aggressive because he's the most fearful. He's afraid that he will be cut off in his link of the genetic chain of life, of posterity. So he's fearing black males more than anyone, black male and female, but mostly black males, because this is the most dominant seed on the earth in terms of genetic material. I look at him, I'm looking at a punk, first of all, because his history says he can't decide whether to be male or female. He don't know what he want to do. He's all mixed. He's standing up there talking like a faggot in the first place. Oh, yo, you guys, all across the board, you know, Jay West. He talks like a little faggot. I'm a man. I come from a male background. Black woman, same thing. The black woman, I'm not, because I put the black male and the black female on equal basis. They're just different however equal. So I want you to understand that. However, generally when people look to the warriors of a nation, they look to the males, because the male, by nature, with most species, is the protector of the nation. But when our women are actually stronger than he is. They really are, and they always have been throughout the thing. So when I see him, I see a weak creature in the first place that doesn't even warrant the time. Yeah, he doesn't even want, he's so insignificant to me that he doesn't, but when he gets in my way, I remove him now, but I don't take the time with him like I used to. I don't react to him because he's nothing. He's absolutely nothing to me. He means nothing. Even when there have been times when I've been arrested, like all black men, when they put the cuffs on me, they still haven't gotten me, because I'm at peace within. I say what I want to say. I answer when I want to answer. I don't answer when I don't answer. It doesn't make any difference, because in the final analysis, I determine what I'm thinking, what I'm feeling, and I also determine how I'm going to come out with this, because I got to get in the right psychological frame to deal with it. So even if you throw my butt in jail, I'm still not there. And so that's the point. And I'm glad you brought that up, because black folks fear that, God, if I think about this white man the way he really is, that's going to eat me up. But not when you see him for what he really is, it won't, because he becomes insignificant to you. It's all right for you to hate him and to dislike him. You hate anything and dislike anything that does you harm. And it doesn't have to eat you up inside. Each other over this book, over that book, over this part of it, what Jesus did say or what Jesus did not say. Jesus was God, Jesus was not God, he was born of a virgin, no he wasn't. I mean, there was a lot of bloodlet over all of those questions. And so he said, if I'm going to, once they realized they couldn't wipe the Christians out, that they had to co-opt it and make it a national religion, an institution, and use it for the advancement of the empire, then Emperor Constantine said, in order to be able to do that, it's got to be organized. In order for it to be organized, you have to have an agreed upon system of beliefs. And that's when they called the Council of Nicaea with the 310 bishops to decide what they were going to believe and what they were not going to believe. It was also decided what was going to be in the New Testament and what was not going to be in the New Testament. And that's when, okay, let me just finish this point. There was a man who went in as a deacon to the Council of Nicaea. His name was Athanasius. He came out a bishop. Why? Because he was one of the few Europeans there who could read and write. The Africans who went there, and there were many Africans, the African church was a leading church. The Africans who went to that Council of Nicaea said, no, Jesus Christ was not one and the same with God. He was the Son of God in the sense that he was a great prophet. And most of them was disagreed that he was born of a woman without having had an intimate relationship with a man, because the word virgin meant something different to them. You know, it made something altogether different. So the Africans went in with, no, he was not God, he was a great prophet, what you hear in Islam now. And he was, only Islam says he was born of a virgin, that means a woman never had a man, and that's not true. The African didn't believe that because it wasn't necessary for the African to believe that their son of God or any of their deities was born without the natural process, because they were in harmony with that natural process, so there was no problem. Europeans had a problem with the, as Dr. Wilson explains very well in the ISIS papers, Europeans have a problem with the procreation process, but I can't go into that now. So they went in with that idea. The Europeans who dominated the council said this: Jesus was born of a woman without the aid of a man. They also said that he is one and the same with God. And that's when they threw the Africans out who disagreed. Among them was Arius. They threw them out and hunted them down till they drove them up in the hills. And it was at that time they decided that they would use the four Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, because they could edit those and make them fit the ideas they wanted to project about the Christian belief at that time. The others, they could not do that too, because the others spoke about Jesus' wife, spoke about two of his wives that he had. The others spoke about his children. These other Gospels. So they had to leave them out. They can only deal with the ones that, and still I can go in the Gospel of John and show you that Jesus was married, but that's another question we'll deal with there. Now, let me finish this point. They then, Athanasius went back and came up with 27 books for the New Testament. 13 of the letters of the Apostle Paul, the 4 Gospels, and the others. And that's when Constantine said, that's the New Testament? He said, yes. He said, I have the sword to back it up. And that's how it got that way.
One more question. What's the difference between, and what I want to know the real, the real meaning of, like every time when I walk past a church and I look at the sign, I usually see the word either company or incorporated. And I notice that as a business, to me, it's more of a business than a religious institution. And I want to know the real meaning of why is that.
The business throughout history. Ecclesia is the word church. All it meant was where a group of people gathered to discuss political issues. It was a political institution at first. Jesus did not found a new religion. He was not interested in founding a new religion any more than Buddha was interested in founding a new religion. He was a Hebrew. He practiced the Hebrew religion and culture. He was an African who practiced the Hebrew religion and culture. And he said, I came not to destroy the law of the prophets, but to fulfill it in my life. He didn't come to give anything new. He didn't tell them anything new. Everything he said, you can find that they say he said in the New Testament, you can find in the Old Testament. So it was nothing new he said. He didn't found a new. It's the people who founded a religion after he died, as they always do when great people die. So when he said, I would build my church, let me make this clear. He had come up with a political organization that was called the Nazarene Party. Y'all got me way off the subject now. I got to get back on it, but hold on, I'm going to finish this one though. The Nazarene Party. Read the book, The Jesus Party by Hugh J. Schoenfield. And also The Incredible Christians by Hugh J. Schoenfield. Dr. Schoenfield, so-called Christian Jew. And also the Passover Plot. Those 3 books, and you'll get a lot of insight. I'm working on this book that I hope to be finished one day before I leave here. Lord, give me help. Black Historical Facts on the Life of Jesus. I've been working on it for years. Same one, Hugh J. Schoenfield. Passover Plot, The Incredible Christians, and the Jesus Party. They will really give you insight on this. This word, ecclesia, and in my book, God, the Bible, and the Black Man's Destiny, I break that down. It meant a place of gathering. It was a place of assembly, a place of political gathering, because the Nazarene Party was interested in the liberation of the Israelites at that time from the Roman oppression in their own land. So they were fighting for liberation. And they had come about as a black united front. Jesus was endeavoring to bring under the Nazarene Party the Sadducee Party, the Zealot Party, the Pharisaic Party, and the Essenes Party. All those parties, all these factions, just like you got with black folk today, all these factions were going on, and Jesus was trying to organize them. That's why if you look among his 12 disciples, you'll see that each one of them belonged to those different parties. So he was trying to pull all of those together. The Zealot Party was the one that he had. Jesus and the Zealots is another book you want to read, Zealots. Jesus and the Zealots by S.G.F. Brandon. Okay. He's a theologian at Manchester University. In Jesus and the Zealots, in the very first chapter, the very first paragraph, this is what is written. The only thing known about Jesus of Nazareth for certain is that he was crucified as a rebel against the Roman Empire. Everything else is a matter of belief. The only thing, and the other thing is we happen to know he was a black man. That we can prove. But he was crucified as not for starting a new religion. Rome couldn't have given less than to think a damn about a new religion. They always had new religions popping up in Rome. So you see these things in Quo Vadis and the robe and the Christians teaching love and the threat to the emperor. The emperor would have appreciated that because they were taught to love the emperor, love your enemy, if that's what Christianity was really about, but it wasn't. It was a threat to the Roman Empire, and the only way it could be a threat to the Roman Empire is that it's threatened to do what? Overthrow the Roman Empire, or if it threatened to liberate those who were being oppressed by the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire today, America, the same Roman eagle, the same Roman Senate, doesn't have any problem when we walk around teaching love. Love you one another, love everybody. They killed Dr. King for teaching love. They killed Dr. King because he said, what? We have to stand up and fight for our own. Even though the method he used was ridiculous, nonviolent resistance, yet it was resistance. It was a revolutionary act. It was questioning the authority of America to do what it did. So that's what Jesus was killed for. They killed him as the King of the Jews. They didn't kill him as the Savior of the world. They didn't kill him for starting a new religion. And what was the question that Pilate asked him? He ain't asked him a darn thing about you going to start a new religion. What do you believe? What book do you teach from? Do you read the Bible? He didn't ask him none of that. But he asked him, are you the King of the Jews? That's what he asked him. That was his concern. Are you a political leader? That's what a king is. And that's what he was killed for. And the party, the Nazarene, it was all political. It was later that it was changed over and became, so it has always been a political institution because when the Romans took it from the Africans, it was a political institution when the Africans had it because Africans did not separate religion and politics. They were one and the same. What did Dr. Williams just tell us? Our religion, what? Motivated us to the dynamics that we had to do things on a great scale. So you can't separate your religion from your politics. You hear people say that. Well, no, I don't want to talk about politics. I'm just going to talk about God. How are you going to do that? You can't. Because politics means what? People-related activities. That which affects people. And how are you going to talk about God if you don't talk about what relates to people? And I like the way that Jerusalem Slim, that's what we used to call Jesus in the seminary, used to say it. How are you going to love God whom you have not seen, and you don't even love your brother and sister that you do know? So the first understanding that you come to know God is to know what? Other human beings. So you can't separate politics from religion. Let's get back to the class now. All right? We're going on to, we answered the question in the last session, who wrote the Bible, and we got a good answer, I think a pretty good answer. We're going to start this session with the question, what is the Bible? Okay, that's what we want to find out here now. What is it? Document 3, the book containing the collection of sacred writings, accepted, what? Accepted. By Christians as inspired of God and as possessing divine authority. The English word Bible is a transliteration through the Latin and Old French of the Greek Biblia, literally what? All right, now we're going to start and work backwards, okay? We're on document 3 now. We're starting and we're going to work backwards. We'll start with this word, the Greek word, Biblia, from which is one of the words we get to modern English Bible. Okay. Now, what does the word Biblia mean? When you look at that document, from what we read in that document, what does it mean? Little books. So we're not talking about one book, we're talking about many books. All right, go ahead now, we're getting it.
Along with the 70 other books.
Yeah, but in this particular thing, little books is what we're talking about. Not one, but little books. Little books. Okay, a collection of little books. It's a collection, it's a mini library, so to speak, okay. The other thing is, we noticed in there, it said it was considered by Christian and Jews to be sacred. Not that it's necessarily sacred, but it's considered. Now, because it's accepted as being sacred by Christians and Jews, does not necessarily mean that it has to be what? Sacred to anybody else. We're dealing with document 3 there, and we're dissecting it. Let me deal with this word sacred a minute, all right? The word sacred, sacre, from the Latin, meaning to, it's a Latin word. We're covering several different languages in here today. Meaning to set aside. That's all it means. It doesn't mean that the sky's going to open, a light's going to come out, you're going to hear angels' voices. It means set aside. Separated from everything else. It's considered better than everything or separated from everything. It has a special place. All right, it's sacred. Okay. The word holy, as used in the Bible, is another way in the English language, and it comes from the Old English halag, meaning whole.
Halal?
Yeah, halag, meaning whole.
Meaning whole.
Right.
W-H-O.
Yeah, W-H-O-L, meaning, yeah, total or whole. Right. Yeah, Old English. Yeah, O-E. I usually put O-E for that. This is O-E. This is Latin. All right. Now, let's deal with that for a minute. All peoples on earth that have a literature, and Africans had a literature, as we've just discussed, thousands upon thousands of years before anyone else had, have certain books, usually that contains their history, the founding of their nation, and the rituals by which they practice their religious expression of their spirituality. And those books are considered to be, are set apart from all other books, books on mathematics, books on chemistry, and are considered to be sacred or holy. Because the word whole here implies that all of the science that they're carrying on, as Dr. Williams told us, that all that they accomplished in those great civilizations in Kemet and Kush was inspired by their what? Their religion, their sense of their relationship to the divine intelligence in the universe. That's what it was inspired by. So what made them whole was what? Their sense of their connection with that. So it's whole, it's holy, it's sacred, because it embodies or records for us our basic philosophy of life, right? Which gives you your purpose and direction from which you do everything else. Any people have that. Even if they don't have a written tradition, they have a verbal tradition, or they have a ritualistic tradition of some type which demonstrates what the sum total of their philosophy of life is, which is what everything else in their society is predicated upon, right? So wherever you go, whatever system of writings, usually it's connected with their history, because history is very important to a people's sense of what their purpose, their basic philosophy of life is, the laws and the culture and so forth passed on from the elders through the society down through the ages, right? Everywhere you go, you will find people have a system of belief that is embodied in a book or in artwork, artifact, or something. So now, when I come to your land, I'm a stranger. I have with me something that embodies my system of belief, predicated on my world outlook and culture, that my purpose for being. I come to you, you have a different book predicated upon your worldview and outlook. Usually when we go into those books, we're going to find the same basic principles. However, they're going to be expressed what? Differently, because of the uniqueness of our historical experience. Right. Now, who's right and who's wrong?
Whoever is the spirit.
Not necessarily.
They're not right or they're wrong, they're just in control. But her point is, even though it's sarcastic, the way she presented it is good because it illustrates what happened. It illustrates what happened. Whoever has the power to say who's right and who's wrong. Even though we know that's because you have the power doesn't make it right or wrong. The basic principles of the universe remain the same no matter what people who are in power say. So, and if they want to stay in power, they should get in harmony with those principles. If they don't, then their power will not serve humanity, but it will destroy humanity. And we've seen so many examples of that in history, especially the one who has demonstrated more than any other people. And I have to emphasize that here too, because I'm getting so sick and tired of these white folk telling me, look, you can't hold this against us. After all, you all killed each other. You all enslaved each other. Humanity just mistreats humanity. I said, this is true. In our history, we have done this. All people have done this. However, you are the only people on earth that took a people's soul, took their total humanity, and took away from them their collective memory and have kept them away from that collective memory and will assault them violently every time they seek to reawaken that collective memory. No other people have ever done that. Africans have sold out. I got to admit that. They sold their war captives and all that. Nevertheless, I don't appreciate I don't condone slavery of any kind. It's completely opposed to the laws of the universe. And when Africans did that, that meant that African was not practicing his religion, because his religion wouldn't have let him do that. He was practicing his greed, is what he was doing. He was practicing the lower elements of his human nature, not the higher elements which your religion brings out. Because those Africans that practiced their religion did not commit those atrocities against other Africans. However, even in that, it was not the objective to take away the person's humanity, to strip them of their humanity. They became servants. They were lower on the social ladder, but they were never dehumanized. The first people to dehumanize us were those people. And that's the great difference. So all this thing about, and yes, Native American tribes, they made war on each other, and some of them cut the hamstring of their slaves to keep them from running away. All those atrocities are awful. They're terrible. I deplore them from any time to anybody. However, they do not alleviate the guilt of the Caucasian who took this to the worst extreme that anyone has ever. So I don't want to hear that. Don't even talk to me about what I did to myself. It's a family matter. That's me to fight over with other Africans, and I do fight the issue. And it's me and other Native Americans. We do fight the issue. But when you and I are talking, you ain't got a damn thing to do with that. That's family. This between me and you, this is between enemies. Because when you did this, you declared yourself as an eternal enemy to the, and the fact that you won't make amends for it properly, without past lip service, shows that you're still an enemy. And every time I try to build up my own and get my own, you attack that. You got to be my enemy. Only an enemy acts like a friend doesn't act that way. That's right. A friend does not do that to you. Every time black people try to, now whether you were in agreement with the Nation of Islam or not, let's not deal with that. When they built those farms up down there in the South, they weren't bothering white people. They didn't bother anybody. And to look at this was no threat to white people. The only reason why it was a threat to them is because in their mind, if black people can become self-sufficient, supply their own food, grow their own food, and their economy becomes their economy, we don't have any more black folks to exploit. So therefore it is a threat to us. So they attacked them, and they poisoned the cattle. They did when the Republic of New Africa, the Provisional Government Republic of New Africa went down there and said, we just want to separate from y'all. We don't want to march for freedom no more. We don't want none. We're tired. We're exhausted. We just want to have some land we can call our own, build for ourselves. You know you owe us this land. It's 40 acres and this mule and all that. Just let us have that. We won't bother you. You don't bother us. They couldn't do that. They had to attack them. They had to lock up their leaders. They had to do all that. Now, that's got to be an enemy. Now, as Malcolm said, let me just say that in stating this from the moral issue. Malcolm said, and many folks don't want you to come here and listen to us because they're afraid we'll teach you to hate the white man. He said, if what he has done to you all this time, and you know he's done, you don't hate him, certainly nothing here we could say today can make you hate him. So on that moral issue, that's not it. So Christians and Jews consider these books to be sacred. But it don't necessarily have to be. And they didn't have the right to go to other people in the world. And one of the first things they did, while I'm on this, one of the first things, I'm writing about this now because I'm doing this piece on Columbus. I plan to have finished this year. One of the first things they did when they came to this land was they burned up all the books that the Native Americans had. I mean, they had some books and volumes. I mean, they had some knowledge here. They burned up the books here. Yeah, the people here had been trading with and sharing knowledge from the universities here and the universities in Africa for thousands of years before there was a Columbus. But that's another subject. I mean, this had been going. We were running up and down just like you take the subway over to Manhattan. We've been traveling all over the world, so it was no big deal. It's only till Columbus come and become a big deal. And it was lost. By mistake he found it. It becomes a big deal. But we've been running up and down, as Van Sertim and others pointed out, we've been running up and down on the Atlantic, the Ethiopian Ocean, as it was called then, for centuries. Now, I don't want to get off into that subject, so hold that, please. Let me get back to this. When they came here, they burned the books. The first thing they did when they drove the last Moors out of Spain in 1492 in Granada was burn the books. The Christians have a penchant for burning books, but not only Christians, the Muslims, when they first started out to conquer the world on their jihads, except Islam or that, kept burning books until they got to Kemet, what they call Egypt now, and they said, ho. If we're going to advance, we're going to have to keep this. So when you look at all of this around us, these pyramids, all these temples and things, we're going to have to add the knowledge they had to do this. So we can't burn this. But when they started out, they started burning. If it wasn't the Quran, it didn't mean anything. It didn't have any value. So these stupid, backward European Christians, if it wasn't the Bible, it didn't mean anything. And by the way, for your information, at the time that they were doing this in 1492 and all those other periods, the common people could not read the Bible on pain of death. Only the aristocracy could read it. And of the aristocracy at that time in Europe, hardly 10 kings could read or write. So it had to be read to them by the priests of the Catholic Church, and only few of them could read it. I doubt if 5 of them could read it all, only parts. That's how the Catholic Church had such a firm hold in Europe at that time. I want you to get the picture there. So now, they considered it to be sacred, so when they got over here and they went to Africa and every place else, they burned up everybody else's sacred books. So that's why, out of all of the sacred books that were in existence, this is the one everybody knows about the most. Because they was busy burning up other people. We're just rediscovering the other material. So that's why this is only a gateway, and I can't overemphasize it. This is only a gateway to get back to that knowledge. This is not it. This is a way to get back to it. So this is a drop in the bucket.
The Europeans were the ones who made that book, but in actuality, according to history, there were lots of other books that was included into all of that, but they just chopped it down through the Council of Nicaea and gave us that.
Right, that's right. We created the book, the Bible, the history, and the Bible, all those stories and everything that was created out of African history and culture. What they did was co-opted it, and I'm going to tell you the year they did that as we go on. It's the year 270, but we'll get to that as we go on. If I forget it, you bring it up in a question and answer. Please write that down, because I want you to know when they first started to take this from the African languages and put it in European languages. And what they did is recast it in the image of white supremacy. What they couldn't understand, they cast aside. What they could reasonably comprehend, they included so that they could have a body to found their system of belief for a control mechanism. And now here's another thing I want to make clear to you. The white man did not want the slave to read the Bible. So this statement you hear brothers and sisters say, we had the land, the white man had the Bible, now he has the land and we have the Bible. That may be true, and it is true, because it did switch around. He did take the land, however, he didn't come in with the intent of you reading the Bible. He read it to you and interpreted it for you. Because when a slave was caught reading the Bible, a slave was killed. in those days, because they didn't want, and especially after Nat Turner and Gabriel Prosser, Denmark Vesey, and all those folk who had read the Bible and read about the Battle of Jericho and all that kind of stuff, and that they fought for their freedom and liberation, they led slave revolts, so they did not want you to read or have it. So, because whenever you read it from the context of the, as Reverend Jeramogi says, from the context of the black experience, you're going to come out with something altogether different. Even in black churches today, in their Negro state, they still have a different system of worship in many ways, and their ideas are vastly different. As Brother Malcolm pointed out so well, he said, here, you're being lynched. The man who's lynching you is calling on Jesus. You're being lynched, you're calling on Jesus. Now, which one of y'all have connection with Jesus? You know, who's really getting through at the time? That's the question. And even during the civil rights movement, these were Christian white folks out here who were opposing Christian black folks from having their rights and the right to vote and everything. So we have a different world view, and that is applied to those religions. So Christians and Jews consider, we're on document 3 there in the, as we answer the question, we've already answered the question, who wrote the Bible, as we answer the question, what is the Bible? Okay, now, I've dealt with the definition of the word sacred, and also I want to point out that I want to give you some examples of other sacred writings. The Kiba Nagask of ancient Ethiopia is considered to be sacred. It is as sacred to them as the Bible is to the Western world. And the Kiba Nagas is spelled A-E-B-A-R. Let me get my notes here to make sure. Yeah, Kiba. Yeah, there it is. Nagast. Okay. Is sacred to them. The Holy Quran is sacred to the Muslims. The Vedas, which were originally written by Africans, were taken over and co-opted by the Eurasians and inculcated with class structure and all that, where they put the black folks on the bottom, is sacred to, were sacred to India. The Kiba Nagas is sacred to the Ethiopian Coptic Church. Everybody has a body of sacred works that is holy to them. Therefore, this book is no more holy than anybody else's. Books are holy to them. And it is only through arrogance, it is only through the will of controlling other people's minds and controlling other people's bodies and other people's lands and money that, and resources, that one person will say their book is better than the other. And in order for you to be a human being and to be somebody that is going to be accepted as a human being, you have to accept my book. Okay, now we must learn how to glean the best from them all. All right, we've covered that document. Let's read it one more time. The book containing the collection of sacred, collection was a key word there for us, right? Writings accepted by Christians as inspired of God, as possessing divine authority. The English word Bible is a transliteration through the Latin and Old French of the Greek Biblia, literally little books. Document 3. All right. We're still answering the question, what is the Bible? Document 4. The word Bible, which in English as in medieval Latin is treated as a singular noun, is in its original Greek form a what? Plural, which is ta, bed, li. Yeah, we're into, you notice in this study, we're heavy into linguistics here. And that's the key. Dr. Williams said you have to get into the languages of things to understand them and understand their origin. First we have Biblia, which means little books. But now we have another word introduced here, ta Biblia. And ta Biblia, which points out the fact that it is a plural instead of the Bible. It is Bibles or little books. Ta Biblia, the sacred books which correctly express the fact that the sacred writings of what? Of Christendom. Are you with me on this document 4? Ta Biblia, the sacred books which correctly express the fact that the sacred writings of Christendom are made up from a number of, that's the word we want there. That's what we want there. because we've just dealt with the question of sacred and not sacred. Independent records. Why is that important to focus on?
They're separate.
We are used we are accustomed to thinking of this as being a singular document, unified in philosophy, concept, thought, unadulterated, coming directly from the mind of Almighty God itself, being dictated directly to the scribes by God, either through vision, through spoken out of the sky, or some other such method. Right. However, when you get into a translation, we're not attacking belief now, we're studying the language and the history and the science. Now, I want you to understand that. I'm not attacking Christianity or anybody else's belief, just dealing with this historically. The word Biblia, little books, but when you get to the other form, the Old English, another Old English and French word, ta Biblia, it means independent records. Not just little books now. First we find out it's not one book, but many. But it's not just many, they're independent.
Not only that, not just cut you off, but the Gospel according to Luke also indicates in the third Bible that he got his information on traced records.
On existing records, yes, indeed. All right, so we have established that, right? That there are a number of independent records. Okay, let's go to document 5. We made it through that one fast, didn't we? Okay, document 5. We're still answering the question, what is the Bible? And this is the last document on answering that question. The Bible is not one book, but many. The original form and meaning of the word itself bears this out. Biblios in Greek means book, so called from biblos, the inner bark of papyrus reeds. Oh, we had something else in there. Okay?
It's the last sentence that you just said.
Okay.
Repeat your last sentence.
The Bible is not one book?
The last sentence.
Inner bark.
Oh, inner bark
Inner bark.
of the papyrus reeds on which early writings were inscribed. The Greek name for papyrus was biblos, later Bibles, later given also to manufactured writing materials, and finally to a papyrus scroll of books. All right, we go back now through this English and Old French and Old English, Biblia, little books, a collection of independent records, to the Greek biblos, books, but we have to take it now to the Latin papyrus, but you don't stop at the Latin because it is talking about something that was grown, a plant that was grown on the banks of the Nile River, the Happy River, which is in Akabul land in Kemet, that's right. Therefore, they must have had their word for it, which was Q-A-M-A, Kwama. And this opens up a whole nother thing to us.
This is the Latin side.
Yeah, no, this goes from Old English, Old English and Old French, another form of the English, more modern English, to the Greek, to the Latin is papyrus, to the Kemetan, Kwama, the African Kemetan. But now, here we go. White people couldn't have been the first to write the Bible because they weren't the first to have paper.
Right.
They were not the first to have, because they say the word papyrus also relates to other what? Writing materials and scrolls. Came to be applied to writing material. Anything dealt with writing. The word biblos even was connected with that. They therefore weren't the first to create this. How do I know this? Because the first people to develop paper, which was first developed, the word word paper comes from the Latin papyrus, which was a word to describe kwama, the plant which grew on the Nile River, or the Happy River. The paper that we know in the world was first created in Africa. We don't know how long ago, at least 4,000 or 5,000 years ago in Africa it was created.
So you could say that kwama was a plant that was on the Nile River.
That's exactly right. And that's what they made paper out of and still make it out of there today. Still today, it is made from that, there, in that land. And that is what the first scrolls were written on, because in those days, books were written in scroll fashion, and they were rolled up, and they were stored in the libraries like that, and they pulled out these big scrolls. So they wrote not only the hieroglyphic, the sacred writing, but the demotic type writing, as they call the script type writing. They had that as well. They had about 4 different scripts in ancient Kemet. Not that you keep hearing about the hieroglyphics, but they had all different types of writing there, which they got from Kush, because the Kushites were writing before anybody else. And everybody in Kush could read and write. When it got to Kemet, after a while it was just the priest who could do it. But all of the common people could. But we'll deal with that when we get to the study on Kush later on. Now, here's the kicker. For at least over 3,000 years, Africans dominated the paper industry because nobody else was making paper. Africans dominated the pen and ink industry because nobody else was making pens and ink. In Mesopotamia, they were doing writing, which was called cuneiform writing, but it was etched into a clay tablet, and that clay tablet was baked and was very difficult. Once you came to paper, you could do like you're doing now. You know what? I always think, whenever I see a white man pick up a piece of paper, because this whole country is operated off paper. The whole business could not exist without what? Paper. Even in the modern electronic technology with the computers and the faxes, you still got to have you some paper. The stuff they walk around and say that's so precious is printed on paper with ink. And whenever a white man holds up a piece of paper, I'm always tempted to say to him, did you say all praises due Amun-Ra? Amen. All praises due the black man and the black woman, because were it not for the black man, the black woman, you couldn't do business today. You certainly couldn't have a banking industry. You wouldn't have any currency if it wasn't for black folks, because they were the ones who created kwama, whom the Latins call papyrus, which is paper upon which all your business is done today. Even yes, they had so many methods of recording. The point I'm trying to raise is the material. And many times we're not aware of that. So when you look at a piece of paper even, and I contend that everything just about you look at, you can find the history of your people in it. When you pick up just a piece of paper, a piece of trash off the street, a candy wrapper or something, you are looking at your history. That's something to think about, isn't it? Because it would not exist if it were not for you. Even the trash in the community can tell you something about your history. Now that's something to pass on to our children, isn't it? Pass their history every day. Every time you pass the newsstand, every time you read a comic book, every time you unwrap something, every time you pick up a pencil, when they go with their notebooks to school, when they go back to school, you know you like that back to school thing, you get all your new blue leaf books, your new paper, your new pencils, your different colored thing. None of this would exist if your ancestors had not, on the Happy River in the Nile Valley years ago, created it. There would be no Bible. There wouldn't have been nothing to what? Write it on. There wouldn't be anything. So we dominated that industry for over 3,000 years, the only people selling paper. Or they had to buy it from us. Now, the Phoenicians were trading it around the world, but to be able to trade, they were the middleman. In order, we were the manufacturers. I like that word. We were the manufacturers of paper. So the only way you could get it was from us. If you were going to sell it anywhere else in the world, you had to come to the African to buy it. No, it was there first. There. Then the art was taken to China and to India. The Chinese will tell you that. The Shang Dynasty was largely responsible for the development of the writing system then. The Shang Dynasty has been pointed out by Runoko Rashidi and several others. Was a black dynasty, and if you don't want to believe what's said, you can just look at their imagery from that dynasty in China. All right. Yeah, early African presence in early Asia. Those Journal of Black Civilizations are just fantastic. They're precious. You got to get them all. On the Journal of Black Civilization, whichever ones it is. All of them, get them. Edited by Ivan Barashango. But I always like to put the emphasis on that. That this is something we gave to the world. And so often used against us, but we gave, as most things we gave to the world. And there would not have been a Bible in existence to others. And it was transplanted to other nations, like you asked about China and India. In India, they'll tell you that their civilization was founded there by the Kushites. And that has been, Drusilla Houston deals with that, and the wonderful Ethiopians of the ancient Kushite Empire, and also African presence in early Asia, edited by Ivan Van Sertima. Now, let me make sure I didn't leave out nothing here. I got so caught up in paper. Probably one of the things that many scholars say is probably the most, among the many aspects of civilization, the most singular, that was the greatest factor in contributing to developing a body of knowledge and keeping that body of knowledge from generation to generation, was the science and art of writing, which came first out of Africa. Don't ever forget that. They took all our writings, they took all our stuff from us, and then looked at us and said, what did you ever create? We had scripts all over Africa when they couldn't write anything in Europe, nor did they have anything to write on, had any idea that you could write anything. They didn't know what writing meant in the first place. The Greeks or nobody else. It wasn't until Africans transplanted this to the rest of the world. Now, in saying that, I'm not putting everybody else down and saying nobody ever did anything. However, it was only natural that the first people on earth would be the first people to create civilization. They didn't just sit here waiting for other people to come before doing it. The thing that necessitated, or we should say that civilization was born out of what? Necessity. That's what civilization is predicated upon. So you naturally learn because you continue to what? Question. And you continue to question because you need to know in order to survive. So that's what science and knowledge comes out of. We were naturally the first people to do it. So when white folks say, now y'all doing like we used to do. Y'all done took now and say, ain't nobody ever done nothing but y'all. No, we didn't say that. So we did it first. That's all. I mean, the history just says that. Your historians said that. The early ones, anyway, said that before you all decided to reframe the world in the image of white supremacy. Okay, we've dealt with that now, that there are a number of independent records. They're a collection of little books, and they were first written on kwama, which they call papyrus, or paper created in Africa. So not only we read the first document, when we read document 1, it said that the Bible did what? Originated in Africa, right, which is the proper name is Leaen, as Dr. Ben tells us. But that's where it began. It started there because that was the only place that it could have started, because it was the only place in the world at the time that what? Writing was going on. Why? Because the material you used for writing, what? Grew there. Very logical, deductible reasoning, isn't it? Very simple, very basic, yet all important. Something as simple as that has been hidden from us for so many years. And we walk around thinking that we have to equal the white man twice in order to be good. And he has never equaled us once.
That's how you can shed it off and not walk around
with the frustration there. He has never come up to, oh, let me mention this. Oh, let me mention this. You know what Herodotus, whom we talked about before, whom they call the father of their history. You know what he said? He said that the Greeks say, in his language now, that the Egyptians taught them all they knew and gave them the knowledge of the gods. He also said that the Egyptians said that the Greeks were children, by comparison. So what you're looking at is a man who has never grown up. Let me just, for just a minute, I'm going to come back to the document, but I want to deal with this. In ancient African societies, and in many today, you don't just automatically become a man or a woman because you reach certain chronological years. You have to go through the process that is called what? Initiation and rites of passage. So you have to be prepared for adulthood so you know what the responsibility is, how to respond to those responsibilities, right? That's rites of passage. Now, when they took you off for the secret society training and rites of passage, they took the young men over here, the elder men worked with them, they took the young ladies over here. Not that one was superior to the other, they had different basic functions in the society. And they had to know how to do that. Only a woman can teach a girl how to be a woman, only a man can teach a boy how to be a man. Then they bring them back together and they intermingle those and that they relate to each other. That's why we don't relate to each other. We don't know nothing about being men and women. We think when our sexual genitals get stimulated, we're men and women. That's not true. We haven't been prepared for adulthood at all. It's thrust upon us, the whole responsibility of it. And that's why most of us crumble under the weight of it. In a proper African society, a man would never run off and leave his family because he was taught from the beginning to take care of his family. But even if he left, the family wouldn't fall apart because the women were self-sufficient because they control the economy in the society. In all African societies, before Islam and everything else came, women controlled the society. Now, one of the aspects of being able to prove to the elders to pass the test, because if you never passed the test, you were never accepted as an adult. You could be 50 years old, but if you never followed the values that an adult and the way an adult's supposed to act, you were still considered a child in that village. You didn't become an elder simply because you grew some gray hair. You became an elder because you followed through a certain cycle and certain procedure of life and process of life. One of the main determining factors to let you know that you had now crossed over from childhood to adulthood was your ability to interact and share with others. That was so important. Why? Because when a child is born, what does a child think about? What does a child cry for? In the early years of a child's life, at the breast of its mama, all it knows is me. And then the whole world is there for that child. The mama's breast, the mama's whole body was there for it. The mama's breast is there for it. The father goes out to hunt to make sure that it's fed. The elders in the community do this. The society is protected by the army. Everyone does all this for what? To make sure that that child grows up. So everything is done for the child by somebody else, and therefore in African societies and societies with people of color, the child is the focus and center and the most important aspect in the culture and the society because it carries on the life of the people. Now, how do you bridge this gap now when everybody has been lavishing affection on you? Everybody has been taking care of you. Everybody has been feeding you. How do you become self-sufficient to take care of yourself? You have to be taught how to do that. And one of the first things to do that is you have to stop saying me, my, and say us, we. Our, us, and we. Our, us, and we. White people have never learned how to do that. And when you say our, us, and e, you're not in an individualistic society, you're in a what? Collective society. Because the only thing that will ensure your individual survival and development is the collective. Survival of the collective. White people live in a rugged, all they talking about, they praise the rugged individual. An individualistic society because they came up primarily with each man behind his cave, with his dog guarding his cave. In their early stages of Cro-Magnon, each man had a dog in his cave to keep anybody else from coming to his cave and stealing his food. So now when you start out with that as a premise, as Diop says, it's indelible. So it's in his nature. So he has never grown up because he's still in the me, I. And when you don't do what he wants you to do, he does what a child does when it doesn't get his way. What does a child do? Throw tantrum. Destroy anything. Destroy it. You're not my friend anymore. I hate you. And he goes, they want to beat you up? Want to fight you? Then we all go through that as children. We went through it to a degree. I know our parents didn't allow us to do all that. But I'm talking about when dealing with other children out in the street. Stuff didn't go your way, you want to fight. That's why you got gang wars, because you couldn't have his way with that, you fight. That means they have not developed into adulthood. Therefore, when you look at the history of white people and the way they react to other people, if that person doesn't dress the way they want them to dress, if that person doesn't think the way they want them to think, doesn't believe the way they want them to believe, what will they do? Make war on them. A child would do that. So when you look at him, you are looking at an unruly child. The bad seed. You saw that movie, The Bad Seed, and that child didn't get something she wanted, she killed people. Does he do that or not? Or am I being hateful?
He does that. Even when you say something that's...
Because we've taken on his nature. You know, and we acting just like that, which means what? We're not growing up. We haven't grown up. We haven't been prepared for adulthood. I just wanted to throw that in there for you, all right? Now, I believe we have answered that question. We answered the question, who wrote the Bible? God, it's time for lunch. Way past time for lunch, isn't it? Okay. Can we hit 2 more documents for lunch? Okay. We just answered the question, what is the Bible, right? What is it? Okay. Okay, well, after we finish summing this up a minute, then we'll do some questions and we'll do, all right. All right, but I wanted to make sure we got clear on this. Since we found out who wrote it, what is it?
There are a number of independent records, not one book but many. And then we went into where it comes from, the word ability came from Greek.
That's Old English. Closer to modern English. It's in between Old English.
Modern English, and then from there we went to Bibles,
More recent English.
which is a Greek name, and then from there to papyrus, and papyrus from Gene.
What is papyrus?
That's the
What the Latin? Papyrus.
no.
Papyrus.
Latin.
Latin, okay.
And from the Latin it came down to one.
That's where it originated.
Is it correctly said papyrus or papyrus?
Papyrus, they say it's correct. We say, we speak Negrito. So, papyrus is correct, but we say papyrus. Okay, so, but,
I like the way papyrus sounds.
yeah. Yeah, and I like papyrus too. I'd best say papyrus, but either way you up and down, it comes out the same. All right, so we know that first of all, it isn't one book, it's a number of independent records. It isn't holy or more sacred than any other because the word sacred and holy meant what? Simply to set apart, then to make whole, and that all peoples in the world have their sacred records. So one sacred set of sacred records is no more valuable than another people's sacred set of records. And therefore, I think we deducted from that, and I believe we have a general consensus that no one has the right to impose their sacred record on another people or to defame another people's sacred record as being of no value, or that they have to accept your particular record. And as this lady brought out, the only thing that made it right or wrong for Europeans to take their idea of a sacred record and say that it was superior to everybody else's and impose it on them is what? By power, force of power, by warfare. Not by calling on Jesus, not by praying, not by the Holy Ghost, but by the sword. The order has been switched around so many times there because depending upon who was doing the translating and to what purpose they were doing the translating. So the order has been switched around there. Again, I want to state that in terms of the Bible in reference to African people, it is a gateway to us getting back to understanding our history, and it is one of the many books that we produced as a people that contains part of our history. The Israelite nation, which was an African nation. That was only one of the many African nations which existed. The whole world was not focusing on that. They were focusing on it because it was their history. And it happened to survive many other books, because one thing about the Israelites, as they would burn up the books in Kemet, and they would burn up the books in India and at Karthadas and other places, the Israelites would take theirs and bury them off in the desert somewhere. That's why you keep finding these Dead Sea Scrolls and stuff. So that's how theirs was able to survive. Plus, it was the one that the European chose to co-opt because it was the one closest to what he thought he could understand at the time. And that's the reason why. But it is not better than the rest, any more than the Quran is better than the rest. They all have value. They're all sacred to us and can give us not only our history, but also spiritual and moral values that we can draw upon.
So it's basically hypocritical for the Muslims like we have pointed out in the class, that the Quran was a compilation of certain books in the Old and in the New Testament. It's therefore hypocritical for the Muslims to now say the Quran is the only book we should read from, when the Quran got their idea of God from the Bible.
The same way with the Bible itself, when it got it from the book of coming forth by day by night. Yeah, actually it shows insecurity on the part of human beings to feel the need to say that which they have developed or created is the only and the best thing that has ever been done. I mean, you discount all of the ages of people who preceded you when you do that, and all the ages of people who are to come. And then you also lock the minds of people in a ceiling that it cannot rise beyond a certain level, because if your book or what you believe is the total knowledge, then why should I seek to go beyond that?
So that means the history and the study in Islam that Prophet Muhammad received this revelation by God himself as a fabrication.
Let me say this. Every sacred book on earth, if you go down in Yucatan, there, and they used to have sacred books down there, the Incas, the Mayas, and all that, Aztec, every one of them will say that they heard a voice from God and they got an inspiration to write them books. Now, whether it happened, I don't know. I'm just saying, if the Prophet Muhammad ibn Abdullah, peace be upon him, a black man from the Quraysh tribe in Mecca, if he got the inspiration to do the Quran, that's fine. It does not make the Quran better than what my ancestors had an inspiration to write in the Western Sudan, and what others had an inspiration to write over here in the Western Hemisphere, or in India, or in anywhere else. And for him or for his followers or anybody to say that his revelation or anybody's revelation is better than the next person's revelation is not serving God nor man. It's only serving somebody's individual or collective ego. That's what it does.
But you were in something.
Excuse me, let me get his point. Yes.
Psychologically speaking, all people do that to bind themselves together for their common cause. They exclude everyone else because that is the cohesiveness of a group, whether they be Chinese, African, Caucasian, or anything else. They can't bring into question, or what you might say, the fallibility of another person's attitudes. They exclude that. Binding themselves together this way, they will function.
But
anything else becomes divisive.
But they can only function beyond a certain point. And it's only great rulers who created great empires in Africa and other places had to transcend those individual limitations and and the best rulers would always go like Sunni Ali of the Songhai Empire, founder of the Songhai Empire, took the best out of each tribe's tradition and each nation's tradition and incorporated it into the national culture. A wise leader will do that. And it is not so bad for human beings to feel that special unique connection with the creator of the cosmos. Here's when it really becomes evil, when you seek to proselytize other people to that way of thinking. They convert them to your way of thinking, or to destroy them, or to discount their right to exist, or even question their humanity on the basis that their system of belief or philosophy of life is not in same accordance with the language of yours. Now note I use the term language, because at the basis of all religions are certain principles. And it is only when people get away from those basic principles and get complex in their religions that the religions tend to become corrupt. Because they've gotten away from the principle now, and the religion no longer serves the people, but the people serve the religion. That's when it becomes oppressive. That's it. We were talking about that in the first session here, that religion to African people was a way of life. That's the point. When it's no longer a way of life and it becomes a religious practice, it's a whole together. Yeah, when it's devoid of spirituality, because spirituality and religion are not one and the same. Religion is an expression of one's spirituality. And one can be spiritual and not have any kind of religion whatsoever. Because spirituality is one's conscious awareness of their connection with the cosmos and the universe around them. Call it God, call it whatever you will. Man, the African understood that so well.
That's why the ancient Egyptians and Dr. Benson had no apostolized religion.
Right.
They developed spirituality, and the individual was brought forth spirituality, and those were the students from the priesthood down. Organized religion has always been an offshoot of spirituality, which was dying. So they tried to bring it back through religion, through an ossified form.
To discipline man back on the proper path.
And it never worked.
Yeah, whenever you'd have these rise of these prophets, whether it was Jesus, well, whoever the prophet Muhammad was, it was an object. It was in this particular geographical location. What had happened to the people is they had begun to degenerate and separate from spiritual principles. So a prophet would rise up to try to bring them back in harmony with those, that particular people. His message was not necessarily for the whole world. Just like Jesus' message was not for the whole world. He said, I come but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. He made it very plain. He didn't say nothing about carry this to everybody in the world. He said, carry it to every city in Israel. Carry it all over Israel. He said that very clearly. He said, then will the end come. You go back and read it. That's what they, the way of life. Yeah, as you see me, then you follow in that. But you see what the European Christians did with that though. Instead of taking the way as a way of life, they say the way as the only way you can go is to accept Jesus. They took the language and put it in their own interpretation. You see what has happened there, and it's very simple.
We not only live by we don't live by the crucifixion per se of Jesus, but through Jesus' teaching.
Yeah, who was the teaching of Asa and all the other prophets who preceded him, because just like every other great teacher of that day, he studied in Africa. But that's another topic. I'm supposed to get to that later on. His assassination. Yeah, the only thing that his assassination demonstrates, since you brought up the crucifixion, what his assassination demonstrates, his assassination was no greater, and I know y'all not going to like to hear me say this, and as I say, I'm not attacking the system of belief, but I got to go with what's real. It was no greater than the assassination of King, Malcolm, or anybody else. He paid the price for his liberation struggle. And we talked about that before. What did they put him on the cross for? For starting a new religion? For the Savior of the world? Not the Romans. The Romans put in their records, we crucified him because he was a rebel. He was the king of the Jews. They said he was the king of the Jews, and we're the only ones who have power politically to appoint kings over a subjugated state. So he opposed the Roman Empire, so we killed him.
So it was
political, because even in the Bible it states the Romans said, and I quote, the Romans said, if every man go off and believe in this man, they will come and take our city. So the crucifixion and assassination of Jesus was political.
The whole thing was political until somebody came along 300 and some years after the fact and decided that in order to control the minds of the masses of the people, we're going to, and to keep them from rising up politically, we're going to have to keep them docile, and the only way we can keep them docile is to give them this docile image of Jesus. However, the very people who profess to be Christian nations were the most violent and aggressive of all nations. Keep in mind, too, that it was only with European Christianity that orthodoxy entered into the world. What do I mean by orthodoxy? Only one way to view a religious expression. Orthodoxy meant the beginning of the control of human beings' minds. Because when your religion does not allow you to think beyond a certain point, it controls your mind and thinking. That's what orthodoxy, European Christianity did that. Then Islam came in with an orthodoxy religion, or orthodox, where you cannot think beyond the Quran, you cannot think beyond. It was only when the Africans embraced Islam, the Moors out of Africa embraced Islam, that it now was a more tolerant religion that allowed peoples of other ways of religious thinking to function within the confines of its empires.
It also provides your ability to develop spiritually.
Yes, it does. But in the Bible, there's a certain part that said, "Oh, you cursed you scribes and Pharisees. You had the word and you gave it not. And that which you gave is an abomination to God."
It says something to that degree. I know the Jerusalem Slim, that's what we used to call Jesus in the seminary, is reported to have said, and see, much of what's in the New Testament was not necessarily stated by Jesus. A lot of that was added during the long editorial period. But he most likely would have said something like, "Cursed ye scribes and Pharisees," because he said, you don't have the knowledge, nor will you allow other people. You're the blind leading the blind, and then you stand in the way of other people coming to that knowledge. So it's an awful thing. The point I'm trying to draw here, and I'm going to close out on this point, it's a very terrible thing to limit other people or to seek to limit their mental and spiritual development. And many people who mean well, when they come up to you with their only way isms and schisms, that you got to accept Islam, or you got to accept Jesus, or you got to accept this, or you got to accept that, in order for you to reach a spiritual oneness and harmony with the Creator, they are seeking to limit you to within the confines of their understanding. Now that's the sincere ones who don't know. The controllers of the religions, the hierarchy, know what they're doing, because their object is to keep the masses of the people under control. That way they do not question what they do, because they have the divine right of God's authority to do it. Therefore, King James, whom this book was mistranslated for, King James was therefore had the divine right of kings and the divine authority of the kings. First of all, as Hakim al-Budi says so well, only fools limit their women. First of all, only a fool will do that.
Right.
When you limit your woman, you limit your power source. Therefore, you can't be all the man you're supposed to be, because you don't have power source. That's stupid. You don't have a power source behind you. Now, white men understood that quite well. Even though they limited the power of black women, they controlled it. But they kept that power always what? Near them. In their food, feeding their babies. Why? Because they wanted to be able to control that power. And they called her their what? Their mammy. Their mama. They knew who she was. And they wanted to keep their mama under their control, because that's the only way they could control that power. Now, we shouldn't seek to control it. However, we should seek to harness and be connected with it. And for first of all, whenever there's a religion or a culture, a philosophy of life that separates the female from the male and puts her on a lower level or in the back, you will note there's a lot of insecurity within the male structure there itself. Either they're not strong in battle, and it's usually in those cultures where the men are very small, diminutive. I find the Japanese, and I noticed that. The little dudes seem to be the ones that feel the need to, the Napoleon complex to distract. White men like these little skinny women. The little woman is what they like to call it. Black men like, she's most, now, you know, we have our children. But why do we like that? Because it symbolizes power. White men want that little one because they can control her, they can break. Sapphire, when you throw down with her, you got equal. You know what a big woman, y'all. He can snap that up, oh wow. You know, she cried, oh, you hit me. You snap Sapphire, she gonna put her hand on her head. If she takes time to do that before she get in your children. But see, in order for you to be able to deal with that, you have to be a secure male. A secure male does not seek to diminish the female. And also, and our enlightenment, because we didn't know, we were brought up under this the male-dominated society, born out of the white man's fear. I didn't mean to get into this, but just let me hit it for a second, okay? I want to get back to her question. We got to go to lunch, and I got to get back to the subject. But I got to deal with this, though. White males, and see, brothers, I'm putting the focus on them because we picked up a lot of their nature. White male, at the center of our religion, first of all, that inspired the Bible and all the other sacred writings, was the female, was the mother goddess. You can find that in my book, African Woman, the Original Guardian. A lot of brothers are down on me. They say you are male feminist and all that, but no. The white male had a basic problem with all humanity outside of himself, dealing with genetics, as Dr. Francis Wilson points out very well, And what it does is this. The power to procreate in the ancient world was considered the greatest power on earth. All religions are predicated upon the power of procreation. I don't care, the Muslims will swear up and down that they got this star and crescent, which is symbols of procreation. The Christians will swear the cross is a symbol, perverted as it is, of procreation. All of the ancient symbols of religion were symbols of procreation. At the center of procreation, an understanding of the ancient world was the female, because even though we could plant the seed, that's all we could do with it. We can't do nothing else with it, or nature would have let us keep it. We got to plant it for it to do anything. So she has the chemical lab that makes it become what it becomes. So actually the God process is carried on within the womb of woman. The creative process. We plant it, and she creates it. And even for us to plant it, she inspires us to do that because she draws us to her. If we were not drawn to her, we would not plant the seeds. So she does, and she had a lot of ways of drawing you to it too. Sometimes all we got to do is walk by. But anyway, that was sacred. That's divine to black people. That's why black people in their natural state don't have a whole lot of sexual problems. Like white people. And they do not debase human sexuality in their natural state. Europeans have sexual problems. Now, here's the thing that really upset the white male, besides the fact that he was smallest in number of all people and could not produce color left unto himself. The thing that really disturbed him was he could not figure out the mystery of how this woman was walking around with a flat stomach 1 minute, it pokes out and keeps poking out for 9 months, and then she delivers. So he could not figure that out. He did not know that this thing that made him go and grunt had anything at all to do with. And now if you think about that, look at that picture, Quest for Fire. You remember, all they knew how to do was go, and jump in it and jump out. That's all they knew how to do. That's all he wanted to do. He had no idea that this had anything at all to do with this woman in her stomach. He did not know this. He did not know it until the African taught him this. It was the Nubian Grimaldi's who taught the Cro-Magnon about 15,000 years ago. Cro-Magnon comes on the scene between 20 and 25,000 years ago. The Nubian Grimaldi had been up in Europe for 50,000, maybe up to 70,000, all over the world. This black man, but that's another subject. They had observed and studied the body of the black woman. And I cover that in this book. So much so that the most sacred thing in life to them was her ability to carry this child and to bring this child forth into the world. So that the first image of humans carved in stone, carved in terracotta, painted on the rocks of the caves were what? Of the woman, and usually the what? Pregnant woman. Always the big butt woman. All over the world. It was a symbol of divinity. I'm serious. She was God. She was God. Why? Because how did you first, any knowledge of God whatsoever you got in your consciousness began when your consciousness started to develop. Where did your consciousness start to develop? Where? In the womb. Right. Every thought your mother had was transferred to you. Everything you needed for survival, we just talked about that, didn't we? Came from what? Your mother. You wanted pickles and ice cream, did you get it? Everything you wanted, you got it. Your mother supplied that. Therefore, the best way that we can acknowledge, and the quickest and most basic way that human beings acknowledge the provision of the creative force in the universe and their connection with the creative force is through what that power of what does for them. Now you'll see people stand up in church and say, what? I want to testify about what he done for me. I mean, they wouldn't want nothing to do with God if they didn't believe he did something for them. Right. If they didn't believe Jesus could do something for them, Jesus wouldn't last 5 minutes. They just convinced him that he'd done something for them. That's all. But if they were not convinced of that, they wouldn't deal with it no more. And that's what they talk about, what he's done for me. So our concept of God is based on what the Creator does for us. And what was our first knowledge of what can be done for us? Woman. Woman. Not only the womb, when you first got in the world, what your daddy that fed you? It was your mama's breast that fed you. So therefore, who would be your first idea of God? Mama. That's why the African prays today, Mother, Father, God. Because the first idea of God was you came to know God, or the Creator, through your mother. So the first way you came to know the Creator is the way that you what? Acknowledge the Creator. Not that we're bringing the divine force down and putting it on the level of the human. No. The human has to be able to conceive of that. So the way you first conceive of it, and then the second way you conceive of it is your father. Because when your mother's milk was no longer sufficient, it was what your daddy slew out in the field on the hunt and brought back as a provision. The fact that your daddy surrounded and all the other daddies surrounded that village and protected it against all threats and all enemies, that you began to see Father God. So that's why it's called Mother, Father, God. All religion was predicated upon that. Now the European was angry because he did not have the power to do this great miracle, this great mystery of life, and that is to bring forth life. He said, I can't do it. Can she do it? And I can't do it. So what he saw with this child when it came in the world was blood, the afterbirth. So he says, obviously there's a connection between this and bleeding. So that's when they came up with the religions of castration, where a man figured if he castrated himself, he might be able to somehow inherit the power to give birth to a child. It sounds stupid to us, but and it is stupid, but that's what they did. They were not advanced enough to take it. Yes, no, they end up hating women. Yeah. Mithraism is based, its priest must be castrated to be priest. Mithraism, one of the ancient religions that came out of Europe. It must be castrated to be a priest. Today, you have them castrating young boys to sing in the choir, to give to God. In India, once it was taken over by the Aryans and the Eurasians, castrating of young men to give,
It was Castile, the Catholic Church had.
Yeah, Castile, where you serve God better if you were castrated. You could get closer to God. And so they went a step from that. I'm going to get your point in a minute. A step from that a minute. That's what I was coming to. The logical. Then they came up with, in order to know God and to be a good priest, you can't have anything to do with a woman. Wherein the ancient Kemetic priest said, before you can know God, you must copulate with woman. That was the only way to know God, was through the interrelationship of male and female. Where when the European comes, he said, in order for me to know woman, to know God, I got to get away from woman. And he went a step further in Christianity and said that woman is the gateway to hell. In African Genesis. That's why all stories about the creation, no matter what part of the world they come from, talks about this watery state in darkness, and the spirit moving upon the face of the deep in the darkness is actually talking about the womb of woman. And that the first thing in creation, it says, God said, let there be light. What's the first thing that happens when you part the golden or the sacred gates of the vagina? When you're coming out, you come into the new world of light, is what happens. So that's what that's all about. That's all. Now, the European was so angry, the European male, that he could not, the African male somehow was satisfied with the fact, look, I can't have no babies, I don't want to have none, so I'll just praise the sister for having them and thank her for inspiring me to come and participate in the process. So he was happy with that. See? The European wanted all the power, the European male, so he said, I can't have the babies. Since I can't have the babies, I've castrated myself and that won't let me have no babies. So what I'm going to do then is control the mechanism that has the child, and I'm going to bring my woman up under me. I control her. I control the child she produces. I can buy or sell them. I own them. They are my property.
And 4 million women from about around 1500 and 300 years, 4 million European women were burned at the stake. That's a direct out of their hatred for women. Black men hate women.
In the Christian New Testament, the ones that were the translated, John Chrysostom, John Marcion, St. Basilides, all of them, St. Jerome, they all were misogynists. They hated women, and that's why you will find in the New Testament, let the women keep silent in the church. And they said the women were the gateway to hell. They were temptation. They should keep their hair covered because it tempt men to do evil things. This is the kind of mentality you're dealing with now. And now it's going to come and bring its corrupt idea of the Creator, religion, and the Bible to you and say this is that you must follow. But they can no longer control you if you liberate your own mind. When you have knowledge.
That is what I was going to say.
This is a natural state for us. It is not natural. I'm glad you brought that up. Oh my goodness, I'm trying to close out on this, but it is not natural for us to debase human sexuality. Human sexuality is a sacred and divine thing which is supposed to energize the people when they come together and take them to higher levels of spiritual evolvement and enlightenment. That is what's supposed, the natural, between male and female. Black male and female, make that even clear. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about what other people do, I'm talking about between us. One of the ways that you really scatter a people's spiritual energy and keep them disconnected from their plug. Now, remember we studied earlier about the fact that Dr. Williams told us in Destruction of Black Civilization that our religion, that is our way of expressing our spirituality, was the dynamic force behind us being able to create these great, marvelous civilizations in the past. So that was it. Now, when you can disconnect the people from their spiritual connection, they cannot achieve greatness. Here's the question we have to ask ourselves and other black people who keep throwing this thing in our face about we got to follow this man's brand of Christianity, this man's brand of Islam, this, that, the other. If, therefore, these things are so good for us, why then, after we sincerely embrace them, and black people embrace them more genuinely and sincerely than anybody else does, and try to live up to them, why aren't we achieving greatness? Because our religion was at the basis, I'm coming to you, our religion was at the basis of our achieving great societies then. If this is the correct religion for us now, why aren't we achieving greatness and liberating ourselves? I'm going to come right to you right now. Because one thing that a good religion will do for you, Nat Turner taught you, Harriet Tubman taught you, it will make you do what? Rise up against your oppressor. Didn't Reverend Henry Highland Garnett tell you that? It'll make you fight your oppressor. It's in the Old Testament. They fought against the Philistines.
And I'm going to make one more point. They tell us in the churches, thou shalt not kill and this and that. But if you look in the Bible, every prophet that God sent to liberate his people killed their people. So there's a positive and a negative way of murder.
Yeah, murder is when you kill without reason. When you, self-defense is not murder. In defense of yourself and your people is not murder. When you aggressively attack others, then that is murder. Now, when you aggressively attack them to control them, when you attack them to keep them from attacking you, that's self-defense. But I'm trying to finish this one point. We have gotten out of this. We're getting into showing off African theology here, Jack. So we're getting back to this harmony of the male-female energies. And in African societies and societies of people of color, sexuality was more freely expressed. Now, that's not to say it did not have laws that governed it and all that. It was just more freely expressed. And in most societies of color, it was normally the female who initiated the connection. Not always, but normally. And it was up to the female to make the choice as to who she would or would not share her temple with. And if she was not satisfied with her partner, she could leave that partner and go to another. That was in the matrilineal societies, wherein the property and the kingship and the rulership descended through the line of the female, through the line of the mother, which the throne of all ancient African governments was called the throne or the lap of your mother. In Egypt or Kemet, it was called the lap of Osset. He was sitting on his mother's lap because she gave him the power to rule. That's how it was the women who conferred the power of rulership through the matrilineal system. Well, now, when the patrilineal system came in under Europeans and Asians, women could no longer make the choice. It was the men who made the choice. It was also the women who devised the method, sisters, of what is called the extended family or sister wife. Why did the women develop that? Because of warfare and because of other factors. In many of our societies, there was a depopulation of the male. The belief was no female in a society should be without the connection of a man. Not that she couldn't survive without it or her life was dependent. No, you had to have this sharing of energies in order for there to be a complete balance in everybody's life. So even in some cases, even if there wasn't an intimate or sexual interchange between them, you would still hear of a man referring to this woman as his wife. A man may have 50 wives and may only cohabit with 2 or 3. But these others he was still responsible to because they were a part of his household. And he was their masculine energy just like they were his feminine energy to plug into. The females looked at the male and realized several things. One, that the male draws from her incessantly for his energy, not only when he's a child, but even as he grows up, his inspiration, everything. The whole society is predicated upon the women. You notice African women work hard. to this day. Not that the male didn't. The male took most of the risk. However, that's a hard work, and so she needed help in those societies, and to distribute that work, she called upon many times her own sister to come and join that household. Now, the other thing is, not just for the work factor, the economic factor, because a household could prosper much better when you got 2 or 3 or 4 people working in that household to bring in income than you have with 1 or 2. Also, you could do a better job with the children, because no 2 people can raise children. They don't have all that you need to do that. You need other. In fact, in the African tradition, it says it takes a whole village to what? Raise 1 child. So you have to have the input of the whole village, because in this foolish system, you can't, and folks say, my children get to be a teenager, I don't know what to do with them. That's because you're trying to do something you don't have the ability to do. 2 people cannot do it. Even with the grandparents, you need the input of what? The experience of the whole community. Because there may be something in that child you can't reach that somebody else in that community can reach. Because it's your child don't mean you're going to understand everything about it. That child. Doesn't happen that way. Now, one of the main reasons why women developed the system of the sister wife, and once again I want to say this was created by women. I can give you a Bible story for that. It was created by women, not by males. Because see, what happens is sisters will say, well, y'all brothers like to do this because y'all get the benefit of having all these different women. Now, but if that's the way a brother thinks, first of all, he shouldn't have it. He's not spiritually equipped to deal with it, because it entails more than the physical aspect. All that has its place. She did it because if this one man continued to drain all this energy off this woman, he would kill her. So he had to have different depositories of that energy to draw from. The greater the man, it seemed like the more the repositories. Why was that? The more he had to do and accomplish in a given society, he needed the more what? Energy, which means he had to drain more energy from somewhere. And many times from that. So if he did that with one woman, that would be destructive to her. The other thing in that system, I don't even know how I got to this, Lord. The other thing in that system is the women were generally closer to each other than they were to the man, because it was what was called a sister wife. When you hear a brother say, I got 4 wives, this is my wife, that's my wife. It's got to be, these are my sister wives. See, when they're sister wives, then, because they had a bond that man and that woman can't have it. I mean, they could get in the midnight hour all night long and all day long too, if they wanted to. They still cannot have the bond that 2 sisters can have, because those sisters would be there with each other when they were producing those children. And they would be sharing that pain with one another through the struggle of birth. That's a bond. And it's an example of that in Banneker City. There's a brother there, IJ. His wife is a medical doctor, a gynecologist, as a matter of fact. He's the principal wife. One of his wives was having a child. Who delivered the child but her? Now, what do you think, what kind of bond exists between those people? The one reason why the white man, one of the first things he did when he came into our societies was to break that up, and then took all of the women that he wanted to himself. See, but to preach this thing called monogamy, which is unnatural, in most cases is unnatural, unless this is just something people want to do. But in most cases, human beings are not that way. And even in societies, you have women with more than one man. Don't get upset, brothers. The Maroons fought up in Jamaica so hard because they had more women than they had men. So, they had more men than they had women. I got it right. So the women had to share the men. And so there was a brotherhood with them that would not allow jealousy to enter. Therefore, when they entered into battle together, there was a what? Stronger bond. Jealousy is born out of the sense of ownership. When you seek to own another person. If that person wants to be bound to you and you alone, that is their what? Decision. Therefore, in the marriage vow, to stand up and say, and you to thine alone, to death do you part, that's not going to work. Human beings don't function like that. So the societies must determine what is the moral and what is not within that given context. And women have as much right, especially in the Native American societies, they really had that right, as the males to make those choices. Because I'm trying to wrap this up. You cannot own another person's genitals. A woman's vagina is hers. It is sacred, it is divine, it is the best thing on earth as far as I'm concerned. I don't know nothing better. I don't want nobody nothing better. The best thing on earth that I know of, however, it's hers. That if she says to you, this is your stuff, thank her for the honor. Treat it well. But if she decides and says it is not yours, and if she decides to share it with somebody else, you have to decide whether you can handle that or not. But you cannot take her life for it. You cannot defame her for it. You cannot stone her as they did in the Bible for it. Because why? Who gave her that body? And who ultimately determines what happens to that body? She does. And then it's between her and, no matter what the different religions say, no matter what. That's what happens. Now, in a given society, what the accepted norm is, if you agree to live with that norm, then you must live by that. If you don't, then you leave that society and you move on. So we cannot, same thing with a woman, want to kill a man because he want to be with another woman? Yes, and the Europeans took advantage of it because they didn't understand it. You know.
Where does abortion
Oh, well,
this is the right man thing, I know, I just want to hear you.
well, no, not necessarily. It is. See, here's the thing. Can you hold that a minute? Because that's another subject. That's another. Let me cap this one up. She had a point I had to deal with. I'm going to deal with that, and we really will go to lunch.
Deal with midwife, because he brought that up, and that had to do with what you're talking about.
White man destroyed the midwifery in the beginning to get the power of control of birth from the women.
Yeah, it was only women who delivered children. It was men were not allowed in. It was a thing. It was a sacred mystery thing of the women. Just like men had things they did that women couldn't enter into. That had nothing to do with male chauvinism or female chauvinism. It's just that there were certain things that they did as males over there, and that was sacred to males, and certain things that females did, it was sacred to females. It was as simple as that. That's all. And then they had their times when they came together in society. They had no problem with it. It's when you try to say that either the female is greater than the male and dominate the male, or the male is greater than the female. We were equal partners. Our history demonstrates that. Diop says that the European was totally, his mind was blown when he came to Africa and saw statuary, gargantuan statuary of the female sitting in equal power almost beside the male, and saw all that affection going on between the male and female. And the thing that really took him out was to find out that the male showed so much affection to the female child, wherein in the European society they did not. She was not an asset. She was she wasn't just a commodity, because they did sell her. She was on your profit and loss statement. What do you call that? Liability. And after they reached a certain quota, they had to take them and put them out in the woods for wild animals or something to get. Even in the days of Rome, they left them on the steps of the temple of Juno, because you couldn't have but so many females within a given European society.
You also mentioned, when you were talking about where the Bible came from, you mentioned on something called Coming Forth by Day by Night.
Yeah. The book, The Coming Forth by Day and by Night, is the book from which we get most all of the sacred writings, because it was the first to be written that was sought to systematize some type of ritual or system of belief. The Egyptologists, quote unquote European persuasion, call it the Egyptian Book of the Dead.
So that's the Coming Forth by Day
By night coming book, right? What they call the Egyptian Book of the Dead. And even though it has to say a lot about the dead, we must understand this. To the African, even then, there was no concept of death. There are several rites of passage you pass through, and this was called the last rite of passage. It was not called death. But in preparing to make that rite of passage, just as you had to have the preparation for the rite of passage to go from childhood to adulthood, you had a rite of passage, prepared you for it, you had to have a preparation for what? The last rite of passage. which was you passed on to the ancestors or into the nether world, because they believed this. And it seems to be very much rooted in their scientific understanding, because they were the first scientists, and they understood the science of life and the natural phenomena very well. Atoms and molecules do not die. They do not. You cannot destroy energy. Energy just takes on different forms and substances. What we are human batteries, and we carry around within us energy, which they call spirit, force, atoms and molecules all through us. When this body dissipates, what happens to those atoms and molecules? They exist in the universe. We call that our ancestors. That's what we call it. Also, they exist in our children and grandchildren, because you can look in the face of some of your children and see your great-grandmother act just like her, talk like her, everything. Right. That is a part of your great-grandmother or your great-grandfather.
DNA don't change.
They don't change. They can. Only white man trying to change it. and that's how come we coming up with all these diseases, because he keep messing with something he ain't been messing with. Well, African was quite content with it, left it alone. He understood it, though. He understood it. Now, getting back to that, so that's this thing of the book of the coming forth by day and by night. The gods and goddesses in there were merely scientific symbols. They were symbols of a high culture science, and I go into that here in the book African Genesis. I really get into it there. Just like you go to a computer, when you press a certain symbol on that computer, it can call up to you what? Information. Is the symbol you press the information? What is it?
It's just a sign.
It's a sign that you use what?
To access.
To what?
Activate.
The gods and goddesses were scientific symbols to access scientific information. It was a part of their ancient computer system, is what it was. And in that they saw the creative force in everything, in every leaf, every blade of grass, every grain of sand, everything, every ripple and drop of water. Therefore, whatever happened, the Creator had something to do with it, so they therefore named it a deity, because the Creator was being manifested in it. To the African, as I read from Dr. Williams, there was only one universal, divine, creative force in the universe, one divine intelligence. Everything else, gods and goddesses, was a manifestation of the multiple aspects of the one. So sacred was this to the African that he never built a temple to the one. Never built a house to house the one. Only Europeans and Asians believe that they can build a house and put God in it. They're the only people who think they can do that. The African knows you cannot take the sum total of the universe and put it in a house. Nor can you put it between the covers of a book. So that's why he had this reverence for all people's belief. They thought, oh, he's so easy and childlike. We can convert him to Islam. We convert him to Christianity. He saw no difference in it than what he already believed. It was just another way to say it. You know. Okay, did I get all your points? Because he had a question, and I'm really going to try to close this section down.
I asked him because he was saying about the woman's body is her own, you know. She controls it and everything.
Just like your body is your body.
It's just at the point, you know, this thing with women always in the papers and stuff.
Oh, I didn't finish that. On the thing of abortion, right? Okay, it is her right to decide, first of all. However, if you were in a society that was of the creation of this woman and her people, a society that provided all the needs for everyone in that society, the woman would not feel the need for abortion. Only in the case if it threatened her life. We live in a society now, and I'm not saying pro or con, I just want you to listen to me. Where on the one hand, they tell her she doesn't have the right to make the decision. On the other hand, they tell her they're not going to supply the means to help her take care of it. The very ones that tell her she doesn't have the right to make the decision also tell her, we're not going to give you the means to do it. You know why? Because we want you to keep having them so we can have more to exploit. Now, for us, here's my thing. I would rather see us have them because we have more warriors for the future, we have more people to build our nation. However, if we are not willing to create a collective communal society to take care of those children, then we have nothing to say about the decision that that woman makes. If we have a collective society that takes care of those children, what do I mean by a collective society? A woman should not be made to take care of a child by herself. Not even a man and a woman should be made to take care of a child by themselves. So if she has to do that, if you have a collective society in your structure, just like in the Polynesian island, you will find many brothers and sisters from the bush, not from the cities. They come from the continent, from the bush. When they make money here, what do they usually do with it when they get their paycheck? Why? And when they say take care of the family, they're not just talking about their brothers and sisters and all that. They're talking about the whole village. Because what? The whole village took care of them. So we're living in a society now where economics makes it so difficult to meet the needs of children when you got one or two people to do it. However, if we add collective institutions primarily dedicated to the care of children, then the women can have the children are well taken care of, and they do not have to worry that they will be left on their own. I will not pass a moral judgment on it. I do not like the idea of the concept of abortion. However, until I, as a black man, in concert with other black men, build a society for her that she can feel safe in having her children, I cannot say nothing about it because I haven't done my part. See, a lot of things that we can do, it's not difficult to take a whole lot of money. The reason why we were able to survive so often in the South, and when we first got up here, before we became urbanized, is because of our policy of sharing and collectivity with one another. We could take a lot less and go a lot further on it because we had that spirit of sharing. Now we're into I, me-ism and individualism, and I'm trying to take care of my needs, so I can't help you take care of your needs. When if we have a collective, and when I say collective, Lord have mercy, let me define that. Because a lot of time brothers and sisters will come along and say, we're doing a collective thing, and when you collect the money up, it turns out to be their thing. And ain't nobody got nothing to say about it but them. We're having that problem in Banneker City now. Money was collected for the elders, for the scholars to go like Dr. Williams and others. Now the brother think it's his money. You know, no, it's got to be really collective. Really collective. When it's collective, that means you don't have one person making the decision. You have a what? A council, a group of people making the decision there. And you have to have an appointed council, because if you try to get everybody to make a decision, you won't make none. That's right. Because everybody's going to have a different opinion. You're going to argue all night. So you have to appoint, as we always did, a council of elders and mothers that you trust to make that decision. Now, if they can't make it, they bring it to the people for a vote. You do it right. Some Africans practiced that, as Dr. Williams said, for 16 years and studying on the continent. Everywhere he went, he saw the African constitutional system permeating everything, which is, it was a collective decision-making process. And you always look out for the two basic people in your community, and that is your what? Your youth and your elders. You do not go without that. So what is called a daycare center can be transformed with just a few more steps into an African village. In that center, you have, when they walk into that center, they are no longer in America. The whole decor in that center, everything in that center is African-centered. So that child is, their whole mind is permeated with that. That's all they. Now, I know they tried to do that with the independent schools, but what happened with the independent schools so often is many people couldn't pay the tuition. And once again, each person trying to pay their own tuition. So they couldn't keep the teachers they need to keep them in the school. And then what happens oftentimes with the independent schools is the headmaster of the school says, it's my school. You know, and so then people start breaking off and leaving because what they thought was a collective is no longer a collective. Anymore, it's a unilateral decisions are being made. But I'm talking about just taking the centers that you already have that serve you in your communities and just taking them a step further into African villages. And collectively, whether you have, see, we only input in these if we have children. If you don't have children, you should really put some money into it. Because you ain't got no children to feed, you can help to feed some others. You see what I'm saying? So that takes some of the weight off these brothers and sisters that's trying to feed theirs every day. Everybody in an African village has a child, or two, or three. Everybody in the village has some children. Everybody. One of the things I admire about Dr. Ben is most of his children are what? Adopted. But there's no such thing as adoption. They're all our children. We say that. We say that, yet they're brothers and sisters struggling under the weight of trying to take care of their children, and you can go spend all of your paycheck on you. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't enjoy some of your paycheck, because I don't want to say that we shouldn't enjoy our life. However, you should come up with this. Now, here's the other thing about that. When the children are dependent totally on their parents for input all day, every day, the children break down under the strain, the parents break down under the strain. Now, don't they? So then you end up letting them sit in front of the TV or something else. You let them sit. However, if you have a collective situation that they can go to, that they're in for a large portion of the day, they know who their mother and father is. They got time with their mother and father, but they're in a collective environment where they do a lot of the things they like to do with their peers, because children really prefer being with children. They really do. Right, so you have your... Right, so you have that becomes their brother. Every mama and baba becomes their mama. Now they come home with their genetic parents and they sit down each evening, they have the meal, and you do things together. But if the majority of their day is in that communal setting, that frees up the parents not to party, not to run the streets, but to do what? To carry on their working activity, to carry on their economic development, all their education, whatever they have to do to be better providers for that family, because you have brothers and sisters who are committed to and specialize in taking care of those children in that village, keep that village in communal environment, and they are able to take care of their families. Why? Because you take part of what you earn and to make sure that they take care of it. If you stop seeing it as a business in terms of a daycare center and take it a couple of steps further, you can transform it into that. And that way you can be sure you got African conscious people in there, so you know who you leaving your children with during the day, and all those kind of things. And it's not governed by, and it's not owned by the people in there. Taking care of those children is governed and owned by the what? The community that it serves. That's African, man. Two questions in the course so far, and that is, who wrote the Bible, which I think we have proven without a doubt and established was written by the African in African land, originally there, and then we discussed what the Bible was, which was a collection of little books, and that it was no more sacred than any other book that people consider to be sacred, that they have set aside from their other literature to represent their values, their philosophy of life, their worldview, and their history as a people. It is primarily a history of the Hebrew people who were originally an African people, which we'll be discussing with some detail as we go on here. It is therefore one of the many African history books that can be referred to as holy or sacred. It is not the only one that can be referred to as holy or sacred. You're welcome to come in, sister. It's all right. We will now go to answer, since we've answered those two questions already, the next question to be answered is, when was the first book of the Bible written, and by what name is it known? All right, we're at that point. And that takes us to document 6. Everybody have a copy of the source paper? If you don't, Brother and Juicy will get you a copy. Brother and Juicy, will you see to it that everybody has a copy, please? Yes, my sister. There they are right there. Document 6. Be alert and be aware, because as I'm going along, I will stop and you'll have to fill in for me while we're going through the document. And make sure we're together, all right? Here we go on document 6. It, Genesis, bears traces of having been put together in its present form many years after the death of the great Hebrew patriarch Moses, when the Canaanite was no longer in the land, and the Jewish monarchy or kingdom indeed had been established. The two threads of narrative, primitive and priestly, are supposed to have been based upon older written accounts compiled from oral traditions and to have been put together from the present book of Genesis in the days of Ezra around 444 BCE. We're answering the question now with two documents. When was the first book of the Bible written, and by what name was it known? Now, from this document we've just read, and we will find, if you were with us earlier, every time we go into a document, it gets us hung up for a while because it always opens up more information to us. We're dissecting the document now. The first book of the Bible, in the Bible as it exists in this Bible, as it exists, that most people are familiar with, is the book of Genesis. We will discuss that name and what it means as we go on. However, these are some of the points in this document that I want to give attention to. And that is, it bears traces of having been put together. I want you to keep those words in mind. Put together. Now, when something has been put together, that means it was what? It was hard. It was compiled. It was fragments. It was different sources put together. So the book of Genesis is not just one thing that descended out of heaven suddenly and somebody wrote it. It was put together, according to the Demelo Bible commentary and others, put together in its present form. Now, present form suggests what?
Genesis, Exodus.
No, this book, we're just talking about the one book, Genesis. It's present form, huh? This is not the only way that it has been set down. Now, I'm careful to go over this because we have been taught that this is it. This is the only way it has ever been. This is the only way it's ever going to be. And this is the way you have to deal with it. So we have to clear that up and talk about when it was written and by what name it was known, all right? It was put together in its present form many years. How many? What? Many years. After the death of the Hebrew patriarch Moses. Now, we'll discuss that in a minute, why Moses is important here in talking about the book of Genesis. But it wasn't put together while he was alive. It was put together many years after his death. Now, here's a clue that we're going to get into. When the Canaanite was no longer in the land. Now keep that in mind. When the Canaanite was no longer in the land. Now those are the parts of that document we're going to deal with. The first 5 books of the Bible in the Old Testament, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, are subtitled Genesis, the first book of Moses, Exodus, the second book of Moses, and so forth. That gives the indication that the books were in fact written by who? Moses. But is that so historically? Is that so historically? We're going to deal with that as we go on. Now, they could not have been written by Moses if they were put together in their present form many years after the death of Moses. And it says that they were put together when the Canaanite was no longer in the land. Now, I'm going to give you these texts. I'm not going to read them. You can read them for yourself when you get in. Genesis, the 12th chapter and the 6th verse. Genesis, the 13th chapter and the 7th verse. Genesis, the 36th chapter and the 31st verse. What are we looking for? What will you be looking for when you read those? No. What you're going to be looking for in there, I'm going to give you another text for the death of Moses in a minute. What you're going to be looking for when you read that is the mention of Abraham in the land of Canaan. All right? This took place, according to most chronologies, and especially Dr. Ben's, whom I'm more in favor of than anyone else's, in the year approximately 1650 before the Common Era. No, he was Abraham. I'm going to come back to Moses in a minute. Let me deal with the Canaanites, then I'm going to come back to Moses. All right? Hold it. Don't let me forget the point on Moses. 1650 is the year that approximately that Abraham journeyed in the land of Canaan. Now, what was he doing in the land of Canaan? He was leaving a place called Ur of Chaldea. Ur of Chaldea. Where was that? Somebody tell me. What is Mesopotamia? What does the word Mesopotamia mean? It's Greek for land between the two rivers. Land between the two rivers. I hope you can see this map here because that one's kind of small. Land between the two rivers in here, between the Tigris and Euphrates. Chaldea was in there. It was a land primarily dominated by black folks. There had been an influx of Eurasians and whites from the north who had pressed down on them. Originally, it was totally a black land because it was in the empire of Sumer, which was a land or empire of black people in that area of the world that they say was founded by representatives of Osir and Osset, or whom the Greeks call Isis and Osiris there. So it was a black land. Dr. Clark, Dr. John G. Jackson, and Man, God, and Civilization, the African presence in early Asia, Renoka Rashidi, a whole bunch of folk have testified to the fact that these, and document the fact that these were black people. Now, Abraham, who himself was a black man, was living in that land around 1675. He hurried up and left that land, took his family with him, trying to get out of that land to find another place to stay. Why? Because at that time, the Scythians, and I got to give you the story in the background so you see what's happening here. The Scythians were attacking from the north, putting pressure on the black people in that land, driving them further south and seeking to drive them out of the land. Now, who were the Scythians? According to Herodotus, whom we say was the father of what? Y'all that were here? History. Which history? Western history. Because other people were writing history thousands of years, but he didn't start writing until about 484. People were writing history before them because they were making history. He says that the Scythians themselves say that they were the youngest nation on earth. They were a white nation. And that they came from, their mother was a serpent. She was a woman who had the breast and the torso and the head of a woman and the body of a serpent. Now, in all mythology is a symbol of a historical fact. Keep that in mind, all right? All mythology is a symbol of historical fact. What did this woman with the body of a snake symbolize? According to Joel A. Rogers in the book, From Man to Superman, it symbolized what? The disease of, you're getting close. There was a disease in the ancient world called the disease of the viper. Today it is called, in modern terms, Dr. Felder, syphilis. The Scythians say that their mother was a woman, therefore, who had syphilis. These Scythians, when they went into battle, I'm going to tell you why Abraham was trying to get out of there. When they went into battle, they wore a black cape, were buck naked. And the first person that they fell upon in battle, they bit them and drew blood from them. Hence, the legend of the vampires and Dracula. From man to Superman, from Superman to man, Joel A. Rogers documents that. These are the Scythians. Now, they are getting, and they never took baths. They never washed in water. What they took was called a hemp bath. A hemp bath, like a steam bath, but the hemp, as you inhale the hemp, it would make you high. It was a narcotic. So when they went into battle, here you got a person going into battle with a black cape, blind as a bat with cracked sunglasses on, and buck naked. You have an idea why Abraham was trying to get out of there? When they heard that the Scythians were coming? When the Scythians were about to attack Ur of Chaldea, come in, mother, Ur of Chaldea, he left with his family now. And this tradition went on because the Greeks, Abraham now takes his family and he goes and travels over down here through the Sinai Peninsula, and he wants to settle in this strip of land here called Canaan. It's called Palestine now, but it was called Canaan. The land of Canaan. What was the land of Canaan? Canaan, according to, and let's go in the Bible now, the 10th chapter of the book of Genesis. Y'all all right? You with me? Going to the 10th chapter of the book of Genesis. And I'll see if I can find it right away for you. And the sons of verse 6, chapter 10, verse 6, and the sons of Ham, we'll deal with that Ham thing a little bit later, but they claimed that Ham was the ancestor of all black folks, so for the sake of argument, we'll deal with that right now, all right? But we're going to get to the rest of it later on, the Ham legend. But Ham, these were his sons, Cush, Mizraim, the Greeks called Cush what? Ethiopia. Mizraim was the Hebrew for Egypt. Egypt, which should be called Kemet, that's right. Put, which was the land of Punt in the Sudan, what is today called Somaliland, and Canaan. So now, if Canaan and Mizraim and all of them were the sons of Ham, that would make them, by the Bible genealogy, what? We're going to deal with more historical information. That would make them black. So Canaanites were black people. As a matter of fact, the Canaanites were called by the Greeks Phoenicians. The word Phoenician means red purple, from the word phoenix. That's spelled phoenix with the I and X. Phoenix, red purple, which was a description of the color of the people who were mahogany in color, which puts them, of course, in our spectrum. You can't stretch them out there with any stretch of imagination, although white folks can do that now. They can take jet black folks and make them Mediterranean Caucasians, But these were mahogany-colored people, therefore a member of our great family of Africans, the Canaanites, or the Phoenicians. They circumnavigated the world at one time, mostly in the service of Kemet, in the service of another black empire. They traveled over to America, what was called the Americas, about 800 BCE, in the service of the other Africans, in the service of the Kemetans, as Van Sertima has proven so well and others has proven for us. Now, Abraham said, I'm living here in Ur of Chaldea, in a high culture civilization, in a black man's land, being a black man, I enjoy staying here. But these cats with these capes and this getting high off these drugs are going to be here soon, and their armies are attacking from the north. I got to get out. I got to break camp. I got to sky up. I got to go somewhere else. So the best place for me to go is to another black land that's close to me, and that's in the land of Canaan. But now you follow the story in Genesis when you go home. I cannot settle in Canaan until I get permission from the people of whose empire has it as a tributary state. And that people is in Kemet. So I have to go to Kemet to get permission. That's what Abraham was doing down in what they call Egypt. That's why he was down in Pharaoh, supposedly saw his wife and took his wife. If Pharaoh took his wife, no way he could get her back. No question, he could have talked about Jehovah, Yahweh, anything he wanted to. He could not have got her back. So that may or may not have happened. Anyway, he was there to get permission. First of all, Abraham could not talk face to face with the great Pharaoh, the son of Amun-Ra. He could not. Even his ministers couldn't talk to him face to face. They had to talk through an interpreter. So now a foreigner from somewhere else that's not even a king or a dignitary, he's just the lowly sheik with his family traveling on the desert, is going to stand and talk face to face with the king of this great empire? No way. But the Hebrews recorded it that way because they had to make their founding father look good. People wrote that way. He had to look good. But it's doubtful that he was able to talk to him like that. Now, when Abraham went into the land, the Canaanites were still in that land. In 1650, he started traveling there in 1675. When he finally settled down in the land of Canaan, 25 years later, leaving the land of the blacks to settle in the land of the blacks, having gotten permission from a black empire to do that. I want you to get this all clear now, because I got to get Carlton Heston and Elizabeth Taylor and all them people out your head. Out of your head. So I got to set right who these people were. And we have other proof for it, but if you need, the Bible right there told you that Canaan was a son of Ham, which means he was one of us, which no question. Now, he settles there in about 1650. But the story about Abraham settling in Canaan was written long after the death of Moses, or put together after the death of Moses, and when the Canaanite was no longer in the land. Right. The people who were in the land when he got there in 1650, by the time the story was written, were no longer there. Is that clear? You got that? If it isn't, let me know. When was the Canaanite driven out of the land? According to the Bible, in 1st or 2nd Samuel, I didn't write the text down, but you'll find it in there. In the days of David, the second king of the African nation of Israel. We're going to prove that they were an African nation as we go on. That's when the Canaanites were finally driven out of the land of Canaan. What had happened, and I'm going to be honest with you, one group of black people committed genocide against another group of black people in the name of religion. Ain't no new thing. Black Muslims did that to the Western Sudanese Empire. So that happens. People do that. I never said we were perfect. I said at one time we were the best that the world is. We came closer to perfection than anybody else, but we weren't perfect and we never stayed close to perfect. We went in and out. So one black nation committed genocide. Now, granted, preachers will say to you and stand up and say, but they were heathen. They were worshiping strange gods. They were worshiping, they were doing all kind of ugly practices. Whenever one nation is about to attack another nation, they say what? The ugliest things they can find to say about them. Right about her. And if these nations were worshiping strange gods, what about the teraphim that Abraham had in his own tent? That he kept when his wife was trying to get his wife pregnant. He put it up underneath her, hoping it would give her power to conceive. Was he more heathen than they were? Did it give his ancestors a right, therefore, to go back and attack these people because of their system of belief? Yes, my brother, I'm going to deal with like this, a talasimu. It was an image that was supposed a fertility image, a fertility doll. They just call it a teraphim in Hebrew, but it was a fertility doll. They had a lot of systems of belief, and not one was superior to the other. But what the people would have you think in Euro-Greek-centric Christianity is that this is the superior religion. It has always been a monotheistic religion, and it has never had any other imagery, and that is not true. That is not true. So now they said, we need this land. When the Hebrews were probably driven out of Cush, because there is no history of no Hebrew being enslaved to any Kemetan. And for you all who weren't here earlier, Egypt is what they call it. Kemet is the proper name. There is no record. Now keep in mind that these people, the Kemetans, wrote about everything. Because we studied in the last session that they were the what? Creators of writing. They were the only people with paper. For over 3,000 years, these Africans dominated the paper industry. So they were the only ones able to write about it. Yet they never recorded at any time that any Hebrew was enslaved in their land. Now, this is supposed to have happened for 430 years. However, there's no record of it. First of all, because you didn't have that type of slavery in ancient Kemet. Feudalist slavery. Slavery that depended on a system which depends on feudalism, depends on serfs or slaves to work the land and keep the rich in power. They didn't have that. The people, Dr. Diop tells us, and others tells us, Dr. Du Bois and others say that the people of Kemet were a very happy people. They enjoyed the life that they lived. They applauded their pharaoh. They said their pharaoh was one of the gods because their pharaoh looked out for his people. And as long as their pharaoh met the needs of his people, they took care of their pharaoh. When he didn't take care of the needs of his people, they did what? They got rid of their pharaoh. That's what made him great, that he did what? Took care of his people. What did Jerusalem Slim say? He that would be greatest among you, he will serve you. If he doesn't serve you, he's not great. All right? So, now, let me make sure that I get back on the point now. Make sure I get back to it. We're dealing with, where was I before I got off there, please? A minute.
There was no recording of Hebrews being
There was no recording of Hebrews being slaves. None. In all of the time of the empire of the Kemetans, there were only 30,000 slaves. And they were prisoners, and most of them were Caucasians, who when they first entered the land did not know how to behave themselves, and they were thrown in jail. Out of a period of some 18,000 years that empire was in operation, there were no more than 30,000 slaves. Now, you talk about the Hebrews who left, they said 600,000 men. When you put plus the women and children, you're talking about 3 million or some altogether, because the average family back then had about 5 children. And yet, they only had 30,000 slaves. So there is no historical basis. The only record you have of the Hebrews being enslaved in Israel is in the book of Exodus. Nowhere else. And even Jewish scholars are contesting that at this time. So I want to get that straight with you right there. They were not enslaved there. But they did leave there for whatever reason under Moses to settle in the land of Canaan. The land was already inhabited by black people when they got there. Instead of settling down with the people and living among them, they went in and by force of arms took the land. Now when you read their scriptures, it says that God told them to take it. God told them to commit genocide. Even now to kill every man, well, it's in the book of Genesis, woman, child, every cow, every horse, everything that pisses against the wall, the scripture says. Now, human beings can always blame their atrocities on the Creator. The divine creative force in the universe that I respect and love and receive the energy of life from would not give the order of one people, especially one black people, to go in and commit total genocide on another. So that was one group, and I'm going to use this term, and it really fits here, group of niggers committing genocide against another. In this case, the Hebrews were wrong. I don't care how they justify it in their scripture. White folks justify it today, that if they had to come get us heathens and teach us about God, and that's why we had to serve them in slavery. They justify all those atrocities. So everybody justified. They were wrong. Whatever other right they may have done, and they did a lot of good right, the Hebrews did. In this instance, they were wrong to do that. Now that we have to consider. Because one instant, the preacher will stand up in church and teach us to turn the other cheek to people who treat us bad, not to stand up to them, not to fight back, not the vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, man shall not live by the sword, and all that. And then he'll open up the text and preach about the Hebrews killing off the Canaanites. So there's an inconsistency there, and our children hear this, and they get confused. All right? I'm not talking about a person's system of belief. I'm not talking about your faith or your spirituality. I'm talking about a record here that is telling the history of a people who did wrong. But they even said their wrong was holy and sanctified. That's how people are. So the book was written way after the Canaanite was exterminated from the land. And they were exterminated from the land about the year 1020 before the Common Era. Are you with me? Yeah. You all right? I'm going to open for question and answer because I see I might be getting into too much history for some of y'all. You're looking a little bored. 1020. And Abraham was there in 1650. Why am I putting emphasis on that? Once again, I'm trying to get rid of the illusion that the Bible, at the moment, whatever story they're telling, at the moment it happened, the heavens opened up, a voice came out and said, write this down now. Couldn't happen. Because he was there in 1650 and the Canaanites were still in the land. Moses was in the land till 1200 and something. And it wasn't written until well after the death of Moses and when the Canaanite was no longer in the land. So now it could not have been written by God. It had to be written by men. Because if God wanted it to be recorded when it happened, he would have spoke it out to them then. Okay, but that's another thing. Because we discussed earlier, I wish you'd been here earlier, that the Bible is not one book, it's a number of independent records. The word Bible means that. Independent records, little books. All right, you still with me? All right. Document 7. We're still trying to answer the question, when was the first book of the Bible written? And by what name was it known? Well, we know that this first book, Genesis, and we're going to discuss that name in a minute, was written at least after 1020 before the Common Era. We know that. We'll keep that in mind. It was not written while Moses was alive, not in its present form, as the document says. Document 7. Genesis is the first of the 5 books which compose the Pentateuch. We'll talk about that word in a minute. And deal with the history and religion of the who?
Hebrew.
Not the world.
Hebrews.
Not the world. Not the universe. Not India. Not Assyria even. Not anybody's history, but the history of the Hebrews. We're going to discuss what the word Hebrew means. If I don't, bring it up in question and answer as we go on. Before their final settlement in where? Land of Canaan. It tells, that's what the book of Genesis does. It tells their history. It is known in Hebrew as Bereshith, in the beginning, from the words with which it opens. Let me put this on the board. Although you have it written there in your notes, I'm going to put it up there. It's a Hebrew word because I'm sure you want to. In the back of your source book, for those who do not know, there are pages for your glossary and for your notes. Because I want you to know some of this language when you leave here if you don't already know it. Bereshith, which means in the beginning. And it's from the words which it opens. Genesis is a what word? Greek word, which means origin or beginning, and is the name applied to it as an appropriate description of the contents. Now, we will be discussing why a book written in Hebrew by Hebrews now has as its title a Greek word as we go on. Okay? We always thought that when God spoke it out of heaven, it was the book of Genesis. Say, hey, Moses, I want you to write the book of Genesis now. Moses could not have written the book of Genesis because he could not have written it in Greek. It wasn't called Genesis until it was translated in Greek. All right? Let's dissect this document a little here now. We're on document 7. It's a part of a historical record of the African Israelites before they settled into Canaan. We've already talked about that to some degree. Now, let me bring you down to this word Genesis and how it came to be. In the year 270, before the Common Era, at this time, the Greeks, after many attempts, had successfully invaded the land of Kemet, which they, not being able to pronounce the word Kemet, which is the basis for the word chemistry, the land of the blacks, they couldn't pronounce the K word. They tried to find out how they could refer to it. So they had to use, we've already written it down, so I'm not going to write it again, another word that was in the Kemetan language, Hakupata, after the city of the god Ptah, which is another story. They couldn't say that either, so the best they could get was Egypt. And that's what they called this land of the blacks, Kemi or Kemet. And that's why we don't call it Egypt, because that's somebody else naming our land. We call it Kemet, which is its proper name, which describes the soil and the people produced of that soil. Black people, black land. It described the rich black soil that ran along, they call the Nile River, the proper name is the Hapi, H-I-P-I, Hapi River. The longest river in the world, and the richest soil in the world. They're that black soil that produced the best crops. I don't want to get into that now, though. That's sweet soil. And it is true, the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. I know. Believe me, I have tested it. Now, the Greeks had successfully invaded the land under Alexander Misnomer the Great, or Alexandria, whichever way you want to go with it, you know. And because that's how he was. And under Ptolemy Philadelphus, Philadelphus. And Ptolemy is spelled with a T. Yeah, Philadelphus, who had been one of the generals under Alexander when the empire fell apart, was now ruling over the province of what they called Egypt. And one of the ways they had been able to come in and conquer this land of the blacks, this great empire that had existed for some 18,000 years before they arrived, this great empire that had so much knowledge that they just could not understand or contain it. And that which they did not understand, they burned up a lot of the books. We've already discussed that, and stole what they could. They figured that the only way that they would ever become a great nation, because the Greek city-states were constantly fighting among themselves, they had no knowledge, they had no science. The only way they could ever become a great nation is to find a way to steal this knowledge which was already existing in Africa. After all, their scholars had been studying in Africa for centuries and bringing this knowledge back. So now, they had first set up a research center, they set up the Alexandrian Library. And of the books, they realized, we have burned up all these books, man, we've destroyed, now we got to try to get some of this knowledge back. And that's when they started calling in scholars like Manitou, who set up the system, the dynastic system of counting the rulers of ancient Kemet. And they started calling in other scholars. And from Persia and other places in India where they had been burning up books to try to record this knowledge, but they wanted it all recorded in what? Greek. Why? Yeah. Huh?
No, because they wanted to claim it.
Yes.
I just want to ask a question. Why do they call Alexander the Great Alexander the Great?
We'll deal with that in the question and answer. Please bring that up. I'll be glad to deal with it. Okay, but I want you to hold your questions a minute. If you can. They wanted to steal it. As she said, they wanted to recast it in the image of white supremacy. Now, first, I destroyed this black knowledge as long as I had to give you credit for it. But I have found a way now that I don't have to give you credit for it anymore, because once it's translated into Greek, it is no longer yours. It's mine. You see how they did that? How they started that? And that's when Greek philosophy came by. Well, no Greek philosophy anyway. There still isn't any. Anyway. Yes, ma'am.
They always started with the Greek.
Yeah, Pythagoras studied for 26 years in Kemet. Always, that's why it's so Greek. So the Greeks now, which was a very good move on their part, translate all this literature. And among the literature that they were translating at that time, they called in 72 Hebrew scholars who were primarily still a black race, even after they had been mixed up with some Assyrian and after the Greek attack, they were still predominantly black people at the time. You had some light ones like some of us in there, but they were mostly very dark people, especially the tribe Jesus came from that produced the kings, the tribe of Judah. Very dark. The tribe of Levi, the priests, had to be jet black just to walk in the sanctuary. That was because they had to be kissed of the sun, but that's another thing. Maybe you want to bring that up in question and answer. Now, they brought in 72 scholars, put each one of them, they say, in a different stall, and began to translate the Old Testament of the Hebrews into what became known as the Septuagint. Septuagint. It means Greek for version of the 70. This is the first attempt in 270. Wait a minute, I'm going to have to erase some of it. 270 BC, the first attempt at Europeans to translate African scriptures, African textbooks, African knowledge and science into a European language. First time in the history of the world. 270. And we discussed earlier that the empire of Kemet had been in existence for at least 18,000 years before Jesus appeared on the scene. Your empire had been around and collected knowledge and built a complex body of scientific hard culture that was permeated all over the world. And it wasn't until 270 that any white man anywhere in the world attempted to begin to translate that into a European language. And you must remember that, because when they went to translate it into the Greek, they did not have enough words in the Greek language to make an accurate translation. So they had to use what was available, because the Hebrew language, the Kemetan language, the Akkadian language, the Aramaic language, the language of India, the Himyaritic of Arabia, all those languages were millennia older than the Greeks. Theirs was a very young language. To give you a good example here, when they got to the text in the Old Testament, in the scroll of Isaiah the prophet, which says, "Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel, and he shall be called God with us." When they got to the word virgin, the Greeks had one word, and that word was, let me erase some of this off the board. You still with me? Some of y'all getting, stand up if you get sleepy. I'm putting some people to sleep. That's the Greek. Parthenos, which means it never been touched by a man. The Hebrews had Bethula, yeah. Bethula, Alma. Bethula with an H. Alma. I can never get them right, but one of them meant never touched by a man. The other meant a young damsel who had been touched by a man but was not married, had not given birth yet. So they had two words in the Hebrew for virgin, because it meant two different things to them.
So, what's the pronunciation of the word? Bethula, Alma?
Yeah, Bethula is one word.
Bethula.
Alma is another. Right. One, I don't know. I have to go back to my Hebrew and see.
So Bethula, Alma is...
No, they're separate words.
Oh, okay.
One meant, I believe it was Bethula, meant she had never been touched by a man.
Okay.
Never. Alma meant she was a young woman who had never given birth.
You said one of them is from the Hebrew.
Both of these are from the Hebrew.
Both of them from the Hebrew.
But the Greeks had one word, Parthenos, meaning never have been touched by a man. So now when they come to the Isaiah scroll in the 7th chapter in the 16th verse, they say, wow, we only got one word. What we got. So now you're reading, not behold, a young damsel shall conceive. You're reading, a virgin shall conceive. Because they couldn't translate. There ain't no other way to have no babies. For Jesus or anybody. God wouldn't go against his own principles of nature. All the other gods had been born of a woman and a man. Why not this one? And that idea was not even introduced. Listen. Was not even introduced until the Council of Nicaea in the year 325 of the Common Era, when they decided that Jesus was born without the aid of a father, and that he was one and the same with the substance of the great God Almighty itself. That was not even thought about by anybody until that period of time. Yes. No, I'm using this text to illustrate how they didn't have enough words in their language. It just so happened this incident, they were describing in this that a young woman was about to have a child that would be a sign to the nation. But in describing this young woman, they didn't write it the way the Hebrews had it, which says, behold, a young damsel, a young woman shall conceive and bear a child, a son, a male child. That's the way the Hebrews had it. The Greeks come along, they got confused because they didn't have any word to put in there for young woman. And the Hebrew word that the two Hebrew words, both which could have been translated into English, virgin, meant something entirely different. Virgin could have meant with a man or without a man. There were two types of virgin in the Hebrew language. Am I making that clear? But in the Greek language, there was only one kind. So when the Greeks got ready to translate from these two words, they didn't have any more words, so they said, we'll use what we got. Virgin. So now you think the woman had a child without a man. I'm trying to show you just this one sleight of the pen confused people for several millennia. Yes, ma'am. We'll discuss that in question and answer. Please bring that up during question and answer, because I want to try to stay on the subject matter now. Okay, you're still with me. Now that gives an example there that the Greeks, now, and shall bear a son and shall call his name Manuel. Now, in the New Translation, it says, God with us. In the Hebrew, and I translated it from the Hebrew when I was in the seminary, it says, God is with us, which means when you go out on a mission or you've asked God to help you and you go to do something and you go to encourage a brother and sister, what do you say? God be with you. God is with us. You think we're going to win? Yeah, we're going to win. Why are we going to win? God is with us. God is on our side. But no, they messed it up and it became God came down out the sky and is now here with us and came here through a woman who had never been touched by a man. All because they didn't have enough words in their language to give you an accurate translation. You get the point now? They just started out in innocence, maybe. Think that was innocently done. They started out in the first translation messing the book up when they take it from its original African tongues. All right? You there with me now? Okay. That was in 270, right? And the document goes on to say that in its, well, please hold your questions until question and answer. Write them down. Says that the book in its was not compiled until, let me see, in the beginning, origin of beginning. Let me see if I've covered all of that. Okay, I think I've dealt with that. The Pentateuch, that's the word I needed to deal with there, right? Yeah. Pentateuch. We're still on document 7. Well, let me take the mystery out of the word. The word penta means 5. Tuch means book. Tome. 5 books. That takes, I'm sorry, it takes all the mystery out of Java out of it. And then the Pentateuch. Oh. And preachers love to do that too, man. They love to drape stuff on you, and the Pentateuch, and you be saying, Jesus. I don't know no better. I like to break it on down, let everybody know what it means. Okay. Pentateuch, 5 books. And it's the first 5 books of the Bible, of which Genesis is the first one. They call them the 5 books. It's supposed to be the main books because it gives the history of the Hebrew nation and it means something to them. It's also called the Talmud. The Talmud was and a lot of people get this confused. Oh, the Pentateuch is also called the Torah, which is the law, which we'll be talking about later, which is supposed to be at the heart and center. Make sure this lady gets a copy of the, there's one up here, copy of the resource paper. The Torah, which means law. We'll deal with that a little later, okay? But the Talmud, and thank you, sister, because black folks be talking about, well, is you hip to the Talmud? Is you hip to the, what's that other one, the mystical one? Kabbalah. The Kabbalah. All that, man, that stuff ain't nothing. That's baby stuff compared to what Africans was doing. The Talmud is the tradition. And that's where the Ham legend is recorded that I'll be talking about later on, in that Talmud. And the word Talmud means teachings, and it's something would be compared to today like the Catholic Catechism or something like that. And it came into existence about 70 years after the Greeks did their translation of the Old Testament into the Septuagint. Now, the New Testament hadn't come along now. It was these Old Testament. And at the time that they made the translation, they broke up the books Of the books, there were many more books. They ended up with only 39 of them. There were many more books in circulation at the time. The same thing they did with the New Testament. Now, we move on to document 9.
You get back to Septuagint, when great version of the 70s?
Version of the 70s.
Great version.
Version of the 70s. Yeah, let me finish telling you that story too. Y'all let me get away with that. They brought these Hebrews in and had them translate, and the legend says that each one of them brought his translation in Greek back, and that they all, even though they were in different booths, matched one another. Now you know that doesn't happen with humans. And there were 2 who were set as chiefs. However, that's how it became the version of the 70. It was a version of the 70 because they had 70 scholars work on it. So at 72 altogether, there was 2 supervisors and the rest were scribes, 70 scribes. And that's what it took, because it was an awful lot of scrolls to translate. I mean, it's not like you can pick up this book now and you got the 39 books of the Old Testament. You got all them big scrolls and things they had to translate from. And they had to translate by hand. They wasn't typesetting and using computers and word processing. They was doing it by hand and with pens and quills. They didn't have ballpoint pens even. Quill. Huh?
12?
I forgot the time period. Was it 12 years? 12 years, yeah. It took them a while. Now, document 9. Jews and Christians alike have considered, have what? Moses, the great lawgiver and leader of the Hebrews at the time of the Exodus, the author of the book of Genesis. In fact, it's called the first book of Moses, and we're going to deal with that as we go on. But I want to put emphasis on the words in this document, and what do you think is the word that really gets my attention? Consider. And who considers it? Jews and Christians. That doesn't mean that it was necessarily so. It doesn't mean that everybody else has to believe that. It doesn't mean that they can prove it. It just means that they consider it. That it is tradition. Not historical fact, tradition. If we keep that in mind, and people are welcome to their traditions, but don't espouse your tradition to me as a historical fact, and then don't impose your historical tradition on me as the best and only way. All right? Now, did we answered that. We answered that question. Now we're down to the next question. Who was the author of the book of Genesis where we are now? So we found out what the first book was named. The first book is called Genesis, but what was it originally called? Come on now. I told you I'll come back to you in a minute. Bereshit. Yeah, do the best you can with it, because we don't all talk Hebrew, and it meant what? In the beginning. The word Genesis is a what?
Greek word.
And how did it come to be a Greek when it started out a Hebrew? Translation. And the Greek translation, or the Septuagint translation, was the version of the 70, and it was the to be by Europeans. Fill it in. First attempt by Europeans to translate African tongues into their own language. That's why that was so important. Okay? We got it? All right. Document 10. We're talking about the author of the book that the Jews and Christians consider Moses to be the author of Genesis. Until recently, like the rest of the Pentateuch, and the Pentateuch means what? Okay, like the rest of the Pentateuch was regarded as the way. Y'all gonna know this as well as I do. Better than I do before you leave out of here. That's the point, ain't it? That is the point. Hold on a minute. Let me get some of this. Let me get some of this water here. The rest of the Pentateuch was regarded as the work of Moses. Was what? Regarded. Okay, keep that in mind. This view was accepted on the authority of what? Of what? Historical fact? No. Historical reality? No. Uncontestable documentation? No. Incontestable documentation. Based on what? Your tradition. Which generally seeks to attribute the sacred books of the nation. Not of the world, but of that nation, because all nations have their sacred books. All right? So it wasn't the sacred book of the world, but of the nation of the Hebrews, right? to the most famous name in its history. I mean, it says it very clearly there, right? The tradition, however, did not arise until a comparatively, you with me? And in the absence of its evidence, thank you. Go ahead, y'all some bad scholars. Now, let's dissect this. I know y'all want to dissect this one, don't you? This view is accepted only on the authority of Jewish tradition. We ain't got nothing else to go on. I think we've dealt with that. Yeah. And that they, like most other people, attribute their books to great names out of the history. What it was like is almost like a dedication. I dedicate this book to. Or this book is written in the tradition of the teachings of Moses. Not that Moses wrote it, but this is the tradition, this is the type of teaching that Moses gave to us that is passed down to generation to generation of Hebrews, and I'm writing it in the name of this tradition. Therefore, it is a book of Moses, because I am intellectually a child of Moses. I could do the same thing with Dr. Ben. Say, this is the gospel according to Dr. Ben. Ishakamusa could be writing it, but it's written in the tradition of Dr. Ben. And I could be quoting him and say, this is what Dr. Ben told me relevant to this gospel. So that's what happened there. So it's not the book of Moses, because folks got numbers books and stuff in their house and the lost books of Moses and trying to get that right figure and everything. I understand, you're trying to make ends meet. But they get all that money and we don't get none. Okay. But there ain't no books of Moses. Lost or otherwise. That's the point I got to draw here.
Explaining why they turn around and they get very, very nervous. Every time you begin to speak about them in those terms.
Okay, let me get back to the document. We're going to have question and answer, because y'all will get me out there. I won't get back there. Let me get, especially you, Reverend. All right, so its most famous name is the tradition, however, did not arise until a comparatively late period. That's what we want to do with. They didn't start doing that. They didn't even do that while Moses was alive. Coming like Moses was to come back from the grave now and say, Moses, we got these 5 books you wrote. He said, what you talking about? I ain't writing no 5 books. What 5 books? You didn't know what you were talking about. Yeah, the Pentateuch. You remember you wrote the Pentateuch? What the hell? First of all, you're like, what the hell is the Pentateuch?
They recorded it, right?
Oh, he could write because he had studied in the high culture system. Oh, he went way up in there. I'll talk about that later. Oh, he had an education now. He had the best education that the world had to offer that was coming out of Africa at the time. And he probably did some writing, but he wouldn't know nothing about this Pentateuch. First of all, he probably didn't write Greek. Nobody gives a damn about the Greek language. Pardon my language, French. Nobody cared about the Greek language. The Greeks were the people of no consequence. They may not even have the developed language at that time. And it took them a while well, that's another story. Let me get back to this now. Let me show you some examples of these books and when they came to pass in the Old Testament. And again, I have to keep putting emphasis on that thing. I've got to destroy this fantasy about these books dropping out of the sky. And they dropped out of the sky at the very moment that the incident they're talking about is supposed to have happened. I have to deal with that. Like we noticed that the story about Abraham in 1650 was written sometime well after 1020, when I'm getting ready to tell you how well after it was. The first fragments of the book of Genesis were not recorded until about 850 before the Common Era. I got in this book, African Genesis, I track it, I get into some detail on that. Because in the story of creation alone, you got 2 or 3 different stories in the book of Genesis. The book of Genesis is not one book. Not only is the Bible a collection of many little books, the book of Genesis itself is a combination of many other books and stories. You have two different stories about the creation there. Let me illustrate. One is called the J document, and one is called the P document. The J is the European version of what should be called the Y, or the Yahwehist document, because there was no, Jehovah is a German term. The Hebrews called their chief deity Yahweh. That's what they call him. And this is the priestly. They had two different views in their writing. And in the book of Genesis alone, one story tells you, and you'll read it when you go through there, that first Adam was created, the animals were created, Adam was created, and then God took Adam, showed him all the animals. This is the way the text goes, but he couldn't find him a mate among those animals. Listen now. Is that what the scriptures say? What was he doing looking among the animals? I ain't going to be looking at among no animals for no mate.
Well,
Ding dong.
Okay. He was just, I don't care if I'm in the wilderness. I ain't going to look among no animals for no mate. But that's what the scripture says. Then they say that God, we couldn't find a helpmate for him, so they put him to sleep and took the woman out of his rib and all that kind of stuff, the way the story goes. I tell you in here where this story came from and who they took it from and how they messed it up and twisted it around. Another part of it said he made them male and female, created he them. One story said he made Adam first, made Eve later when Adam couldn't find no mate among the animals. And the next story says, but he created them male, female created he them. And blessed them and said, be fruitful and multiply. Now there's only one way to be fruitful and multiply unless you're the devil and trying to use two test tubes. The only one way I know to be fruitful and multiply. It was a blessing. It was a blessing that God gave, that they done made it dirty and nasty and evil because the way they go about it. You see, but it was fruitful and multiply. All right, now. That's just to give you another example is Noah and the ark.
all right.
First of all, I got to say this now, y'all. Ain't no way in the world. Let me ask you a question. Y'all too smart for me. Let me ask you a question. Are we in agreement that the divine creator in the universe, God Almighty, made every animal in the world? Every insect? Let me tell you something. There are over 800,000 different insects. Species, not different species. I'm not talking about a subspecies. 800,000 species of insects alone. I don't know how many species of animals there is on there.
Well, go ahead.
The boat was not even a block long. Hear me now. I'm not attacking your religion. I'm talking about logic. Look, young people come and ask these questions. We can't answer these questions. They go off confused, and then they turn against all morality. Because we sound like absolute foolish children telling them that this mythology is real instead of what it is. It's a symbol that represents something. But when you keep telling them the symbol is real, they can't accept this Walt Disney thing and go with it. So they go to another false sense of reality out in them streets. So you got to correct this. If you want to pull them back in these churches and anything, you got to correct some of this. Right? And here he put them on the boat. But no, wait a minute. One part of the text said he brought the animals 2 by 2. You read further on, he said he brought 2 of the clean, 7 of the clean and 2 of the unclean. Now what does that mean? First of all, there's a discrepancy. It's either 2 by 2 or 7 by 2. What is it? Okay, so obviously, now God don't make no mistakes. So this cannot be the unadulterated word of God, or you wouldn't have that discrepancy in there. Just like he either made man and brought woman out of him, or he made male and female. Now God would know what he did.
All right.
He wouldn't mess up and say, well, did I make them both at once? I made him first and the other second. He'd know exactly what he did. So this has to be the work of human beings.
True. But see, in that text, wouldn't that imply that there were 7 sets of male and female? Because when I read it, that's what I kind of get.
Said he brought them 2 by 2.
Right.
And then it goes on and says later, he brought 2 by 2 of the unclean and 7 of the clean. Now in Noah's day, the Mosaic law wasn't even in existence. This was during the time of the flood. According to them, the Mosaic law didn't come till the days of Moses, about 1200 and something. The flood took place about 4500 BCE, and it was a flood that happened in Mesopotamia. And it didn't happen all over the world. It just flooded the deuce out of Persia, where he lived. But to them, it was the whole world because it was flooding their world. And they got the story, and they took the story from the Babylonians, from Gilgamesh and Shereputnik and all of them who took his family on a raft. He was badder than Noah. He put all the animals and stuff on a raft. So the objective was to illustrate a principle. Historically, a flood had taken place. Yes, it had drowned the world, their world, what they knew of the world. Here you read it in 1990 something. The flood covered the whole world. The whole world. They didn't know nothing about no whole world. That was their world. So now, here in about 1200 is when Moses comes up with the Mosaic law. Certain animals you can eat and certain animals you cannot eat. In Noah's day, they was eating anything that walked. I mean, if it didn't happen until Moses told them to do it, then what was Noah doing? And nowhere in the book of Genesis did it tell them they couldn't eat anything. They ate everything. The trees, the grass, anything is there for you to eat. It said that. Then it's in the book of Exodus, Leviticus, that it starts talking about, well, you can't eat this one, and you can eat that one, and you can't eat, well, I can understand, but that pig is nasty as it is now. But they start putting the animals aside. But here's my point. How in the name of John Henry did Noah know anything about clean or unclean animals? So, obviously, it wasn't written at the time of Noah. Obviously, you got 2 different stories, because one says 2 by 2, and one says 2 by 7. So that just illustrates the thing to it. In 850, they started writing the fragments. They start putting some more in 700. Do you know when they finally finished the book of Genesis completely? Starting in 850 now, BCE. You know when it was finally completed? 90 of the common era, of our era, at the Council of Jamnia, by a group of, in 90 CE, by a group of Hebrews. No, when you're going on the other side of before the Common Era, let me explain this since most of you weren't here before. Generally, since most of the world has been colonized by European Christians, note what I said, European Christians, most of the world reckons time by those who have oppressed and colonized them. And the pivotal event, the singular event upon which that time is predicated, is supposed to be the birth of Jesus in European Christianity. Actually, they say, if you were going by this accurately, everything that happened before the birth of Jesus is called BC, before Christ. Everything that happened after the birth of Jesus is called Anno Domini, in the year of our Lord. However, that's arrogant because not everybody accepts Jesus as their Lord. And when you force people to reckon time by your concept of God and by your deity, you therefore force them to accept your culture. And they are even bound even by the reckoning of time. They are colonized to your culture. So Doc Ben came along and put it to BCE, before the Common Era, and CE, the Common Era, since so many people were into it. The Muslim calendar doesn't date it that way. It dates it from the Hijra. The Hebrew calendar doesn't. The Mayan calendar, the Aztec calendar, the Inca calendar didn't. So many calendars didn't. So we just, to keep you from throwing you too far off track, we call it CE and BC. Now, when you're counting from before the Common Era, the date goes from the largest one. I start the historical period at 18,000 BCE. Most people start at 3,500, but I went through that earlier why I started 18,000. And you count down towards what is supposed to be the birth of Christ. And then from there, you count up, because those have started a new era, up into our time. Actually, the birth of Christ, you would think if you were going accurately by this system, BC and AD, Jesus would have been born when? No, I'm talking about year. Start out 1. It would be 1 what? AD. Actually, he wasn't. It's 4 to 10 years off. They don't know. They can't figure it out. They don't know. And there's a long history how the Greeks messed that up. But that's another story.
Getting back to what you had wrote on the board previously, before you wrote that, you said about the J and the P. You said the J was the Yahwist?
Yeah, Yahwist document. The other was the priestly.
So the Yahwist was a German translation of the word?
No, there, let me explain that. Yahweh is a German translation, no, wait a minute. Jehovah is the German translation of the word Yahweh, which means self-sufficient one. That's what the Hebrews call the divine intelligence. Yahweh. Okay.
The real name of God is really not, as far as we know, it's German.
It's not Jehovah, right. It was Yahweh according to the Hebrews. Now, if you go into South Al-Kabu land, it's in Nkulu. If you're going into Benin, it's in Yame. So what does that mean?
Say it again, the Jukulu what?
Nkulu. And
what language is that?
Zulu. Kulu. And in West Africa, the Ashanti and Yame. Nkulu. Yeah, in Yame. And Yame. Everywhere you go, you're going to get. And if you go to the ancient Kemeton, you're going to get Neta Nu. Everywhere you go, you're going to have a different name. Why? Why is that? Different people, different language. Talking about the same thing. Do you know, as I study history, I was surprised how many different words you come across that describes black people in ancient history. Why do you think that is? Because black people went everywhere. So every language in the world has something to describe black people.
So what's Netanu again?
Netanu, that's the one almighty God.
What language?
If I understand. That's Kemeton. Ancient Kemeton. Yeah, Kemetic language. Okay, I think it's time for us to take a break here because people getting up and leaving me now. Let me see if I can finish this one up. I'm trying to answer this question. We'll take a break for some question and answers. All right. Where was I? Oh, we were talking about the books. 850. Yeah, BCE. 700 BCE. 850 BCE, they put together one story. That is the old story. That's the Yahwehist version, the J version. In 700, the priestly version, they began to interject their version of the story. And then in about 580, they tried to combine the two stories together in the book of Genesis, of the creation and the beginning of the world. They tried to synthesize the text. They weren't able to complete that task until 90 of the Common Era. All that time, they were editing, changing, rewriting, interjecting, taking out, putting in. Now, of God,
Well,
how can you do that?
well, different people.
Yeah, but you understand what I'm talking about? How can you do that? It's going to remain the same. It's not going to change. Because the one thing when you think of the Creator, you think of what? Constant. Consistency. It's not going to change. Because there's always change going on in nature. However, the principles of nature remain unchanged. Yes.
If all of this history is factual, how come a lot of other professors in universities don't say this? That are
You go to any theological, and it's a good question, you go to any theological institution where there are predominantly white people and they will teach you this. You go where there are colored people and they will have to teach it the way that they are told to teach it in order to keep us thinking the way we have to think. Some few, like Dr. Jacob Justice, who taught me in the seminary, I learned this in the seminary, that taught me these things. When you're a seminarian, you learn one of the first things you learn about is the J document and the P document. I didn't even know there was no J or P document until I got to seminary. So one of the first things they teach you about, you learn that there's two different stories in there.
Because there's certain professors who are teaching in universities who are known Christians.
Fundamentalist. But see, there's a difference. The fundamentalist Christian believes this, that the Bible, exactly the way it's written, that's it. Despite the contradiction, the confusion, or anything. The nominal Christians do not believe that.
Nominal Christians.
Yeah, the nominal Christians go by matter of interpretation. The fundamentalists believe word for word, jot and tittle. Has never been changed, never will be changed, has always been. You can show them the contradictions, they don't care. Any type of proselytizing orthodoxy is ignorance because it seeks to limit the level of one's thinking. That's what you got to keep in mind. Whenever people come up to you and say they're trying to save your soul or they're trying to save you, I appreciate your concern for my soul and your love for me, but I do not want you joking with my mind. You cannot limit my mind. Now, if what you tell me you believe, I'll listen to and I'll encourage you and defend your right to believe it. But if you tell me that's the only way to believe and that my mind has to stop right there with what you know and don't go any further than what you know, then we got a problem. We got a problem. Because the divine Creator gave us of all the gifts that any creature on earth has ever been endowed with. There is none greater in all of creation, none more awesome, none more magnificent than the human brain.
Amen. Right there. Yes, sir.
In certain religions, it is considered a sin to stay right there and not to grow.
Yeah, in the most ancient religions it is. Only in these new baby religions over the last few thousand years.
Wow.
But the older religions, it is a sin to stay because, as Dr. Hill will tell you, and you've heard me say, science preceded religion. Why? That sounds strange to you?
No.
Because science came from what? Where did astrology come from? Astrology is a science. It came from asking the first question. And what was the first question? Where we at and how we get here? You heard that joke about them special Indians, didn't you? Oh, not Indians, Native Americans. And they got to one mountain, and what they said, we at? That's what they were called. But anyway, that's the first question. Some comedians can say it. I can't say it, but you know what I'm thinking. Where we at? And how did we get here? And in their endeavor to answer that question was born science. Because the word science comes from the Latin word scire, which means to know. And how you going to know if you don't question?
There you go.
So folks tell you, you can't question God. Now look, if I cannot question one who know, who I'm going to ask? If I want to know something about you, if I want to know something about you, I'm not going to ask her. I'm going to ask you.
There you go. There you go.
But if you tell me I can't question you, I'll never get to know you. So, see, the Creator, that's man talking. I brought that out to illustrate. That's man talking. The Creator wants you to question. Gave you this mind. This thing is so fabulous. It has between 10 and 20 billion. Let me put the word on the board. 10 to 20 billion brain cells in it. Each one of them, have y'all ever heard me tell you this before? No. Each one of these brain cells is capable of performing at least 5 functions. It's capable of receiving information, recording information, storing information, retrieving information, transmitting information. Each one of them can hold approximately a 300-page volume. 10 to 20 billion of them. The average person on earth, even your greatest geniuses, have not arrived at 5% of that in the present day. But now remember, we discussed. Huh?
Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that, please?
Yes, my sister.
Why so many people project so much now?
No, hold that question, because I want to answer that. I'm going to deal with that. Hold that question, please. That's a good question. I know silly question. No question that is sincere is ever silly. Okay, and hold that one. I'm going to open for questioning because y'all got some good stuff that you're going to ask. I want to hear. Each brain cell. Now, most of there's 10 to 20 billion brain cells in your dome. Everybody got them. Everybody. And each one of those brain cells are capable of receiving, recording, storing, recalling, and transmitting information. The average brain cell can hold in and of itself approximately a 300-page volume. Does that give you some idea of what the capability of the human brain is?
So that's how that man, that black man, was able to rebuild the city of Chicago just by memory.
Yeah, the city of D.C., yeah.
And also John Baptiste with the city of Los Angeles.
Hold that, because that's a special tribe he came from. I'll tell you about that. Bring that one up too. Hold that. Okay. Now, but let me deal with this though. 5%. In the present day, nobody uses more than 5% of that. Some say 10%. Now, the latest thing all right, 10%. Give it 10% if you want it. Still don't say nothing. 10 to 20 billion. That's in the present day. However, if you will recall when we studied earlier, Africans built something. What was it? The Great Pyramid of Giza that what? Nobody on earth today, no government, no technology, or anything can duplicate. So if there is nobody on earth today of all the sciences and genii on the earth today who cannot rebuild this structure, duplicate this structure built by Africans in the sand down by the Nile River 5 millennia ago, what does that say about the brain power of that African compared to the genii of today? But no, I don't want to stop there. In so much as you are a composite of the atoms and molecules of your ancestors. What does that say about your potential brain power today? Now, hold on. I don't care if you only went to the first grade or no grade. I don't care how far you got in school. What does that say about your potential brain power? Why is it that no matter what the condition they put you under, if they put you into something, you not only survive, but if they let you get in it, you get better at it than anybody else? Am I lying?
No.
Is that true? If they'd have thought we were really inferior and they knew we weren't because they knew we taught them everything they knew, they wouldn't have feared us reading a book in antebellum slavery.
That's right. That's right.
But they came up with a statement, and you know it so well. If you give a nigger a mile, or give him an inch, he'll take a mile. Because it's in the nature of the African, when he's uninhibited, to do great things. I want you to think about that. If you don't think about nothing else. When you look at our children and they say, I have trouble with mathematics and chemistry, they have no business. The only reason why they have problems with chemistry and mathematics and other subjects of science is because they're taught to them in the context of Eurocentric acculturation and the image of white supremacy. However, if they were taught to them in the context of their own African-centered being, they snap them up just like that. They snap them up just like that. So, if we can jump rope better than anybody else, we can chase a ball better than them Negroes can do some thing with that ball. That proved that we had to be gods and goddesses one time. Be flying through the air and doing all kind of stuff with the ball. If we can do that with a ball, that says to us the very same thing. Listen now, making the connection. That thing that had you pumped up, fired up, all dynamic to do what you did in the Nile Valley 5,000 years ago is still in you. But since you're not free to build a pyramid, you got to put the action on the ball. But when we take it beyond the ball, ain't no stopping us. Now, just that knowledge alone, just that knowledge alone, and constantly reinforcing and reaffirming that knowledge to yourself and to our children will help to continue to water the seeds of liberation. They can't escape that. You will know then that there is nothing that you cannot do.
That's right.
I mean, this stuff these black people did, Van Sertima can say that so well. He said when you read about them, you read about extraordinary people. They were. They were called what did the Greeks call them when they saw them? Magicians. Magi. We did magic. It wasn't magic to us. Because we did it every day. It was a part of our learning and culture. Talking about that, let me get back to this and close this text out, and I'm going to have a question and answer. But them brain cells got me going. That's something. They can take your body away from you. But as long as you got your mind, they ain't got nothing. As long as you keep your mind intact. You may have to go to work with them every day. You may have to face and be around them. But as long as you got your mind, and I like the way Jesse said, don't let them break your spirit. As long as you keep your spirit and your mind, you are the giant. If you don't believe you're the giant, get you some pictures of the Ramesseum and all them great statues. And those of you who made the travel over to Kemet and took pictures of all those statues and everything, pull those pictures out, blow them up, put them on the bathroom mirror, put them on the dressing room mirror, put them on the refrigerator door, put them in the car visor. And whenever somebody tries to play you down, whenever one of them crackers make you feel like you ain't nothing, make you feel so bad, and they feel like they see you see them walking with them guns, and they more powerful than you, and they run the world, and they got everything. You pull that picture and look down at it, and then ask yourself, who's the giant here? Who's the giant? Who's the king? That'll straighten it out for you. No matter where you are, in jail or anywhere. As long as you know who you are, and you got that brain, and you working with them 10 to 20 billion. We got a long ways to go with them. But you keep working with them, you never run out of them. Don't be afraid. Oh, my brain hurting, I'm running. It's not going to run out on you. Keep working with it. You got 10 to 20 billion. All right, I think we have answered this question about this, the question we had here of dealing with, I believe it was, who was the author of the book of Genesis? We don't know. There was a bunch of them. Moses. Okay, now, we're going to open for question and answer. We're going to take a break, and we're going to come back and try to cap this up with some more documentation. All right?
All right.
Is that all right with you? Okay. Somebody had some questions for me There was one related to the brain I want to get first, and then I'll get to you, miss, and then you. Okay, the one on the brain, please.
I was asking why it is that we forget so much today.
Okay. Diet is one. There's a combination of factors. Diet, the atmosphere you live in, sheer witchcraft. Now, let me explain what I mean by this. You're dealing with a demonic thinker.
Thank you.
You're dealing with a people with a history of being demonic.
Yes.
Let me explain what I mean by that. I wish you'd been here. I wish you'd been here earlier, because the word devil comes from the Greek word diabolos, which is what? Diabolical. And diabolical is what? Horrid. That wreaks havoc, destruction. That is wrong, evil, foul. That's what it means. It's not some mythical character. See, they keep you on the mythical character because it's all right for you to hate that character and not hate real devil. Anybody who acts out any of the characteristics is a devil. There's one race of people, and I know y'all don't like hearing me saying this. I know you don't like it, that have carried out this character. I'm talking about in generality. I know there's some nice ones, but in generality, I think y'all believe there's some nice ones. In generality, generally speaking, there's only one race of people who have so thoroughly dominated and destroyed other races of people, even so much so that they took away from them their total humanity. On the European, only a devil would do that. What does the Bible say? What does the Christian mythology say? The devil wants your what? He wants your what? Your what? What has been taken from us? When you take a person's memory, you take his. When you take a person's spirit and break it, you take his. So when somebody takes your soul, that makes them a devil. Now you got black folks who do wrong. You got red folks that do wrong. You got yellow folks that do wrong. And wrong is wrong. However, you only have one people who acted like a total, complete, absolute devil that sought to take your soul. Black folks may treat you wrong, but they don't try to take your soul. Other people treat you wrong, but they don't try to take your humanity. But when a person takes away from you all memory of who and what you were, and you reduce you to the level of a beast. Go ahead, sister. Reduce you to the level of a beast. Then that person's a devil. Now, you don't have to accept my...
And I must say,
yes, my brother.
The white man comes on the scene with the 4 D's, as I say.
Let me finish with the brain a minute.
It comes with destruction, it comes with disease, domination, and finally death. Everywhere he is touching.
That's what his history says.
All of them as our people white.
That's his history. Now, we're getting back to this brain. My sister, I'm going to get with the brain now. When you hold on a minute, let me deal with the brain. When you are dissected from the spiritual principles, see, you're looking at us in our condition now, right? And you look back in our history and see what we did do. And the question that comes to your mind, how in the name of heaven could we have done all of that and then get into this? And then the other question is, why can't we duplicate it today? Several reasons. One, as I mentioned, they purposely performed a spiritual lobotomy, wherein they siphoned off your brain. When you take a person's history, you take their memory, their collective memory from them. When you take their collective memory and their history, you take from them a sense of what their capabilities for accomplishment is. So therefore, they can only think at the level of the limits you have set for them. Therefore, the white man has set up his system as for us to be achievers, we must match and duplicate, assimilate to some degree his system, his way of thinking, his way of doing things. His manner of deduction and our manner of deduction is at very different rates of vibration. His is on a slower rate of vibration, so he has to slow it down to a painful, methodical route of learning and transferring information. Now, it takes you 4 years in college to learn what it only takes 6 months for you to pick up on and put in a practical experience because of his system, and he uses that as a standard. Now, you get in that, our children get in that, and their minds are used to going, if you don't think so, listen to the rap. Those words be going so fast. I said, what the deuce did he say? My children can tell me exactly what he said. The rap be, but they saying it so fast. You listen to an Akan priestess.
Well,
What did she say? I'm praying with her and I don't know what she said. I just say amen because I'm praying too, you know. I know she said the right thing, you know, because she's one of our priestesses. But they've been moving so fast. Black men and black women get in an argument. Who gonna win that argument? The woman. Man gonna end up snatching the woman. Why? You shouldn't. But why? Because she has defeated you, and the only weapon you got now is your brute strength. Because her mind moves so much faster. African people's mind. Well, I can't get into detail on it now. Y'all gonna get me off on that. There's a reason for that. But the thing is, African people do things at a faster rate of vibration. And in their society, the vibration is slowed down so that our children will get in the classroom. They have, even when our children are not aware of it, subconsciously, they have picked it all up. They have processed it. They have stored it. They're ready to go on to the next thing. But because he doesn't know that, and he doesn't know how to teach the African-centered method, he's still saying, this child is unruly. This child, because that's the way it's manifested. Yeah, he has a learning disability. All this. The child doesn't know how to articulate it, but he's got it. Now, you may not know he may not even get it on the test, but he may be walking down the street and the stuff just all pour out of it. Like that. But it's there. But once it's there, it's there. Now you have to know how to retrieve it. That's the problem, the retrieval mechanism. One of the reasons why we can't remember, you never forget anything you ever saw, heard, smelled, tasted. All right. In your whole entire life, all the way from your mom's womb, all the way up to your present day, till the day you leave this earth. You never forget any of it. It's stored. The reason why we don't have it and it doesn't come, we are not aware of it, is we do not have the proper methods of retrieval. Okay. It's there. It's there. When you go to a computer, you don't ask whether it's there or not. If it was programmed in there, you don't ask. The only way you ask whether that information in that computer is if that electricity got cut off. And that program got wiped out. If the program got wiped out, then you don't have it. So what was the first thing to do with us? Wipe out the program. Because the Lord, the Creator, had put the program in there. But he couldn't get it all out, though. Some of it still remained on the disk. And when we know how to put the disk back in, we can retrieve the information. It's information retrieval. Now, when I was in college, I was a slow learner. Slow learner. Now, one of my professors, Dr. Jacob Justice, said I was a genius. He said I was a genius. I couldn't understand why he said that. Other people couldn't understand it because they know I was a slow learner. And he said, my brother, the reason why I say you're a genius, even though it takes you a while to catch on to it, once you get it, when you get it, it not only stays, but you present it in a way that is unique to the information. He says you create something anew with it. That's what makes you a genius.
Because see, I'll never forget those guys in the
And you'll tell it in your way.
The way he presented it was just so.
Well, he says that's what it was. But I was a slow learner. I'm still a slow learner. That's why when I write books or when I teach, I take time and break down every word. Break down it because that's the way I learn things. That's the way I share information. Right. So, and then also, in learning one thing, you're not, whenever you go to study one thing, you're not just dealing with one dimension. You're dealing with a whole spectrum of things. That's why we are hardly able to get through these documents, because we can get one word and we'll be on that word for how long? Because that word opens up. A whole new avenue of things.
European thinks linear.
That's it. And a secular, holistic fact. That's why our sister, but ain't nothing wrong with our mind. This is what I used to do when I was in college. When finals come, which is the day of doom for college students. It's a day of doom, oh Jesus. It never bothered me. Why didn't? Not because I thought I was so smart. You know why? Because first of all, I had recorded the information on tape. I was using tape recorders long before they even had cassettes. I was using the reel, and the Ralco in class. I would tape it, and while I was asleep, I listened to it. Now, I knew this for sure. Dr. Justice told me. Dr. Justice, one of the most brilliant men, peace be upon him, I ever met. He said, once you get it in the brain, it is there. I said, well, then all I got to do is get it in the brain. Whether I understand it or not, I got to get it in the brain. So I put the tape recorder on and let it play. 1 hour before finals, I would go in total, absolute, complete meditation. And the only thought I would allow in my mind was the thought that I am a divine instrument of the creator of the universe. All that I need to know, I know. All that is in me, I will know when I need to know it. And I would keep going over that and let that totally saturate my mind. When I went in and sat down and picked up that pen or that pencil to take that test, first of all, I didn't let myself panic. When you panic, you cut down the brain. You cripple yourself when you panic. When you're calm and you're at peace and you know it, you have to trust the brain now. If you don't trust it, it's say, oh, you don't expect me to work? Okay, solid. After all, you're its commander. You know, if you said, you tell the brain, you can work. Okay, I'll work for you, brother. I'll work for your sister. You can't work. Okay. I might as well go to sleep then. And it will just shut right down, bro. State of mind. State of mind. If there's anything more important than any one thing of all the things that human beings must remember, it is their self-concept is the key to their total being. And that is predicated upon one's state of mind, which determines one's state of being. And key and central to that is one's understanding of their place in the history of the cosmos. Now, once you get those things hooked up, your mind will perform for you. Everybody in here can do that. Everybody. It's just that you have to take control of your mind. The other thing is, so often black folks have so much agitation and noise in their communities and in their environments that their minds do not get a chance to rest. Their minds do not get a chance to meditate and to calmly draw upon that. However, the world thinks of us as geniuses when it comes down to the performing arts, in the music. All that is the mind reaching out into the cosmos and bringing that music in. When Train was blowing, let me close out with this one, because we got to take a break. When Train was blowing, as one of my brothers used to say, Reverend Akeem Shagun, peace be upon him, he's with the ancestors, he said Train was talking to God. Now, we couldn't understand a lot of Train was doing, because Train was out there playing that cosmic music and was playing chords on a saxophone. Now, first of all, a saxophone is built as a single melody instrument. You're not supposed to be able to blow 2 and 3 notes at one time on the reed of a saxophone, they say. This African was blowing chords on the saxophone. The notes were so fast, so speeded up, so accelerated, that they sound jumbled to us, but they were clear to Train. And Train said, before he joined the ancestors, he said, I'm trying to get it worked out so I can translate it so people can understand it better. I know what it is. I got it. The Creator has revealed it to me. I'm just trying to translate it. There was so much of it happening. See? And we have been so separated. Now, when we were building them pyramids, and I got to tell this story. Can I tell this? when we were building them pyramids, Dr. Justice told me, he said, and you know some of those stones were 50-ton stones. Brought 600 miles away from a rock quarry in Arabia. I mean, you can do something, which means you can do something. I can't help but just keep going over that. Just that one thing alone does it for me. You know, you can't take that away from me either. It's written in stone. You can steal my books. You can burn up my books. You can even try to keep me from my knowledge. You can do all that, but you can't take that because that's sitting right there on the desert. And as the Arabs say, all the world fears time, but time fears the pyramids. You can't deal with that. That's me. That's me. But anyway, when they were building that, when they would get to the top stone of the pyramids, because you know there are more pyramids to the south than they are there. The pyramids are along the Nile, by the way.